Good morning, everyone joining us in person and online, and good afternoon or evening to those connecting from different time zone. For people present in the room, you can wear the headset to hear us better, both us and people online. My name is Ottavia, and I work as associate expert at UNICRI, the Interregional Crime and Justice Research Institute. We are very thankful for your time and interest in this session co-organized by UNICRI and ALT Advisory, titled From Research to Action, Cybercrime and Justice in Africa. Very quickly during this session, we will launch our research report just published today, titled Access to Justice in the Digital Age, Empowering Victims of Cybercrime in Africa. We're going to present its main findings, learn from our speakers about many topics, from the common trends in cybercrime and online harms targeting African countries, the challenges national law enforcement agencies face in conducting investigations, and the obstacles victims encounter in reporting cybercrime and online harms and in seeking fair redress. Then we will aim to discuss recommendations, what gaps we can fill in as a multi-stakeholder community, and what practical solutions we can improve or develop as next step. We will conclude the sessions with participant feedback and expertise, including, of course, questions for our speaker. This work falls within UNICRI workstream on cybercrime and online harms, which aims to explore the interplay of different cyber threats and harmful behaviors, seeking to develop inclusive and rights-based solutions to address the convergence of cybercrime and online harms, including terrorism, violent extremism online, gender-based violence, child abuse and exploitation, and hate speech. At UNICRI, we address these threats through action-oriented research on niche thematic areas, but also capacity-building activities involving tech companies and technical assistance to member states and policy making. So, of course, I would like to thank our great speakers for their time today and their direct contribution to the report we are launching, we just published. Let me quickly introduce them for you all. So we have Tina Power. She's Director of ALT Advisory and Attorney of the High Court of South Africa. Michael Ilishebo, Digital Forensic Analyst and Cybercrime Investigator at the Zambia Police. And then online we have Sandra Acheng. Thanks a lot for joining us online, Executive Director at WOGNET, Women Uganda Network. And we are waiting for another online speaker who might join us soon, Belford Doherty, who is Cyber Policy Analyst and Head of IT at the Financial Intelligence Agency in Sierra Leone. Last but not least, my colleague Oren, Program Management Officer and Liaison Officer in New York, is joining as online moderator. To all online participants, of course, leave your questions and comments and feedback in the chat, and we're going to go through it during the Q&A. So logistically speaking, we will, before opening the floor to participants, we will have 2 rounds of questions for our speakers, to firstly set the scene, and secondly, to discuss recommendations, opportunities, and next steps. And I think we can just start. So my very first question is for Tina. So as the main author of this report we're launching today, could you please share with us the main findings of this report? Thank you.
Thanks, Ottavia. Good morning, everyone. Maybe just a quick good morning to all of the early birds who've joined us in person. We appreciate it's a slightly chillier morning and it's been a very busy week, so thank you for taking the time to be here. And thank you to everyone online as well. We know some colleagues are joining from very different time zones, so we appreciate that everyone has put in their effort. And a final thank you to the technical team at the back who've helped make all of this possible. We really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. So as a point of departure, it's important to note that while many of the themes that we'll be discussing today may be familiar, what sets this report apart is its focus on Africa, which is somewhat unique given that we're launching it in Norway, but we don't often speak about what's going on in Africa from a cybercrime perspective, so that is important. It is also victim-centered in nature. We're not talking about hacks of big banks. We're talking about the lived and individual experiences of ordinary people who are victims of cybercrimes. And it is also informed by a diverse set of stakeholders, which is why this panel is also so unique. We've got members of the private sector, we've got members of civil society, we've got UN agencies, and we've got government. So it was truly informed by everyone's perspective and views. And lastly, it's been geared towards finding meaningful and practical solutions to the present challenges. So quite simply, the report isn't set to explain to us what cybercrimes are. It's set to explain to us how people are being affected and why so many remain without justice. So there's a lot to unpack in the report, but I'm going to just spend some time going through 4 of the overarching findings that we saw across 4 different countries: South Africa, Namibia, Sierra Leone, and Uganda. So the first finding is that we know cybercrimes are on the rise in Africa, but we don't yet have the full picture. Secondly, there's a significant disparity in how people are understanding various different forms of cybercrimes. Thirdly, certain types of cybercrimes are inherently gendered in nature. And finally, we are seeing deep structural barriers that are continuing to hinder access to justice. So I'll briefly take us through these. So the first is we know that cybercrimes is on the rise. We've seen this through emerging data, anecdotal evidence, and engagement with stakeholders. But we don't think we have the full picture yet. And this is largely due to significant underreporting, which I know Sandra's going to touch on shortly. But we've seen that a lot of people who are victims of cybercrimes don't know that they have been affected by a crime. Even if they do know it's a crime, they don't know where to report, or how to phrase what it is that has happened to them. There's also, particularly in relation to more of the personal types of online harms, like the non-consensual sharing of intimate images, a lot of women in particular feel that there is significant stigma in reporting and that they will be blamed or re-victimized, so that hinders them from reporting. And in many instances, we've also just seen that frontline officers at police stations aren't equipped to respond to these types of crimes. They don't know what codes to use. They don't know how to articulate what the crime is, which then hinders the whole justice process. So where data exists, it is very helpful, and we can start seeing what the trends are and pick it up. But we do need to do a lot more to better capture what the actual reality is, because it means we're tackling somewhat of an invisible problem. And this is not to say that the harms aren't real. They're just currently not captured on the system. So secondly, and this links to capturing, the report highlights quite an important distinction between financial harm and personal harm. Financial harms are the harms where you've been scammed, you've been hacked, someone has stolen your money. And then we have personal harms, which are far more intimate. This is the non-consensual sharing of intimate images, being harassed online, being doxxed, being threatened, instances of hate speech. And what is interesting about the distinction is how it is responded to. If you report a financial crime or you report a theft, there's often a far quicker response and a more immediate response, whereas reporting personal crimes are seen as more intimate or domestic in nature, not always taken as seriously. So the distinction between the 2 types of crimes was also an important finding. Then lastly, or second to last, the gendered nature of the crimes also came through incredibly strongly in the research and engagements with stakeholders on the ground, where there are instances of harassment, doxing, intimate images. These are all very gendered in nature, and it is clear that women are disproportionately affected, as are members of the LGBTQI+ community. And finally, all of this culminates in us identifying that there are several structural barriers that are hindering access to justice for victims of cybercrimes. We are seeing that many countries are simply lacking the correct legal frameworks to enable this. There is either a patchwork of laws, non-existing laws, or laws that are outdated or outmoded. We are also seeing that law enforcement and justice systems are often undercapacitated in Africa. Resources and budgeting is not directed towards these institutions, but it'll be lovely to hear from Michael as someone who's playing a critical role in these institutions as to what the type of capacity is that we need. We're also seeing that both victims and frontline responders are lacking knowledge as to how to navigate cybercrimes and cybercrimes legislation. And we are also seeing that people don't recognize this as a crime, which then means that they are not reporting. So ultimately, the report has made it clear that cybercrimes is not just a technical issue, it's a justice issue. And if we don't have correct avenues for justice, victims and survivors will not be able to seek recourse, we will lack accountability, and we will not be able to move forward as a continent where we are ensuring that people are safe and protected, particularly when they are online. Thank you, Octavia.
Thanks a lot, Tina. That was a fantastic introduction to the report we are publishing today, but to the conversation and discussion of today. So now I would like to move to you, Michael, and get your perspective as law enforcement. So could you please share with us what do you think are the main challenges law enforcement authority face with cybercrime investigations today? Thank you.
Good morning, Otavia, and good morning, my fellow panelists and those in this room and those online. So basically, as a law enforcement officer from Africa, and also one of the law enforcement officers in this world who's trying at all costs to ensure that we have a safer cyberspace for all, because as you know, cyber has no jurisdictional borders. So basically, from the African perspective, the challenges are many. Cybercrime comes in a multi-phase way. What I'm trying to mean is, in almost every crime that is committed today has elements of digital evidence. Digital evidence is highly policed using the cyber laws. So we find a situation where almost all traditional forms of crime that used to happen in the past are more prominent now because of the use of ICT. Just as the increase in the nominal traditional crimes is on the rise, we've seen cybercrime also coming on the rise. So amongst the many challenges that we are facing as African law enforcement agencies or African law enforcers is that the first part of it is the lack of capacity in terms of technical skills. Because when you talk of cybercrime investigations, the process starts with a person reporting. In this case, there is also an increase in underreporting of these cases. Most cases that happen, people fail to report them to the police, not because they don't want to report them, but because they know that either by the time, even if they report, they may not get sufficient help. Secondly is because, as she's put it, it could not be a crime that has been committed from the aspect of financial gain, but personal gain. There are certain people that would want to keep their privacy, as in really private, knowing that if I go to this police station, maybe they may not handle my case in an effective and private manner, where some images of sexual nature or anything that may compromise their standing in society, they may end up failing to report these cases. So as the cases are reported at police station levels, what happens next is the suspects are supposed to be arrested and arraigned before the courts of law. Then if the police are failing to handle some of these cases due to technical skills, what happens at the courts? The same scenario happens at the courts, both from the prosecution side also and from the magistrate and the justice side. So basically, in terms of capacity building, it must be done in a way that we do not just capacitate the police alone. We go on to capacitate offer capacity to the judiciary, which is both the prosecutors and the judges. So also, we've seen an increase in terms of the rate at which cybercrime is happening due to the use of AI. We've seen people that may not even actually know how to code, people who may not even know how to frame this and that. They're using AI to enhance their criminal skills. Third, also the use of encryption in order to hide whatever information that may be found either on their mobile devices, on their laptop. They're using highly powerful encryption, which takes time to break. As a result, that may delay the rate at which justice is enforced. Thirdly, also, the use of cryptocurrency. As you've seen, we've seen an increase where criminals now no longer have to rely on fiat cash. In order for them to commit a crime, they hide under the cryptocurrency barrier. But of course, in Africa, we are trying, with the help of the US government, an organization a grouping was formed, which is called the Africa Cryptocurrency Working Group, which is under the US Department of Justice, attached to the AU in Addis Ababa. I think there is about 8 countries, and more countries will be joining. We are trying to tackle the issues of cryptocurrency. So thirdly, it's the issues of legal frameworks. As you know, to fight cybercrime, you start with domestic laws. Then later on, you graduate to international conventions. So most African countries are not party to the Budapest Convention. But fortunately enough, the UN has come up with a draft UN Convention against cybercrime, which by nature, in any African country which is a member of the UN, may, in a way or one way or the other, may find themselves signing to the Budapest, to the UN Convention when it comes into, when it is signed. I think it will be signed in October in Vietnam. Then, of course, the process will start of acceding and all those. So that would be the easier way for member states in Africa to be part to the international conventions. Of course, we have the Malabo Convention on data protection and cybersecurity, but it does not address the current increase in terms of crime. There is also the Budapest Convention, which has been around for the last 20 years. If I checked, the last time I checked the data, there were only about less than 15, if not 12, African countries who are part to the Budapest Convention. This in itself has played a critical role in terms of us getting information when it comes to cases or criminals who are outside the jurisdiction of Africa. So that brings out to the issues of jurisdictions, because we've seen an increase in crimes being committed in nations that may not even have cyber laws in place. So what is happening right now is if a country has poor cyber crime registration, somebody from another jurisdiction may actually cause financial and emotional harm, and yet in that country it's not a crime. So we've seen so many challenges that such that if I was to list them here, they will resonate with almost all the challenges all enforcement agencies are facing. But what I've just said, these are part of the most critical challenges that we are facing.
Thanks a lot, Michael, for this overview and snapshot, very detailed snapshot into the different challenges law enforcement may face in regards to cybercrime investigation. Something interesting you mentioned regarding the rise of cybercrime with AI. Something we have seen via different research is that AI is not creating new criminals, is actually allowing criminals in other fields moving into the cybercrime environment, which is a bit concerning because, I think we can all agree that AI reduce the level of barrier into everything that is technical. So thanks for bringing that up as well. Moving forward, I would love to come to you, Sandra. I hope you hear me. Yeah, we see you. That's fantastic. And to you, given your line of work and the important work you do, I would like to focus more on the victim side. So we would love to hear from you. What are the obstacles that victims encounter in reporting cybercrime, online harms, and in seeking fair redress, particularly from a gender perspective? Thanks to you.
Thank you so much for the question. Could you please confirm that you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear. Yeah.
Okay, it would have been lovely to be in that room, but nonetheless, I'm joining virtually. And good morning, good afternoon, and might be evening for everyone. For some other people who are joining as well, I'm very glad to be speaking about this subject. So based on the work that we have done at Women of Uganda Network, looking at some of the obstacles that victims encounter, especially women and gender minorities groups, they face a lot of numerous challenges, especially in being able to report, but also being able to seek redress, which are sometimes, in most cases, shaped by social stigma, sometimes institutional gaps, and also digital illiteracy, as also clearly highlighted by Michael. So I would go deep into it. So one of the obstacles has been stigma and the fear of also public shaming, whereby women who experience tech-facilitated gender-based violence, such as non-consensual intimate distribution of intimate images, that in the context of Uganda is usually referred to as revenge porn. And also cyber stalking and doxing, they often really fear being blamed or ridiculed. And then there's also the cultural norms that discourage women from speaking out, especially when the abuse is sexual in nature and also intimate in nature. So there's this case in 2022 when we documented during our study, a young woman in the northern part of Uganda had intimate images leaked by her ex-partner. So rather than her posting it, reporting it, she withdrew from social media and also isolated herself. So when she reported this case to Women of Uganda Network, she expressed fear of being judged by police and also her community. So when the case was handled confidentially through WUGNET's toll-free line, but she never really pursued formal justice as well. And then also talking about the aspect of limited literacy and also awareness of rights, whereby many victims, especially those in the rural women and youth, do not recognize online harms or crimes, or are unaware of actually the available legal protections. So a lack of awareness of, for example, a data protection law or the Computer Misuse Act amendment in 2022, or the Uganda Police Cybercrime Unit also limits reporting. Still an example during a workshop that we conducted in Apache district, that is a district that is based in northern Uganda. It also found out that about 80% of the participants, majority of which were women, had never heard of what Uganda Data Protection and Privacy Act is. So many believe that online reporting abuse was maybe for those who have strong political views or financial connection. So you can see really. So there's also a bit of lack of awareness in regards to that. And then also talking about the weak law and also the enforcement response and institutional aspect of it, you find that victims also face very dismissive attitudes from police, especially when the harm is online and not physical. A serious case that we actually recently was reported to our police through one of our partner, whereby her private and intimate images were unlawfully shared in multiple WhatsApp groups, which we also was able to identify the WhatsApp group without consent. So she strongly believed that these images were taken by her former boyfriend, which was also named, but I'll keep it private for this. So as she was, he was the only person with access to her at that state, and she also asserted that he took these photos without her consent. So she reported this case to the central police stations of Kampala. All the case details are with offensive registration registered and as an unsolicited information under the Computer Misuse Act capped 96. So she was deeply very concerned that more content would be shared, and also as she and also the ex-partner also engage in intimate activities in his residence, which also had a CCTV camera to which he had sole access to. But the police could not help her because she didn't have enough evidence. So we were able to provide some support of having screenshots, which she was also able to share, and either also if she has direct access or to the WhatsApp group, which she didn't have, but a friend had the access to the WhatsApp group and also belonged to the WhatsApp group, but she couldn't report this case because the friend could not report it. It needed someone in the WhatsApp group to be able to report. And I was actually looking through the rules in the WhatsApp group, which also says if you're quiet in the WhatsApp group, you will be able to be excluded and all that. So you can see that the aspect of law enforcement that lacks specific trainings, especially to handle tech-facilitated gender-based violence, is still lacking, and investigation often are slow and also very inclusive. So this requires a lot of training to be done. And also linked to that, also a university student also reported that cyberbullying and defamation via fake Facebook accounts to her local police post in Lira district that is also based in Uganda, in northern Uganda. So the police asked her to present the suspect, who was anonymous, and then told her to ignore it and deactivate her account. So through WUGNET's legal network, we were able to link them to the Barefoot Law for digital legal support, but formal justice was not pursued. So you find that there's a lot of issues that continue to happen, also with the insufficient legal frameworks and gender-sensitive provisions that we have. This continue to happen. For the case of Uganda, we have no specific law in Uganda that address technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Although we have the African Commission of Human and People's Rights Resolution 522, which talks about the protection of women against digital violence in Africa, it's still something that recognizes online gender-based violence as a human right. And this is a step, and is also calling for all the member states countries to be able to work together to ensure that we have specific laws that address digital violence as a whole. So I would like to stop here and hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Sandra, for sharing different, unfortunately different example of cases related to cybercrime, online harms, and with a gender-based violence component as well. Your perspective is very much needed in this type of conversation. So now, we set a bit the scene of what is happening and what are the different challenges that different sectors within this topic address. So perhaps we can move into recommendations, opportunities, and next steps, and then of course open it to the floor, both in on-site and online floor. So coming back to you, Tina, given your role as attorney as well, and your very strong legal background, what can you share with us on the legislative aspects? So how can we use legislative instruments to really advance the prevention and countering of cybercrime and online harms? Thank you.
Thanks, Otavia. If there's ever a question to get a lawyer excited, it's what is the value of laws? So I'll try to keep it brief, but I want to touch on why laws matter, how the right laws can lead to tangible positive results, and what we can do to make our laws better. So an important finding of the report is good laws matter for several reasons. They provide clear definitions and guidance as to what the crime is and what the options you have are. It's also essential both for the public understanding of what the law means and what justice means, as well as for how the justice system will then unfold once it's been reported. Laws also give victims a legal basis to seek redress and ensure that there is accountability. And a well-drafted piece of legislation lays the foundation for action. It enables us to know what to do from the moment of reporting, which we've now heard multiple times is a clear challenge, through to investigation, which is also, there are complications, as well as at the actual justice system level, once we get to courts, what is going to happen. So the law gives us that foundation, which is much needed. So without laws and clear guidance that are grounded in human rights, victims will remain vulnerable and access to justice will remain limited. South Africa's Cybercrimes Act provides quite a useful example of a law. I'm not going to say that it is good, but it does tick many of the boxes. It addresses both financial and personal harms. It provides institutional guidance and requires the development of more sort of operational requirements, such as standing operational procedures. How do we gather the evidence? How do we store the evidence? How do we use the evidence in court? But what I would like to emphasize here is the real-world power of legislation. Having the right legal framework can tangibly support victims of various forms of cybercrimes. And I'm going to share a few examples in some of the work that we've done recently. So we've issued several cease and desist letters. In South Africa, we call them letters of demand, in cases involving threats of the disclosure of intimate images. So the image hasn't yet been disclosed, but it's a threatened disclosure. And in the letters, by simply referencing South Africa's Cybercrime Act and explicitly stating what the criminal sanctions are, we have found that it's an incredibly useful deterrent to stop the harm in its tracks. When people see that there is a real legal harm or a real legal risk at play, they generally have tended to stop in our experience. And so this is quite an important reminder that even the threat of legal accountability can be a strong deterrent. A second successful example that we've had was using South Africa's Protection from Harassment Act. And here we used it to obtain what we call a protection order. In other jurisdictions, it's generally known as a restraining order. And we achieved this on behalf of a human rights defender who was being relentlessly attacked on X and threatened with real-world violence. But fortunately for us, our act applies to both harassment and threats in the physical realm as well as the online realm. So we were able to go to court and explain to the judge both the online harms and the stresses and the consequences, as well as how this could unfold in the offline world. And we were able to secure protection for our client in that way. And these examples demonstrate that the law can offer justice, but the law needs to be good. It needs to be well crafted. Definitions need to be clear. The accountability mechanisms and the reporting mechanisms also need to be clear. So one of the useful things about the UNICRI report is that we don't just stop there. We don't say you need good laws. We actually want to figure out how we can make good laws. So we've set up a set of recommendations, a part of which proposes that states undergo a legislative audit to identify gaps, overlaps, and areas for concern at the country level. So each country assesses where they are at. Do we have overlapping laws? Are we missing something fundamental? Do we simply not have a law, like is the case in Namibia? They haven't yet passed it, and that means that victims are completely without redress. We then couple this with a cybercrimes model law that is victim-centered. We have seen other cybercrimes model law around the world and some in Africa as well, but we have yet to see one that is victim-centered. How do we create laws that focus on the people who are actually affected? So we want to structure the legal approach in two forms. We set up the audit to assess where the challenges are, but then we also help you fill the gaps. This is what a model law could look like. Apply it to your jurisdiction and see what works. But we also know, and I'm sure other colleagues will discuss it as well, that law alone is not enough. This needs to be coupled with comprehensive training of justice sector actors so they know how to apply the law. But equally, we are proposing embarking on a Know Your Rights campaign so that ordinary members of the public are able to know that they have been a victim of a cybercrime and then know how to report and what the reporting process looks like. So we want good laws, but we also want people to be able to use the laws. It is very unhelpful having a good piece of legislation, but no one knows how to use it or how to access it. So in summary and in closing, because I see our time is moving on, I will caveat all of this, as lawyers generally tend to do, to say that legislation is a foundation. It is not the finish line. For our laws to be effective, they need to be clear, they need to be grounded in human rights, and they need to be well communicated, both to members of the public and those within the justice system. This needs to be equally coupled with institutional capacity. And capacity has come up time and time again, both from Sandra and Michael. So we know there is a clear challenge there. And laws need to be able to support that and enable that. So when all is said and done, as a lawyer, I see huge potential and value in the law, and it is one of the solutions. It is an important one, and it does provide us with what we need to take us forward, but it needs to be coupled with everything else that we've discussed today as well. Thank you, Octavia.
Thanks to you, Tina. That is very, I think, the perspective of having not just legislative framework, but the right legislative framework is a key message here. Michael, back to you again from law enforcement perspective. Where do you think we should focus our efforts in enhancing law enforcement capabilities towards tackling cybercrime? And perhaps if we can get your views on one of the recommendations in the report is the use of clear coding systems for cybercrime investigations. If you could share anything on this, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
So basically, I'll pick it up from the previous speaker. You see, when we embark on the Know Your Right campaign to focus on victim-specific laws, what we've discovered is that, like from my experience, from the Zambian experience, is that in my country, those laws are there that actually protect the victim. But unfortunately, the civil society are coming up and saying that some of these laws are meant to stifle freedom of expression. So as much as the government, as much as the laws would want to speak life into protection of the victims, somehow others would feel their freedom of expression is being hampered. So that's one of the challenges that we need to find a balance. So coming to the question, So some of the major recommendations or working solutions that we need in order for us to address, fight, and mitigate, of course, you cannot completely stop cybercrime, you can only mitigate it, is that the first part is, as I earlier alluded on, is on capacity building. Not only the police, but also the justice system. The wheel of justice starts with the law enforcement, ends with the courts. So once we tailor in some courses that are specific to the needs of these players in the justice system, we'll at least be able to address and mitigate some of these cases. Instead of a case taking probably 6 months to be disposed of in court, that can be done under 2 weeks. Then secondly also is a public-private partnership. That, on that aspect, we need a clear guideline, we need a clear consensus on both the private and the public, because most of the technical skills, most of the technical infrastructure, digital infrastructure lies in the hands of the private sector. So I'll give an example. We've got social media platforms where some of these, I would say both, even financial and non-financial cases or offenses happen. Sometimes in the request for information from these service providers, I won't name them, but you know them, they will tell you that this is not against our community guidelines. What has community guidelines got to do with an offense, an act that is an offense in a certain jurisdiction? So in that case, they may not actually be able to give you the information you are seeking for. An image may be posted of someone online. You request for it to be put down. They'll still say this does not go against our community guidelines. So we need a clear balance, we need cohesion, we need to reach consensus to a situation where, as much as it may not be able to go against their guidelines, but as long as the victim feels not safe, imbalanced, or public shamed by virtue of that post or image, these social media platforms need to be bringing down this information, this content. Also, when the law enforcement agencies also request for information, there is need for them to act swiftly to give the law enforcers the information they are after, as long as we've met the basic criteria of either a subpoena, a court order, or anything that they demand. So once we address the issue of private-public partnership, we'll halfway have solved the problem. Also, we have the issue of enhanced legal framework. I'll give an example for Zambia. Just 2 months ago, we amended our Cyber Security and Cybercrimes Act into making the Cyber Security Act a single piece of registration and also enhancing the Cybercrimes Act. We have come a long way in terms of addressing cybercrime. But again, if you look at the current law, it is able to address what challenges we are facing now. But that does not mean that in 2, 3, 4 years' time, the same piece of registration will be as effective as it is now. So the process of enhanced legal frameworks has to always be a continuous, because a cyber law has a shelf life. It doesn't sit like a criminal procedure. The penal code, the mighty penal code that probably was enacted 50 years ago, and the same applies today. So enhanced legal frameworks which are supposed to mirror to each other, meaning that if we have a mirrored Cybercrimes Act in Africa, where an offense in Benin, an offense in Kenya, an offense in Zambia speak to the same facts. Unlike where it's an offense in Zambia, you go to Kenya, it's not an offense. Probably the perpetrator might be in another jurisdiction, in this case Kenya, and the victim is in Zambia. The damage has been done in Zambia, but the victim is in Kenya. And yet, when you compare the cyber registration, you discover that indeed in Zambia it's an offense, in Kenya it's not. So there it becomes more of a bilateral kind of arrangement too. But if the laws are as clear in terms of speaking life into each other, they are mirrored that way, I can assure you we are going to probably reduce cybercrime by a huge percentage, because anyone in any African country will know that what I'm doing is an offense where I am, and the victim I'm targeting, if there's South Africa or anywhere else. So amongst these recommendations are that we need to have a mirrored cyber registration. Also, I earlier on alluded to the aspect of international conventions. As I said, the rate at which African countries are becoming party to the Budapest Convention, not talk of the UN Convention, which is not yet to be signed. I think there is need for us to push for African countries to be part to most of these international conventions, because cyber knows no border. Cyber knows no jurisdiction. Cyber knows is not a respect of anyone. An infrastructure here in Norway can be messed up by somebody who is in Colombia or Zambia. So how do we address these issues is for us to meet somewhere through an international treaty. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Michael, and thanks for the different oversight and for the recommendations in general. But I also really appreciate you introducing the public-private partnership debacle. It's something that is very hard to tackle. I think probably everybody in the room and also online have faced this issue in one way or the other. Before moving into questions and feedback from participants, we'd like to come back to you, Sandra, for, again, we are looking into recommendations, so perhaps your view on recommendations on how we can effectively support victims of these type of crimes, again, with a particular attention to the needs of women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I will start from where Tina Power actually stopped. She said the law is not enough. And I like to say that you cannot fix what is broken by tech using the law. However, we also need the law. So for my recommendation, I would say there's need, as also Michael highlighted, that there's need to strengthen the legal and policy framework, enact specific laws that speaks about online gender-based violence or technology-facilitated gender-based violence. And these laws should be able to explicitly cover issues around non-consensual intimate images or videos, cyber stalking, doxing, and also online harassment. And more importantly, also the AI-generated sexual content referred to as deepfakes. Now we also have cheapfakes. And also the gender disinformation that is also very much linked to AI-generated content. And also speaking about the law, we can also see how to integrate gender-sensitive provisions, especially into ICT legislation, ensure that laws such as the Computer Misuse Act is reviewed and also amended to prevent misuse, and also ensure that the protection of actually survivors, not just because of who you are in the society, but everyone is being supported. And also, as also shared, harmonize some of the domestic laws with the international instruments, and specifically the Maputo Protocol that talks about women's rights, and also building institutional capacity and accountability. How do we ensure that we train law enforcement, the prosecutors, the judicial officers on digital crimes with a gender lens, include models, especially on trauma-informed survivor support, ensure that there's digital violence, ensure that also we have an inclusion of online investigation techniques that is built or taught to these people, and also establishing delegated technology-facilitated gender-based violence response desks, especially at the police post with female officers and also the digital crime experts. Monitor also enforcement to ensure that justice for survivors is being guaranteed and not further victimization. And also the need to have expand access to survivor-centered support services. How do we develop and also scale up support platforms that are available? For instance, we have the OGBV web portal, like the WhoopNet has, and it is able to offer support to digital security tips, also referrals, and also we have the toll-free line that help for reporting and emotional support. So how do we scale that? And also have mobile outreach clinics, especially for psychosocial services in the rural areas, because these are some of the areas that are most times thought or that they do not face this thing. And ensure that there's also multi-language access, disability inclusive services, so that no survivor is left out. And facilitate also legal aid, free legal aid, digital security support through partnership with civil society organization and legal tech firms. Again, for us to be able to reduce, I would not like to say end because we cannot end, reduce cyber crimes against women and girls. We need to have a multi-stakeholder partnership, which is very key. And also promote digital literacy and awareness, ensure that women and girls have education on online safety. And these trainings should be able to focus on managing the privacy settings, recognizing that online scam and online harassment is real, and also the reporting channels and how to document evidence is also being taught. And conducting some of the regular community-based workshops, the use of radios, the use of social media. Recently, we explored the use of comic books that was really very impactful, going to the community and reading to them, a fun way for them to be able to educate themselves on some of the digital security tips, but also being aware that online gender-based violence or cybercrime is real. And integrating also some of the cyber safety and digital rights skills, especially into the school curriculum, especially for women and marginalized learners is key. And I would like to conclude and say that for us to also be able to reduce online gender-based violence, we have to start thinking of how do we engage boys, men, and also the communities in prevention. How do we challenge harmful gender norms and also online misogyny? Let's have a facilitated dialogue, especially on respectful digital behavior and content, and support male champions, peer educators in school and communities, groups to be able to be models that can promote positive engagement so that we can really be able to see how to mitigate the increasing rate of online gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Sandra, for sharing all these recommendations and fantastic ideas. The use of comic books, for instance, I think it's a very great example of how to involve communities as well. So I think we have a bit more than 10 minutes left. So it would be fantastic to come to you all. And thanks again for your interest and time in joining our session. I don't know if there is any questions or comments from the... Yes, please. I think you would need to go to the mic. Thanks a lot.
Thank you and good morning. Can you hear me? I am Senator Shoaib Afolabi Salisu from Nigeria. I chair the Nigerian Senate Committee on ICT and Cyber Security, and I'm also the chairman of the West African Parliamentarians Network on Internet Governance. I am extremely delighted to be here and listening to the conversation in the last 1 hour or so. You could as well be speaking about Nigerian situation. I mean, listening to Zambia, to Uganda, and I've come to the conclusion that the issues are fairly the same, particularly on the African continent. My brother gentleman spoke about the civil society organization, and I think that's why this conversation needs to also extend to the civil society organization. Nigeria first enacted the cybercrime law in 2015. Last year, we amended it, and we also in the process of amending it again, particularly because of the UN convention that was just adopted in December. But the challenge is that the civil society organizations, every time there's an attempt to amend the cybercrime law to protect citizens, the civil society organizations are always up in arms, believing and thinking that it's about to constrain the space, forgetting that sometimes where your own rights stops is where the rights of somebody else start. So I think we need to bring the civil society organizations into the conversation. The second point for me, and I spoke about this 2 days ago at the parliamentarian track, unless and until we're able to bring the big techs into the table, and I suggest a situation where the Africa as a continent come together, does the same thing that happens in Europe. You violate the law in a part of Europe, the entire Europe will fine you. Unless and until all of those big techs know that if you violate the law in South Africa, your sanction is not limited to South Africa. Same sanction will be applicable in Cote d'Ivoire, in Ghana, in Nigeria. That is the only time they will respect our national laws, our national values. As of now, we almost appear helpless. When we make the laws, they violate the laws, the same content that they will bring down in less than 1 day in Europe, you'll be shuffling papers up and down for the next 2 weeks. Meanwhile, the victims continue to suffer. Sometimes people go into depression on account of that. I think we need a continental approach to come to the table and say, you violate the law, you don't respect the norms here, that sanction will be applicable across the African continent. So I'd like to thank you again for this beautiful conversation. You speak to the African issue, you speak to the African continent, and I think now we need to move from talking about it to have a concerted African position.
Thanks a lot, Senator. That is very important what you're sharing, both involving civil society and bringing the big tech at the table. I don't know if panelists speakers would like to comment.
So basically, I will engage the senator after this session. As this area put on, our challenges are not almost are the same. What Nigeria is going through is what any other African country is going through. As I said earlier on, we'll continue the conversations beyond the panel session.
I just have one brief comment. I see there's more questions, but just to note on the question about civil society responding to legislation, there's a very fine line. And what the report recommends and proposes is when we're drafting legislation, it must be grounded in human rights. So where there are tensions around freedom of expression, or there is the potential misuse of the act to potentially curb other people's rights, we need to strike that balance. And that's why the report very much suggests any law reform efforts must be grounded in human rights, must align with our international law commitments, particularly the conventions that we've signed onto as countries. So I appreciate the tension. It is a difficult one, and it's a fine line to navigate, but that's why we want our laws to be grounded in human rights, so that all human rights are taken into account when drafting the legislation. But I see there's some more questions.
Yeah, we can take one more question from the floor, and then we have a few questions online. So please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, Yuri Bokovoy from the Finnish Greens Party. It's good that it is highlighted that the big tech still washes their hands of any of responsibility of monitoring their platforms for crime everywhere in the world. But my comment was mostly about the same point that was raised about civil societies. I originally come from Belarus, which is struggling from completely the same issues, but there the civil societies have been basically crushed by the government to do whatever they want. And I just want to remind people that civil societies can kind of be seen as a symptom of public distrust of the government's capabilities and resources to handle these issues. And they should really be worked together with, even if they are annoying to compromise with on cyber law. But yeah, my question is mostly about what's the view of you, Michael, and Dina as a prosecutor and law enforcer on the weight of public trust in these institutions in ways to handle these situations? I mean, you highlighted it about the trust affecting underreporting quite heavily, but is there any specific way you can see that being improved significantly in near future? Thank you.
So basically, as part of enhancing trust between the victims or the citizens, is that the Zambia Police Service, in this case, has taken up a deliberate policy of sensitization through various forms. It could be radio, it could be TV, it could be articles, it could be social media, short videos, and any other means in which we have to reach out to the citizens. So as much as cyber is demystified in Africa as something that is a little bit challenging to an ordinary law enforcement officer, efforts have been made through various platforms and various engagements to ensure that at least at any given situation, at any police station, they may start a case, they may do something, but when it goes beyond their technical capabilities, they are able to reach us at the force headquarters, which is the police headquarters. So we are trying, but I hope within the next coming year or two or so, we'll reach that, but it's not something that is easy.
I think we can have more questions. I can respond to people afterwards.
Sorry, I'm just gonna take the two questions online, if that's okay with you, very quickly. So we have one question on, for you, Sandra, specifically on existing mechanism to support victims of crime. And the second question for you, Sandra, but also for the other speakers, is do we have example of countries where countries have enacted and robustly implemented laws against tech-facilitated gender-based violence? And if yes, how did they go about popularizing and implementing them? Thank you. Perhaps, Sandra, if you'd like to start. Thank you.
Yeah, so the existing mechanism, where is the person from? From which country?
I think is Emmy Okwir Ogele, who asked the question online, but I'm not sure about the country, but perhaps.
Oh, so he was just saying he was happy to learn some of the existing mechanism highlighted by Sandra. So it wasn't a question.
And then there is the question about, if you know about countries that have enacted and robustly implemented laws against tech-facilitated gender-based violence.
Okay, so that question is asked by Dr. Wakavi, who is also my friend and our partner from Uganda. So it's a hard question, but there are some notable examples of countries that have enacted and actively also implemented laws that address technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Of course, there is really no legal framework that is perfect and universally that is comprehensive, but some countries have really made meaningful strides, especially in the legislation. Maybe Tina Power could talk about the South African one that also have done the Cybercrime Act 2020 and also some of the key provisions, especially around it, is criminalizing malicious communication, including those intended to cause mental, psychological, and also emotional harm. And as far as I know, they have implemented strategy of also doing partnership with women's rights organization and also to disseminate information, but also the creation of the cybercrime apps under the South African Police Services. But Tina Power would like maybe to explore more on that. Some of the countries that I also know of is like Australia, that also have the Online Safety Act of 2021, and that focus really on targeting tech-facilitated gender-based violence, including image-based abuse, cyberbullying, and also serious online harassment. from conversation, they have also
Sorry,
the e-safety.
Sorry, Sandra, we are up of time. If you can just quickly close it, that would be fantastic. Sorry.
Yes, so they also have the e-safety commissioner that also is very important. And also some of the examples that I know Dr. Wakabi knows about in Kenya, but explicitly we don't have policies that really specifically might be talking about technology facilitated gender-based violence, but things that relate to that. Thank you, and over to you.
Thanks a lot. I'm sorry we don't have time for this, but you can come to us to share any comments or the questions you might have. Apologies for running out of time. But yeah, I would really like to thank all the speakers, Tina, Michael, and Sandra, for your fantastic contribution. Thanks also to my colleague Oren, who has been up late to follow us. And please feel free to come to us for any comments and questions. Thanks again for your time.
Morning, everyone. A pleasure to be here with you all in the audience online, but also with this fantastic group of panelists. I'm sure if you read any of these reports about the most important issues of our times, you will certainly find the issues that we are discussing here today. Some reports will say governance of artificial intelligence is one of the most important issues we need to deal with. Certainly, climate change, many of these reports will say is one of the most important policy issues we have in front of us, as well as is one of the most threatening risks for humanity. Energy resources and scarce resources and water is probably another of those issues that you'll see in different reports here and there. The challenge for this gentleman and lady here is how to combine all those things together, right? And of course, with you, I hope we are going to have a very interesting conversation about that. So I don't want to use a cliche here, but voila, artificial intelligence offers, maybe needless to say, interesting opportunities for addressing some of these environmental risks, and we can speak about that, how the models can help us, and us is the climate scientists, is the policymakers, is the civil society, to solve this very complex equation on how we solve the planetary crisis that we are in the middle of. But tragically or ironically, the same technology that can help us to address the issue is contributing to the problem because it consumes a lot of energy and water and so on. So again, as I said, it's a cliche, but our job is how we can foster the opportunity and mitigate the risk. And as usual in these very complex lives we have right now, it's easy to say, but not necessarily easy to do. The good news is that these people in this panel and online, they do have some interesting solutions to propose to you, and some of them are already implementing it. So since I'm optimistic by nature, when my team asked me to moderate and I saw what they prepared, I was very happy that it was not only dark and terrible, but it was also about how we can actually walk the talk, right? So the session is a lot about this, to have a dialogue with this group of different actors here that are dedicated to think about this problem and how we can suggest and underline in the 1 hour we have some of these issues. Of course, let's look into the implications of AI technologies for these problems. We will try to showcase some tools and frameworks. UNESCO with the University College of London, we're going to launch very soon a very exciting issue brief called Smarter, Smaller, Stronger, Resource-Efficient Generative AI and the Future of Digital Transformation, that my dear colleague Leona, who is online, unfortunately she couldn't be here today, also to reduce UNESCO's carbon footprint of people traveling all over the world, but she is the person in charge of this report, and you can ask further questions and interact with her on that. And also, again, as I said, try to highlight the different approaches that we can take to address these issues. So I'm sure we are going to have an exciting panel. And since we need to be expeditive, I will stop here and go straight to my panelists. Let me start with you, Mario. So Mario Nobili is the Director General of the Agents for Digital Italy, AGID, I guess I say like that.
Correct.
And Mario, let's first start on what you are already doing at the strategic level, right? So how your agency is trying to cope with these not easy challenges. Buongiorno, over to you.
Buongiorno, thank you, and good morning to all. Our Italian strategy rests on 4 pillars. Education, first of all, scientific research, public administration, and enterprises. And these efforts aim to bridge the divide, ensuring inclusive growth and empowering individuals to thrive in an AI-driven economy. For the first, scientific research, our goal is promoting research and development of advanced AI technologies. You before mentioned technology evolves really faster. So now we are dealing with agentic AI. We started with large language models, then large multimodal models. Now there is a new frontier about small models for vertical domains. So we met also with Confindustria, which is the enterprises organization in Italy, and we are trying application about manufacturing, health, tourism, transportation. And this is important for energy-consuming models. For public administration, we are trying to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of public services. For companies, Italy is the 7th country in the world for export. So we must find a way to get to the application layer and to find concrete solutions for our enterprises. And education, first of all. I always say that now the debate is not humans versus machines. Now the debate is about who understand, use, manage AI versus who don't. Okay. And in Italy, the AI strategy is, we wrote it in 2024. We have also a strategic planning, the 3-year plan for IT in public administration, and we emphasize the importance of boosting digital transition using AI in an ethical and inclusive way. This is important for us. We have 3 minutes, so I go to the conclusion. And we are stressing our universities about techniques like incremental and federated learning to reduce model size and computational resource demands. This is the first goal. And so this approach minimizes energy consumption, and we are creating the conditions to transition from brute force models, large and energy consuming, to vertical and agile foundation models with specific purposes: health, transportation, tourism, manufacturing. This is the point. Now, I was saying technology evolves faster than a strategy. So we have a strategy, but we are dealing with agentic AI, which is another frontier.
Thank you very much, Mario, and I'm glad to hear the conclusion in terms of what you are working with your universities, because I mean, I'm just the international bureaucrat here, right? I don't understand anything about these things, but I did read the report that my team prepared, and they were making recommendations towards what you were saying. And one of my questions to them, is this really possible? Is this really happening? So I'm glad to hear this, because this is very important. And I also liked when you started talking with how you are interacting with these different stakeholder groups, because we always talk about multi-stakeholderism, but we need to show how concrete it is, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marco Zanaro, next, Edge AI expert at the Abdus Salam International Center of Theoretical Physics. he also works for UNESCO. My children, they always tell me, why you don't do these kind of interesting things, because they don't understand what I do, right? Because maybe not even I, but people like Marco as the ones walking the talk in UNESCO. So Marco, you have worked extensively on 10ML and energy efficient AI applications, also in African contexts. So can you tell us, and especially for a person like me that is no political scientist, we don't understand anything, so how you can understand the benefits of what you are doing?
Sure, definitely. Thank you very much. So let me introduce TinyML first. So TinyML is about running machine learning models on really tiny devices, on really small devices. And when I say small, I say really small. So devices that have, few kilobytes of memory, that have really slow processors, but they have two main advantages. The first one is that they're extremely low power. So we're talking about, green AI, these devices consume very little power. And second advantage is that they're extremely low cost. So one of these chips is less than $1, and one full device is about $10. So, that's, of course, very positive. And they allow AI or machine learning to run on the devices without the need of internet connection. So we heard, during IGF that a third of the world is not connected. And if we want to have, data from places that are remote, where there's no internet connection, and we want to use AI or machine learning, that is a really good solution. So you ask about application. And so in 2020, together with colleagues from Harvard University and Columbia University, we created a network of people working on TinyML with a special focus on the Global South. Now we have more than 60 universities in 32 different countries. So we have many researchers working on TinyML in different environments. And they worked on very diverse applications. So just to cite few, there's colleagues in Zimbabwe that worked on TinyML for foot and mouth disease in cows. So, sticking this device in the mouth of the cow and detecting the disease. There's colleagues in Kenya working on counting the number of bees that you have in a beehive. There's colleagues in Peru that use TinyML to detect anemia through the eyes in remote villages. We have colleagues in Argentina that use TinyML on turtles to understand how they behave. So very diverse application. Many of them have impact on SDGs. And again, using low cost and extremely low power devices.
Thank you. This is fascinating. As you said, we are having in this IGF, which I think is a good thing, lots of discussions regarding, in this UN language, how we do these things leaving no one behind. Mm-hmm. And these are very concrete examples, right? Sure. Because it's about the cost, it's about being low intensive on energy. So very glad to hear that, and again, to see that those things are possible. And this offers us a bit of hope, because as I said in the beginning, I'm always concerned that we are only looking to the side of the problems and the terrible risks, but without looking into what is already happening to address the issues, right? So let me move now to have a different setting to our online guests. We have one speaker that is speaking from the internet space, from the digital world, and he is Adham Abdzaid, and he's managing director and partner at the Boston Consulting Group. Welcome, Adam, to this conversation. And I know that the BCG, the Boston Consulting Group, is very much concerned about these issues as well. You are putting a lot of effort on that. And you yourself have worked in the intersection of AI, climate resilience, and digital innovation. With a specific focus on the open source AI solutions. So how you can tell us in your 3 minutes the connection of these issues with the main topic of this panel, that of course is the relationship with sustainability, environmental sustainability. Welcome, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Honored and very happy to join this very interesting panel. And I must say, I enjoyed so much the interventions of the panelists before me. I think you asked a very interesting question. I will start my answer by basically the results of a study that has been recently made by Harvard University, which is around the value of the open source wealth that exists on the ground today. The study basically estimates that if we would recreate only one time the wealth of open source intellectual property that is available today on the internet, it would cost us $4 billion. But it does not stop there, because if you assume or if you imagine that this material was not open source and that every player who would want to use it would either recreate it or pay a license, then basically you would increase this $4 billion of cost to $8 trillion just because of the repetition. So in a sense, having something that is open source optimizes significantly the amount of work that is required to get the value out of these AI algorithms or digital technologies in a larger sense. So instead of doing the thing one time, you will have communities that are actually contributing and building on top of the I would say, intellectual creation of each other. First, I mean, to be able to get to broader impact at a much lower cost and a much lower energy cost as well. Now, from experience also, and building specifically on what Mario is saying, for you to be able to implement vertically focused AI models that generate value across a certain system or a certain value chain, you need to have some kind of system level cooperation, which means that today, all of the, I would say, AI breakthroughs that we have been seeing, basically through very large generic foundational models, it's there because they were trained on the data that is available out there on the internet, the wealth of text, the wealth of images, the wealth of videos. And basically, these models are good at this generic, generative tasks because of what these models have been able to see and train on. But now, for you to be able to have a meaningful impact with models that have a vertical focus and can create value across a certain system, they have to basically see and train on data and build on top of decisions that are made across a value chain. Let me give a concrete example that relates to this, basically your starting speech. Let's take the energy sector today. If you want to have, or if you're seeking to have basically an AI development that rather than creating a burden on the energy system, actually it's becoming more optimized, then you also need to allow AI to create value within the energy sector. Basically help optimize the decisions from the generation to the transmission to the actual usage. And if I take this energy system as an example, basically currently in very few countries in the world, you can see basically cooperation, data exchange, IP exchange across the different steps of the value chain. This would be essential, and if it is allowed through policies, through protocols, like when we first started the internet with TCP/IP, then the vertical models can create much more significant value that would allow, as a big example, the energy sector to optimize its income and will allow the AI algorithms not only to consume less energy by themselves, but also to help the energy sector itself, I would say, optimize its output and become greener.
Thank you. Very interesting. So at the end of the day, we need to move from the lose-lose game to the win-win game, right? And you mentioned some keywords that I'm sure Yona will talk about: optimization, cooperation. So that's a very interesting segue. Let me just make one remark on the open source and the openness, on the open solutions. That is very interesting. We witnessed the concrete global example during the pandemic, right? When the scientists decided to went open, the vaccines were produced in a record time in human history. So here, mutatis mutandis, we need to use the same logic to fix this huge problem. So, Yona, in Tino, it's correct?
It's Dino.
Okay, sorry about that. So Yona is a postdoctoral researcher in computer vision and machine learning at the Queen Mary University in London. And you work with RIDO project, which focuses on reliable and optimized AI, again, the word. So again, can you walk us through the specific use case from the project where you managed to show this connection with the efficiency and so on? Over to you.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to be here. So, as you said, RIDO stands for Reliable AI in Data Optimization. And what we're trying to do is to be a bit more conscious when we develop AI models on the energy consumptions that their models are going to use. And by the end of the project, we will have developed a platform that we are going to test it against for real-life use cases. We call it pilots, and that they are spanning different domains. This can be robotics, healthcare, smart farming, and critical infrastructure. Today, we will focus in one specific domain, which is the energy grid, and we're working with two companies from Greece. One is an energy company, the National Energy Company, which is called PPC, and the other is like a research center called CERF. So what we want to do with them is to develop an optimized model for day-ahead forecasting of energy demand and supply, particularly in smart homes, so that they have a microgrid. And what we were given was a big time series model that would predict the energy demand of small electronic devices that we have in our house, including, let's say, a light bulb. The problem with this model was that it was a bit big. It was very good in accuracy, but it was quite big, and it would need quite often retraining because, as you know, when we calculate the energy consumption of a device, this is dependent on the seasonality, this is dependent on the different habits that someone can have in a house. And what we did was simply knowledge distillation. We took this model and we used it as a teacher to train a smaller model to produce more or less same results. It was quite close in accuracy, but we reduced the number of parameters to 60%. So we got a much smaller model, we call it the student now, that has more or less the same performance, and we got several benefits from this process. First, we have a smaller model that consumes much smaller energy. Secondly, this model is easier to deploy in small devices, as we discussed before in the panel, right? Which is very critical because then you can democratize the access to AI to a lot of houses, right? Because if you have a small model, you can deploy it much easier. And also, by maintaining the accuracy, we somehow help these companies have a more accurate forecast of the energy demand that they will be around. And in that way, they can consume or they produce energy having this into their mind. So we are happy with this, and we hope that we will help also the rest of the pilots get good models and have good results.
Thank you. Fascinating. And so it's also a bit about evidence-based next steps, either for the companies or for policy making. I remember a few years ago, before the AI times, but already in the open data environment, a Ministry of Energy of a particular country launched a hackathon with open data so that people could help to improve the efficiency of energy consumption and so on in the public sector. So transparency always sheds light, sometimes in very funny ways. And after they did the hackathon and the people did run the models and so on, they found out that the ministry that consumed more energy in that country was the Ministry of Energy and Environment, which was a big shame for them. But then they actually implemented some very concrete policies to resolve these issues. So that's also interesting. We need to connect these conversations with the conversation of transparency and accountability and so on, right? So Mark, last but not least, Mark Gachara is a senior advisor, Global Public Policy Engagements at the Mozilla Foundation. And we are going to get back to the conversation, I guess, of open source, because Mozilla has a long experience on that. This mission of Mozilla that was always a beacon in summer conversations in the internet environment, how you guys are looking into these new challenges now, and particularly the ones we are discussing in this panel. Over to you and welcome.
Thank you so much. Actually, to kind of build upon what you've just shared, which is very important, I would go back to the definition of trustworthy AI. So what has happened, more has been, we think of trustworthy AI in terms of other dimensions, in terms of governance, but we do not think about the transparency in terms of disclosure on the AI life cycle of how much energy is being consumed. So we think about, let me say, human rights, which is very important. We should not harm people. We should think about the socioeconomic impact. But we don't think about how we are harming the environment in that, and it is a bit opaque in that area. So as Mozilla, one of the things that we've been trying to work on since 2023 is to think about the transparency of how much energy are we consuming. So concertedly from last year, we ran a fund, a challenge where we had a number of grantees think about this particular area. We had, for example, an organization from France called Code Carbon. And within this theme of environmental justice, they were thinking about, when I write code, how much energy am I using? Because at the end of the day, fossil fuels are used to generate the energy. So a developer can actually optimize their code. And it's an open source project that's available that people can access when they are building or using Python tools. Then we also have in the US Methane Mapper. What they did is they did airborne hyperspectral images that detect emissions. So we do not rely on maybe a self-assessment or a self-disclosure, but rather we are kind of doing imaging and using AI to kind of detect where are leaks before they harm the environment. These are just examples of practical use cases that are measuring, because in management they have told us if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. Probably you also can't manage the risk. So I think being able to run this kind of action research that can talk to policy eventually, then sheds light to make like environmental justice part of a core definition of how we roll out AI solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Super interesting. And if I hear you correctly, there are two important issues. There may be a energy efficiency AI by design, right? From the moment you are writing the code, which is an interesting story also from the human rights perspective, to be by design, but also the capacity of having decent risk assessments for these things. So now what's going to happen, we are going to have a second round here, very quickly, ping pong, and then we are going to open to you. So please start thinking about your questions to these fantastic people here. Mario, you are also the regulator, and regulators can use sticks, but they also can use carrots. Yeah. So I guess my question for you is about the carrots.
Thank you. I'll try to connect some dots, and my answer I have three answers for this, but I want to connect. I fully agree with the other panelists, with Adam. The first one is education, and I connect with the answer from Adam. We are writing with public consultation guidelines for AI adoption, AI procurement, and AI development. So think about public administration. In Italy, we have 23,000 public administration. Everyone must adopt. Everyone must do procurement. Some of them must develop. I think ministries like environment and energy, of course, but also the National Institute for Welfare. And what Adam was saying before is also about the interaction between cloud and edge computing. This is important. But we have also other challenges, and I'm thinking about the energy model, about which are the challenges now for a good use of artificial intelligence, data quality, and breaking the silos. These 2 points are really important for us. So the first answer is education, collaboration, sharing, new questions about what can I do with my data and with my data quality. What can I do about the cloud and the edge services I can develop? The second one, and the Agency for Digital Italy is working on it, is the Open Innovation Framework, okay? It's about new applications, not the classic tender about buying something, but the Open Innovation Framework. So I can enable public administration to carry for planned procedures and facilitate the supply and the demand in a new way. The third one is money. So, so the carrot is money. We are using in Italy a big amount of money from the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. We have 69 billion euros for ecological transition and 13 billion euros for business digitalization. Now we are working on a new framework about tax credit for enterprises for a good start of using AI in the small and medium enterprises.
Thank you very much. This is fascinating, and also finishing with the money always gives people some hope. But I wanted to underline the aspect of procurement, because in 99% of the UN member states, the public sector is still the biggest single buyer. So if we can have decent procurement policies, is already a lot, right? So congrats on that. Marco, on your side of the story, with your experience, if you can tell us what are the key enablers for this story, right? So what are the drivers? If someone needs to start looking into that, the policymakers and the scientists, what would you suggest to start looking into it?
Sure. So you said you wanted concrete, suggestions, so I'm going to be very concrete and practical. So the first one is investing in local capacity building in embedded AI. So capacity building has been mentioned many, many times in the last, few days. But I would say the new aspect from my side is to give priority to funding for curricula that is co-developed with global partners. So, not reinventing the wheel, but using existing and open curricula, such as the one that we developed with the TinyML academic network, which is completely open and can be reused. The second one is to promote open low-cost infrastructure for TinyML deployment. So people need to have these devices in their hands, and very often that's not easy. So, subsidizing the access to these open source TinyML tools and low power hardware would be extremely useful, because of course this lowers the barriers, the entry barriers, and stimulates local innovation with these, SDG-related challenges. The third one is to integrate TinyML into national digital and innovation strategies. So people, when they design a strategy, please don't forget that you also have this kind of alternative model of really tiny devices running AI. So that's, a component that should be included. Next one is to fund context-aware pilot projects in key development sectors. We heard from Mozilla about, funding kind of pilots and, testing new solution. Well, that's possible for TinyML. Again, we have seen many, many interesting applications, so funding even more would be extremely useful. And finally, facilitating regional collaboration and knowledge sharing. So we had few activities which were tailored for specific regions, with the idea that people from the same region have the same issues, and that has been extremely successful. So supporting this south-to-south collaboration and focusing on specific regions so that they can use TinyML to solve their common issues.
Super, very interesting. So co-working in many levels, right, as you said, but also interesting because been participating in several discussions about the DPIs, digital public infrastructure, or also public interest infrastructures. And to be honest, I have not been hearing a lot about what you were saying. So I think it's an interesting way also to connect the dots if this can be more and more presented, right, as a potential solution. So Adam, let me get back to you now. I know that from where you are sitting in the Boston Consulting Group, you are also looking into governance models for this issue. So what are key features there of, obviously in 3 minutes, it's always a challenge, but that you can tell us on the governance side of the story?
Yeah, very clear. It is, I think we've been mainly looking at basically how to inspire what is the right governance for a systems level change to basically push forward, accelerate the adoption of open source, data sharing, intellectual wealth sharing across different systems. And I think the most important thing and is to have I would say the right policies and the right sharing protocols across every industry. To be very well designed, well enforced, as you said before, with the carrot and the stick at the same time. It is also very important to make sure that the different players are actually incentivized to adopt. And actually, as Mario was saying also earlier, have the right, I would say, set up the right regulatory reference for them to adopt on their own level, and then afterwards also sharing the outcomes, the insights, the data with others. We have faced so many difficulties in so many sectors while trying to apply AI applications, whether it's generative or whether it's other techniques with facing the current regulation. The cloud is one, basically having the proper data governance, data classification, understanding what is sensitive, what should be on the cloud, what should not be on the cloud, and under which levels or layers of security. Even worse in several countries, and specifically emerging countries that basically do not have hyperscalers or do not have actual physical wealth of data centers implemented locally, and to have actual regulation against the data traveling, their data traveling cross-border, wouldn't even allow I would say the prompts, the queries that would go up to query foundational models or other models that are sitting in the cloud somewhere outside of the country. So regulating this, what type of prompts should travel? It should actually cross the border, which ones shouldn't, and for which you maybe need to go for local alternatives that are more focused and smaller models, maybe less efficient, but you start there until the regulation evolves is something that is very, very important. But I mean, after all, what is really, really important is to have certain rules across the players in a value chain about what they can share, in which format, and what are the, I would say, the rights and responsibilities that go with it as it moves through the value chain, and for them to believe that actually sharing is a win-win situation. It is not the opposite of, I would say, a free market, I would say, competitiveness and keeping your intellectual property and conserving your competitiveness. It actually contributes to it. It gives you a wealth of information on top of which, a layer on top of which you can develop a competitive edge.
Thank you. Very, very interesting. And again, I guess Marco was with me yesterday on another panel about AI, and the issue of standardization and rules appeared a lot, right? So we will need to deal with that rather sooner than later. So, Iona, again, as you noticed, the second round is a lot about lessons learned and insights for the different stakeholders. So in your case, what you would tell to policymakers from the perspective of you are doing in RIDO? What are key lessons to share with them?
So, as you said, I have more of a technical background, right? So I think that one of the key lessons that I have learned from RIDO or working as an AI developer is that sustainable AI is not going to emerge by default. We need to incentivize. It needs to be actively supported. And the reason that even when I train a model, I will opt for a bigger model, I will opt for more data, is the way we are actually measuring success, which is measured by accuracy. So if we are measuring everything by accuracy and sometimes we neglect the cost that comes with accuracy, we might consume way more energy than what is actually needed. Like in some cases, a small improvement comes with a huge increase in energy, and we will we have to be careful with this trade-off. And I think that one of the first steps that we need to do is to actually simply assess how much energy is used in widely used public models. And what I mean is that I will give you a concrete example, right? There is now GPT-4 or there is DeepSeek that they might have 70 billion parameters and they consume massive amounts of electricity during training and during inference. But we don't really know how much energy is used when we put a simple prompt on ChatGPT. We are not aware of this. So I think that we should start by having some transparency in the way we report energy. So by simply developing evaluation standards at prompt level, it will be a great first step because it will will develop awareness and transparency. And after this, we can see what can be done with this. But without having the knowledge of how much energy is actually used, I think we cannot focus on legislation, right?
Super. Of course, I mean, it's very important that because the transparency generates the evidence that is needed, right? Yeah. And it's a good segue for you, yeah, Mark, because the question for you was precisely how the civil society can be even stronger in demanding more transparency and accountability for these companies.
Yeah, so I will answer the question in two parts. I will start with the things that as Mozilla we see are missing. So right now there's a lot of money going into climate or smart agriculture or climate AI solutions, but it's to make them more efficient, more effective, as opposed to how do we mitigate the harms that they are causing, and Iona has just mentioned a little bit about that. So it is important from our end to think about how the solutions we build can prevent. They can also improve transparency, and then they can make also it more visible over the impact on the environment over the work that you're doing. And this could come through policy work, through research, and also strengthening community work, like strengthening community, civil society organizations that are working with communities on the ground. And I'll give an example of somebody that we worked with last year, but this is ongoing. So in Kilifi, Kenya, we have the Center for Justice, Governance and Environmental Action. They are working on climate justice issues, and there is plans in Kenya to build a nuclear reactor somewhere in Kilifi in the sea. And one of the things that this CSO did was to do an ecological mapping of an area in the Indian Ocean. And they used AI to do this. And they have come up with a report, and they are saying that we think that this is ill-advised. And they've given the reasons why it's ill-advised. We should actually be focusing on using renewable energy sources, because Kenya is a net producer of renewable energy. So this is what civil society can do, for example. They are pushing back. It's still work in progress right now, but you can generate evidence to be able to do advocacy. Unfortunately, once the ship has left the dock, for civil society, you are left trying to push back, which is unfortunate. But again, I come back to the three things. How do we use such kind of evidence to advise policy? How can we do action research? And how do we put money into preventive, into making these issues more transparent, so that actually the taxpayers and government can actually quantify the issue in front of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting, and also the need to do that in an unfortunate shrinking space for the civil society, and with less funds for this accountability and transparency, including for journalism. So now is the time for you. Questions? Leona, also on the online space, do we have questions for the panel? You have two mics here. I know that this setting looks, we are very distant, but we welcome your thoughts and questions. And Leona, from the online, I don't know if you are hearing us. Sorry.
Yes, hi. No questions yet.
So while maybe you guys are getting less shy, can I ask you, Leona, to be on the screen and give us a teaser of 1 minute about the report that we are going to launch soon about these issues?
Yes, hi. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, great. Great to see all of the panelists here, and thank you so much for joining. And I think just to also echo UNESCO's work and really our work on being a laboratory of ideas, and also trying to push the envelope on actually being able to define what do we mean by all these sustainable, low resource energy efficient solutions. So we've been doing this research in partnership with the University College of London, where we're doing experiments actually looking at how can we optimize the inference phase, right, of AI. So inference is what other colleagues have mentioned, is when we are interacting with these systems. But really what we are uncovering is, and I really love this conversation so far, because most of you have really echoed the need to be more efficient, climate conscious, and looking at AI in a smaller, stronger, smarter way. So here we're looking at energy efficient techniques, such as, optimizing the models, making them smaller with quantization, distillation, all of these technical things. But what we are really seeing here is that these different experiments that we've done actually make the models smaller and also just more efficient and better performing. And what that means, especially for stakeholders working in low resource settings, right, where you have limited access to compute and infrastructure, these types of models are made more accessible to you. And so it's really also part of the answering the question, you know, what type of model, what type of AI do we need for the right type of job, right? So also trying to demystify the talk that, you know, bigger is better. It's not necessarily better, right? So also as we're seeing now in terms of, you know, all these large language models are power hungry and water thirsty. So, you know, here's where we're trying to, you know, merge two things together. So one is very technical research, how we're able to translate that in a policy setting, what it means for policymakers if you're thinking about exactly developing, deploying, procuring AI systems for your use cases. So if we're able to, by presenting evidence, try to move the needle by promoting more eco-conscious AI choices, right, and model usage, then I think that's one very concrete start to actually have this bigger push to look very concretely on what it means to use smaller and smarter AI. And so actually also in the chat, we're going to put here a sign up link. So all of you will be notified when we launch this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Leona, for the teaser, and I strongly recommend you'll see the report. By the way, is also beautifully designed by one of our colleagues that is an expert in designing. So it try to shows also through cartoons, etc., in a user-friendly way some of these issues that are sometimes complex to understand. Questions from here? Otherwise, I have Brent. Jan, please take a mic.
Hello, my name is Jan Dublinski. I work for DW Academy in media development under the roof of Deutsche Welle. But I'm also a former, in my earlier life, I was a science journalist. That's 10 years ago. And I'm used to hearing new things. And I must say, I'm thinking while I talk, because most of what you told us is new to me. So that's really exciting. And congratulations for the report and putting together the panel the way you have done. And I'm trying to remember other technological revolutions we've seen in the past and how they could be made more transparent. Like, I don't know, heating systems in houses. You know, in Germany we have passes for every house where you can see how energy efficient a house is, and it's obligatory in the EU, I think. And I think we can think of many other technologies where we made, step by step, made it more transparent to then actually see what it means so people take conscious decisions. And that's why I'm really glad, Guillaume, that you stressed the transparency issue. But of course, next thought I have is we also trade carbon as a negative good, right? So we force the industry to become more efficient by giving them certificates on their carbon emissions. And I wonder, by everything you know now so far about this topic, do you think we can take transparency on energy consumption by AI this far that we can one day actually trade the right to consume energy on behalf of with AI technologies, and by that way force the industry to develop more small models and be really conscious of whether, as you say, we really need to take the last step that will be very expensive to get the very extreme accuracy that we might not need. So, in a way to advance in the direction that you all point to. Maybe our colleague from Boston Consulting Group has ideas on this as he's looking at the overarching strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. So we have 5 minutes and 39 seconds. So it's 1 minute per person to interact with Jan's question, and I'll maybe already offer us one takeaway. And maybe if you don't necessarily want to interact with Jan's questions, I would ask you something related to what he said. What are the questions you think science journalists should be asking about this issue? So, Mari, over to you.
Well, in 1 minute is very tricky, but I'll try. I think that the key words are related. So we have sustainability, calls for transparency, calls for awareness, calls for policies, also government policies. And I think that the good question is not when, but now we must think about sustainability, energy consumption, and the AI potential, the potential for AI to displace jobs. Everything is related. We cannot think about energy consumption without job losses. Okay, so I think that the journalist can ask for a solution to job losses, energy consumption, awareness from people. It's very complicated. We need 2 hours and not 1 minute.
Thank you, but interesting. And well, that's the job of the journalists to find the time to do it. Marco.
Well, my kind of question would be, what kind of models do we need? So in TinyML, of course, in these small devices, you can only have like models which are very specific to an application. Again, coffee leaves or, turtles. So my point is, do we always need these super wide models that can answer every question we have? Or is it better to focus on models that solve specific issues which are useful for, SDGs or for humanity in general?
Small is beautiful, right? Yeah. There was an article in the New Yorker a few years ago. Fantastic. I recommend, not about this, about overall small is beautiful. Adam, your 1 minute.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. I would reiterate again on what I'm saying. I think, yes, smaller, focused models is something that would create significant value and would be much more optimized. To get there, they need to have access to data that is currently not necessarily out there. And for this to happen, we need to have in place the policy, the governance that would make this happen. Because there isn't a wealth of data out there that would allow this. And honestly, to consume the energy that is required for AI to deliver real value within the systems and value chains that helps develop on the SDGs and help the daily lives is a much more important, I would say, use than consuming this energy for the large models to create videos and images on the internet.
Thank you. Yona?
I think that my question will be, as a researcher, if we focus so much on having smaller models, if we actually neglect all the progress that has been done so far with the large language models, all the revolution that has done so far. But then I guess the answer to this is that task-specific small models have still a great value. And I'm talking about actual value. You see our mobile phones, the technology there is small models because they are bounded from the battery life and the processor that the phone has. We can see that our phones are actually having small task-specific models, meaning that there is still a lot of things to learn, except for the energy part, in terms of science and knowledge and the things that we can achieve as humans from pushing the boundaries of research. So I also think that we should give another type of value on this, which is actually the knowledge and the learning out of this process.
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, on my end, to respond a bit to the question that was asked, the theater of where the most impact of climate is in the global south, and it would be a farmer, it would be indigenous and local communities. So I'd come back and say, like, how do we have funds that support grassroots organizers and indigenous communities to actually build some of these solutions together? It's already been said, like, the problems are really localized and we can focus on local solutions. And then we need to foster funding strategies that could actually look into research and creating science that actually solves these climate solutions with these local communities. And procurement has already been mentioned, which was a good thing, public procurement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We came to the end of this fascinating discussion. I want to personally thank you a lot, each one of you, because I have learned a lot. I hope it was the same with the audience and those online. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Leona, for your online participation. And here, Mario and Marco and Yona and Mark, and for all of you to be listening to us attentively. And let's try to make this a greener world while still trying to have the good benefits of this fantastic digital and AI revolution. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the IGF.
Very good morning and a very good afternoon and very good evening, depending on from where you are connecting, but a very good morning still here to all who have gathered here in beautiful Oslo. Welcome sincerely to our event where we will explore IP and resolving disputes in esports. I'm Richard Frelick from the World Intellectual Property Organization, in short, WIPO, and I will have the pleasure of being your moderator for the next 55 minutes or so. For those who don't know, a quick plug-in, WIPO is the United Nations agency that serves the world's innovators and creators, ensuring that their ideas travel safely to the market and improve lives everywhere. We all are also a forum for addressing cutting-edge IP issues, and of course our data and IP information guide decision makers. And our projects and initiatives and our projects and technical assistance ensure that IP benefits everyone, everywhere. This includes, of course, the video game developers and stakeholders involved in esports, from players to tournament organizers and everyone in between. I will have the pleasure to moderate this event with Alexia, who is joining us online. Alexia, for a moment, over to you.
Thank you very much, Richard, and good morning, everyone. It's great to be with you from Geneva and to join you all in Norway and online. As Richard mentioned, I'm Alexia Gorica from the WIPO Arbitration and Mediation Center, or AMC for short, and it's a real pleasure to join you all today. So I will say more about this later, but just in short here, the AMC is the WIPO Center for Resolving IP and Tech-related Disputes, and this includes more and more cases in the esports space. I'm really happy to co-moderate this session with Richard today, and I look forward to sharing more shortly about how dispute resolution tools can support growth in the industry. So looking forward to a great discussion, and back to you, Richard.
Thanks, Alexia. So a quick overview from my side of what you will hear today. So first, the session will be divided into three parts. First, we'll have a discussion with Sergi and Daniel, who are joining us here on site, on the importance of IP and esports. Second, we'll connect with Rafael to hear about managing IP and esports with an overview around that. And finally, we'll hear back from Alexia, who will tell us about preparing and resolving disputes. You will have the chance to ask questions after our discussion with Sergi and Daniel here on site, and then at the very end, you will also have the opportunity to ask your questions. Let me just start by underlining perhaps one thing, and I love doing it, that IP is at the heart of each video game, and every video game is basically a multiverse of IP. From the music and voice acting to branding and marketing, from the code of the software to the design of the characters, from storytelling and innovative gameplay that shapes the experience, all of it is protected and enabled by IP, ranging from copyright, trademarks, patents, and many, many more. I just mentioned video games themselves, and the topic of our today's session focuses on esports, and this opens another huge and very important dimension on intellectual property. We have with us two excellent panelists today who could probably talk for hours and hours about these issues, but we don't have that much time. Let me quickly introduce them. So first is Sergi, who is head of esports at Video Games Europe, representing the video game industry. Previously, Sergi was co-founder and public affairs vice president on LVP Liga de Videojuegos Profesional. I am very sorry for my Spanish, which it's not there.
It's fine.
Which is the biggest esports company in the Spanish-speaking market, and the chairperson of International Esports Chair at Universitat Católica de Murcia. Daniel, on the other hand, is an IP lawyer with over 20 years of experience. Until end of 23, he served as the head of IP at FIFA, overseeing all IP matters, including global brand protection efforts to all FIFA World Cup tournaments. He's also, of course, a leader in INTA, currently co-chairing the 25 Presidential Task Force, and he leads Albion's Switzerland office as partner and country manager, also co-heading the company's global brand protection business. All right, great to have you here, Sergey and Daniel, for joining us. Thank you for joining us. And let me start with Sergey. Let's kick this off with that endless question. How valuable is IP and the esports ecosystem?
Well, I'm glad that you asked me that question. Well, you've basically mentioned it. Esports are based on the public use and communication of a work that is protected by intellectual property, so the video games themselves. That's the base of esports, the use of a video game. So you can imagine that intellectual property, it's the way first to ensure that esports happen because video games happen. The creators need intellectual property, need the control of over intellectual property to ensure that they can do a series of things. First, recoup the investment that they make into those products, making video games and even more video games that are a service, such as these big multiplayer video games that are used in sports competitions. It's, as you can imagine, not only extremely expensive to produce, but also extremely expensive to keep on going, to maintain. So through intellectual property rights, the creators are able to recoup the financial investment. But it goes further than that. Through IP rights, they also control the way their products are used in these esports competitions. So to ensure that that the games are presented in a way that does not conflict with values, that does not conflict with other objectives. Okay, that the creation is respected. That is also a very important matter. But I will go even further, and this is something that is not super well understood out of the sector. But in contrast with sport, where the rules of sports are owned by no one, they are a collective creation. Okay, so there's no intellectual property over the rules of any sport. The case is that that's not true for esports for the most part. The rules of esports, for the most part, are part of the intellectual property. And I will put an example that I hope it illustrates it in an easy way. No, in the case of FIFA, for example, no, or in the case of football. The national federations will follow international rules to establish the size of a football field and what characteristics it will have. No, I'm not the biggest expert on football, okay, but the size or what marks should be, the goalpost, and so on. Okay. In the case of esports, the playing field, it's an artistic creation. The map where the players are competing, it's not just. It has a double reality as a first, a program, a software that is protected by intellectual property, and then as well a graphic creation so the video game developer or the publisher will decide how the size of it, how it looks, and that's part of a graphic design. Okay. So you can imagine that through IP you also control the rules of the game, which is a very specific thing. So IP is very important for publishers, developers, for the video game companies, but as well for the other stakeholders, tournament organizers, the team organizations, the players, which, of course, on one hand, they have to respect the IP of the creators, but on the other hand, they can also create their own IP, their own brands, their own content, which that alignment with the intellectual property of the video game creators sometimes can bring a series of tensions. But for the most part, is what is bringing the esports sector forward, what is moving it forward, IP.
Thanks, and that's a very good segue for me to still move to the next slide, which gives it a very good overview of a very simplified, although in many ways, because it's much more complex, but it's still a very good first overview of the whole ecosystem and how IP can play its part. So Daniel, could you give us this overview of the different stakeholders that can own IP in esports?
Sure. Thank you, and thanks for having me, and thanks, Sergi, for the very good introduction. And you already talked about, the big and obvious one, that the software, the IP behind it, the graphics, etc., are typically owned by the developers and publishers of the video games. And those are the first ones that people often think about, but there's a whole ecosystem built around it that in esports drives the whole movement, but also the commercial aspects of it. So it being a sport, right, there has to be some kind of competition. And competitions are normally organized in tournaments, leagues, as in regular sports. They might look quite different as regular sports is used to, because often they take place online, etc. However, these competitions have brands, have setups that are protected by intellectual property rights. When it comes to the brands, typically trademarks, that the organizers secure, protect, in order to be able to license them out, but also, as you said, to have control over their product, if you so want to call it. And there can be other aspects if you actually have on-site events where, you might have intellectual property rights in setup of the stages, etc., etc. So that's to tournaments and leagues. They, of course, then also use broadcasting, streaming, which is a separate kind of intellectual property right that is commercialized to create income, and typically in traditional sports, the biggest one actually, how you make sure you can stage your events. Now, if you go to the other side, more on the participant side, there you have the teams and the players. And the teams and the players have over time really evolved into IP powerhouses because they realized, okay, we have an opportunity outside of just through the competition, through prize money, etc., to commercialize our brands and to actually support what we're doing. And that typically also is done through the avenue of trademarks.
Thanks so much. Maybe back to you, Sergi. So as a tournament organizer, what do you need to take into account from an IP perspective, vis-a-vis, especially, for example, of the developers?
Vis-a-vis the video game companies, you have to have the permission to organize and to communicate, to broadcast the tournament at the end of the day. From that ownership, the rest of the chain value is created. So you not only need the permission in the form usually of a license to play a video game. So, most players would not be that aware. They are aware from a subconscious way that you have to tick, yes, nobody really reads, except for lawyers, nobody really reads the whole end user license agreement, but actually you need to agree to a series of things that give you the permission to use that video game, and that extends for the whole sector. You need a license or a permission, either tacit or explicit, to publicly communicate the game, which means to organize a tournament. You needed to broadcast it. You needed to create content around it, to exploit it in any way. So there's, though, quite a bit of a difference between what would be commercial, professional tournament organizers and what would be community, grassroots tournament organizers. No? Because, and this is generally speaking, because at the end of the day, every company may have a different policy, and it goes worse than that. Every company may have a different policy for different games in different territories. So this makes the landscape a bit tricky and complicated to navigate sometimes. But generally speaking, for all that is community tournaments, grassroots tournaments, many companies have automatic licenses that allow you to use that video game and to broadcast that video game without any explicit permission. You just need to follow a series of very basic conditions, like, for example, I don't know, so if you are giving prizes, you cannot give prices higher than a specific quantity, or you cannot commercialize that on television, for example. Okay, something very basic. That has a double objective. On one hand, you are creating your own community. You are building it on, and on the other hand, it's free marketing as well for your video game. For commercial tournament organizers, things tend to be a bit quite different. Okay, and also generally speaking, there are different tiers or types of licenses depending on the origin and the size of the tournament. So again, I'm generalizing because every case is different. But for tournaments that, for example, have a price that goes between one quantity and another, and that are shown on free platforms on the internet, that are not organizing any live event, or they are not having ticketing, for example, so automatic licenses may apply as well. But the bigger a tournament and for example, the more international it gets, usually the more explicit that needs to be the license, to the point that for the bigger ones, you need to actually negotiate a specific contract with the video game company. Again, this may vary from company to company, from game to game, and territory to territory, but this is, generally speaking, what tournament organizers have to have in mind, that they need to have some kind of permission to operate their tournaments.
Thanks. And by the way, another thing comes to my mind when I see some of the amazing shows, which are being the tournaments themselves, with the stages, with musicians, with the cups themselves being designed by famous companies, and all these things, by the way, are also going to be protected by intellectual property. So that amazing music we can hear during the tournament, that the amazing design, whether virtual or real, can also be protected by various IP rights. And of course, then we move to the teams and the players themselves, which are an important part, of course, of the ecosystem, and they do own IP rights. And Daniel, can I turn to you about that?
Sure, yeah, and you're right. I mean, the teams and the players, especially in recent years, have become much more professional in how they can go about using their brands that they've built over the years, and making sure that they are self-sustained also, that they don't rely that much on maybe the publishers and the developers, apart from, what they're playing, of course, but they're brands of their own right. They use that, especially teams, or it started with the teams more, but in recent years, as in regular sport again, shifted a lot to players also, as they became more notorious. And they realized, okay, we should engage in protecting our IP, because it's important in brand building and in commercialization that you can get sponsorships, you can have licensing deals, that on the other side, your partners see, oh, you're doing something about it, and you have some kind of exclusivity. You've seen it a lot with some of the players, and probably the most prominent one who really went full throttle and realized what he can do with his brand, Tyler Bevan's Ninja, who started very early on to protect his IP, mainly through trademark registrations. He has, for a one person, I think about 25 registrations, which is not bad, that range from what he does, entertainment in the end, because largely his income comes from endorsement deals, from streaming on Twitch, etc., but also clothing, merchandise. He does not only have a trademark in his name, Ninja, or his game tag, he has a logo, has an additional logo for his company, but also in a claim time in that he uses a lot to exemplify how much time he puts into his craft. So he did protect all this, also to make sure, and it's, I think, very important, especially in esports or in gaming overall, that most of it happens online. There's a lot of other people that would like to benefit off of this, and you as the player can then at least control how your brand is used and act against imposters. You know, if somebody's impersonating you, has their own social media accounts up, runs their own Twitch streams, and people might think it's you, of course, looking for followers, you can shut that down pretty quickly if you have the tools in place, which, again, are based on IP.
And we are seeing lately even something that I find quite fascinating on the topic of teams and players is that up until now, or since recently, the intellectual property of the games and the intellectual property of the players did not interact that much, except at the time of playing, or except at the time of broadcasting and so on. But now we are seeing how teams and players' IP is even introduced inside the games. And for example, we've seen how this is mostly, of course, for the top tier of competitions, but how teams may have their brands applied to cosmetics inside games. So their fans can play the video game using a skin as a cosmetic for their character, for their tools, their weapons, that it's branded with their favorite team brand. Okay, so this is a recent development, but even more, we are also seeing how the brands in the form of name tags and likenesses of video game players are also being put inside the video games. One, probably the best example is in the case of League of Legends with Faker, which is traditionally considered the best ever League of Legends players in history, how his likenesses has been put in skins inside the video game. How can you buy Faker inside the video game as a skin? So this is something that I find that it's very unique of the esports ecosystem. It has also been applied more generally in video gameplay with influencers, with streamers in games such as Fortnite and others. But in the case specific of professional esports players and teams, this is something that is pushing as well forward the economy of the whole ecosystem. Before, for the most part, and it still is, the economy of esports is very much based into advertising and sponsorship, but now is diversifying also in this way that is using the intellectual property of teams and players.
No, thanks. And just for me to do this a bit of a shameless plug as well, in a way. So by using many of WIPO's services, the players, wherever they are in the world, they can really more easily and cost effectively, by the way, protect their brands through, for example, the Madrid system, which is based on an international treaty agreed by many countries. So there's a lot of tools out there that can be used to protect your brands as a player, as a team. But of course, this goes way beyond. I promised a moment of seeing if there's any questions from the audience, and that is the moment where I'm looking at all the participants here in Oslo, sorry, not in Oslo, in Norway, but as well as looking online. And if there are no currently questions. I'm gathering that everybody is thinking on all the things they want to ask until the very end. We'll also have a moment for that. And in that case, let me still turn now to Alexia, who will moderate a part of the event down the road now. Alexia, over to you.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you everyone for the great discussion so far. So we will now turn to the second part of our session, where we will hear a bit more about how IP is managed in the esports space. For that, I'm very happy to welcome my colleague Rafael Ferraz-Vázquez, the legal officer at WIPO's Copyright Law Division. Rafael has worked on copyright and digital content issues at WIPO for over 10 years. And he's joining us online today to talk about how copyright and IP rights are applied, licensed, and sometimes even challenged in the world of esports. So over to you, Rafael. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexia, and thanks to you and Richard for moderating the session. It's a pleasure to share this panel with Sergio and Daniel. So, as we already heard, the video game is at the center of the esports activity. Even also now, we have a number of growing IP from other stakeholders, right? Such as tournament organizer that might register their trademark, the players that might seek protection for IP for some of their content that it has a growing commercial value. So esports, although again the video game is a fundamental requirement and it has a multitude of IP protecting this content from different elements of the video game in order to ensure that this multi-million investment not only in creating but curating and maintaining this video game to enable the esports activity leads to a number of IP that those stakeholders might sometimes find themselves on asking themselves on how to harmonize the different ownership, the different IP in an esports event. So the very basic thing is that everyone that is part of this esports environment needs to have clear and specific understanding of the conditions on especially the commercial activities that they undertake in esports, be it, for example, a content creator, be a tournament organizer, or even a sponsor and brands. So for players, it's very important to understand that the fact that they acquire a license to play the video game as a consumer, as a user, does not mean that they can undertake a lot of different acts within the esports activity. And they need to make sure that when they go beyond playing the video game in their private environment, that they understand the acts that they are doing from an IP perspective and even from a business perspective, right? So if they, for example, associate themselves and stream and have sponsorship over their activities, that might trigger conditions that they are not allowed to undertake without the authorization of the publisher or the video game company. So this is very important, as the number of content creators related to esports and video games in general is growing significantly, especially in around the world. And also the importance of the commercial significance of those activities are also growing as the fan base continues to expand. And of course, sponsors and brands also like to jump in the opportunity to communicate to this fan base that are highly involved in the esports. So with the growth of esports, a number of team organizations and tournament organizers are involved and also protecting the IP and managing the IP around esports. Some of those activities are authorized by the video game publishers, and here he mentioned that it varies according to the publisher, to the right owner, and also to the territory, to the video game, and even to the type of activity. Some of those activities, especially if they have a community aspect and with lower commercial significance, they are actually allowed, and that is made clear in the website of the publisher, where they say the conditions where the organization of the tournament is already allowed without the need to ask for further authorization. So those small tournaments are mostly allowed, and if someone is organizing a tournament, they need to seek and understand those conditions in order to apply in practice. In other conditions, there is a way to seek that authorization, and there are preconditions to facilitate the authorization from a publisher. So certainly we see that a number of video game publishers and the right owners, of course, would like to foster the development of esports around the world. And in some cases, it's quite straightforward for stakeholders to actually obtain and ensure that they are following and respecting the IP rights of the video game publishers, with the conditions being very clear in terms of participation, in price, in broadcasting, streaming, and in the type of sponsorship that the tournament organizer might have. So this is also important for those stakeholders that engage into commercial relationship with sponsors or brands in order to avoid infringement that can actually be very, can bring a damage either to the team, the player, and the other tournament organizer in case there is a lack of authorization that leads, for example, for the cancellation of a tournament or for an IP infringement on the part of one of those stakeholders. And having said that, being protected by IP rights that are owned by those that created the video game, there's a number of relationships between the different stakeholders of the esports environment, from the publisher to developer that created and maintained, for example, the servers of the video game, to the players, teams, tournament organizers, sponsors, brands. And they all have, of course, enter into contractual relationships in order to enable this exploitation of the different business models in the esports. For example, in entering or fostering different business models such as sponsoring and advertising, and this could be a number of different sponsorships, from sponsorship to the tournament, sponsorship to teams, private personal sponsorships to players, and so on. You also have, of course, the possibility of merchandising, the broadcasting and streaming, and cases where there is agreement related to data involved in the esports. And as I mentioned, depending on the conditions of those agreements and the characteristics of the business models, or how the video game is being used in that business model, either the IP of the video game is not used, or used according to one of those licenses that are pre-approved by the publisher, or the right owner of that IP will need, of course, to authorize the exploitation of their IP rights, some of the exploitation of their IP rights, establishing, of course, the conditions. And here, the typical conditions in IP contracts, such as the territory, the time, another type of conditions, such as remuneration, and so on, will need to remain clear for those involved in the exploitation and authorization of those IP rights. And again, as esports become more and more relevant around the world, especially with different activities and tournaments being created and expanded. It's important that everybody involved in the esports understands the consequences, the importance, and also how to manage the IP in order to successfully exploit the esport activity. And that's why we're at WIPO, with a partnership with the Video Game Europe, who are looking to make it clear, for example, for players and tournament organizers on how to manage that IP in a successful way to foster business models and to foster the continuation of the expansion of esports around the world. So in terms of players and managing the IP, there are a number of key issues, for example, to understand the content ownership and licensing, the issues of monetization and revenue sharing, for example, the cases of foreign art and game modifications, and of course, understanding when it is an authorized use of material protected by copyright from the video game, and the cases of trademark infringement, trademark that is, of course, very much important for brands and sponsors, right? And from the perspective of tournament organizers, a number of key elements that are important from them related to IP is, of course, to secure the license to use the video game in the way that they had foreseen in the tournament, to develop a proactive IP strategy, not to, of course, have last-minute problems because they did not obtain the authorization for the type of uses they foreseen, to have contracts in place, and of course, by the time all those stakeholders beyond the video game publisher also protect the IP, become right owners of IP, of course, they also start to have an interest in protecting the IP and in enforcing to avoid that other stakeholders use the IP without the authorization. For example, a tournament organizer might have the interest to control the trademark of the name of the tournament to avoid that third parties, for example, associate themselves with the tournament without being true. So those those two stakeholders will, the teams and players and the tournament organizer will certainly benefit from the upcoming publication that we are finalizing between WIPO and Video Game Europe. I hope all of you have access to that in the near future. And of course, I'm available for any question you might have. Back to you, Alexia.
Thank you, Rafael. So I will take the next few minutes to talk about, as you may have seen in the schedule, how we can prepare for disputes in games and the esports sector in general, and how we can resolve them better. I will continue along the same vein as Rafael, and I will mention some tools also that WIPO makes available for stakeholders to use. But let me start with a quick observation. I mean, all the speakers have mentioned so far along several lines that we're talking here about an industry that moves fast, faster than most really, an industry that nowadays is almost 100% digital, and it's deeply collaborative. So let me add to that we're also talking about an industry where conflicts are inevitable. Now, in many industries, when there is a dispute, the first instinct is to go to court. But in games and esports competitions in particular, this is not always the best option, and often it is not a realistic option for reasons that have already been mentioned so far, let me add. So there are a few reasons for that. We have discussed quite extensively that this is a global industry, so studios, platforms, players, and organizers often work across borders or even fully online, as Daniel mentioned. So that creates confusion over which country's courts will have jurisdiction or even on which law applies. We can have, let's say, a developer in Tokyo, a publisher in LA, a player in Germany, a tournament which took place fully online. So the question arises, where would you even file a claim in the case that there is a dispute? Second, court proceedings take time. So in most jurisdictions, they can last for years. And by the time a judgment is issued, the game or the competition in that case might already be in its next season or no longer relevant. Moreover, courts may not always have the specialized knowledge, so we may encounter judges in jurisdictions that do not fully understand the technical or commercial realities of the industry, about which the previous speakers have already talked. And finally, litigation is often costly. So for indie studios, for example, or mid-sized tournament organizers, or even individual streamers or players, pursuing a claim in court may not be a viable option at all. So in short, litigation can be slow, sometimes too expensive, other times too complex, or too rigid even for what the sector needs. And this is where alternative dispute resolution, or ADR, may come in as a more realistic option. I mentioned already in the beginning that I work with a arbitration and mediation center of WIPO. So here we have worked for quite a few years, for almost 30 years now, on resolving IP and tech-related disputes through ADR. ADR may encompass a variety of methods, so we talk about mediation, arbitration, expert determination. I will not delve into the specifics of its procedure. Suffice to say here that we have also noticed with these years of experience that games and esports in particular bring unique challenges. And this is why we identified the need for tools that are even more specialized. And this is where a new tool comes in that is called the International Games and Esports Tribunal, or IGET. So IGET is a relatively infant initiative by the a joint initiative by WIPO and the Esports Integrity Commission, or ESIC. It's a sector-specific ADR framework that we created following also consultations with stakeholders from across the industry. So contrary to what I mentioned a few minutes ago about court litigation, and contrary to what applies on ADR in general, if I may say, there are some things that make IGET different and perhaps a bit more suitable for disputes that may arise here. So first of all, we have put together a specific rule set, which draws inspiration to a great extent from the WIPO ADR rules that have been in place for a couple of years, but adapted specifically for games and esports. So we have tried to reflect there the realities of digital content, licensing models, cross-border activities, and platform-based ecosystems in particular. Moreover, the cases that are brought for resolution before IGET are handled by neutrals with knowledge of the sector. So we have put together a list of arbitrators, of mediators, and experts, which have been selected not only by virtue of their legal skills, but also based on their industry-specific expertise. The proceedings are also confidential to a great extent, which may matter a lot, as you understand, in an industry where the reputational risks are quite high. And they are also flexible in the sense that based on what the parties tell us, we can have fast-tracked proceedings, proceedings that take place fully online, and in general, proceedings that are adapted a little bit to match the scale of the dispute and the subject matter at hand. Moreover, we have tried to put together the proceedings in the way that are cost-effective and accessible. I mean, I mentioned already that this is a not-for-profit initiative, and the costs are usually scaled based on the nature of the dispute and the value of the subject matter that is brought for resolution. We try to encourage the conduct of the proceedings fully online, especially when parties come from all over the world. And that encompasses the filing of the case, to the hearings, to the resolution. which is also another factor that can keep the barriers quite low. And lastly, and maybe most importantly, if I may say, the IGF offers a forum that is neutral and international, and also avoids to some extent the risks and the uncertainties even of going to court in foreign jurisdictions. Now, that in terms of the proceedings. In terms of subject matter, we have tried to design a forum that will be able to handle basically all types of disputes that may arise in the industry. So we talk, of course, about IP-related disputes, such as the ones Rafael talked about and the previous speakers, including copyright, licensing, trademarks, characters' rights, etc., etc. Classical commercial issues, such as revenue sharing, merchandising, or sponsorships. Contractual disputes, and here we see quite a few disputes which involve players and teams, or players and tournament organizers. Platform-related issues also, such as issues pertaining to streaming or takedowns, content removal, etc., etc. And what we characterize are stricto sensu competitive or integrity-related issues, where we have leveraged quite a lot the experience that the Esports Integrity Commission brought to the table, because we, as the part of WIPO and the AMC, as you understand, brought the biggest chunk of expertise when it comes to IP and commercial issues. So, to circle a bit back and to wrap up what I wanted to say, I mean, you saw in the title of my presentation that we talked about preparing for the resolution of disputes as well. So, in all honesty, I mean, you understand already by the multiplicity of stakeholders involved, like disputes will happen. And that is also part of doing business, not only in the esports field, but in general. But if we are smart about preparation, we can make sure that they're handled quickly, fairly, and with the right expertise. So my first advice is simple, that preparation is key. Stakeholders need not wait for a conflict to appear before thinking about the resolution. Being proactive, using clear contracts, which include clear dispute resolution clauses, and in particular, clear ADR clauses, is key. Dispute resolution clauses that will specify where the disputes will be resolved, under what rules, in what language. To that end, for example, we as a WIPO AMC, but also IGF, provide model clauses that the users can easily adapt. It's also important for stakeholders to know their options. I mean, I spoke quite a bit about ADR in general and IGF in particular, but it is important for stakeholders to be aware of these options, and in that sense, being able to choose the process that makes more sense. For example, when it comes to ADR, mediation can be great for preserving relationships and reaching a more amicable resolution, while arbitration can be more akin to court litigation and provide a final or binding decision when needed. So, all in all, planning early saves time. It can protect relationships and help projects move forward when there is a disagreement. And that was all on my side. So thank you very much. Looking forward for your questions later on, and I will give the floor back to Richard.
Thank you so much, Alexia, and thank you so much, of course, Rafael. This is the moment we promised to open the floor up also to questions from the audience, both the ones here, both here in, with us, as well as those joining online. I'm first having a look at the room here. If there are any raised hands, there is someone coming up over to the mic.
Hi, my name is Kenneth, and I've previously was with an media and entertainment conglomerate focusing on public policy and government affairs. But I want to ask my question as someone who observed esports tournament and catch streamers live stream. So one of the most common complaints that stands out to me most during their live stream is lamenting about how they couldn't use like copyrighted music, they couldn't use like all those tools, etc., because their video will get demonetized like when they upload to like certain platforms or do their live stream. So my question is, how can the esports ecosystem or the IP community help elevate each other so that the entire ecosystem are more aware about the value of the copyright or intellectual property, so that like, because IP is sort of interlinked, so I guess it's also important for them to understand how limiting one part of the intellectual property could eventually impact, let's say, the income, and especially when, especially esports players might not be there for creation. They just want to have fun or have some economic value. So this mindset going into sort of creation might be different from what we have been looking at for artists or authors. So it would. I would love to have your take on how to increase the awareness, especially when they have such a global reach, and the global reach to young audiences. And when the young people grow up, hear about all those complaints and lamenting about copyright, I don't think it's a good development and prospect for the IP community. So we'd love to have your take on that.
I don't know if this question also connects a bit with the one that we had online. Don't you think so?
Yes, and I can read the question which you also already received online. So EULA's and user license agreements are treated as licenses imposing restrictions on various aspects of the game. These restrictions might not always relate directly to the game's underlying IP, but can include things like requiring permission to upload gameplay video, even if the footage is the player's own, or to organize tournaments. Can these restrictions be considered void, given that EULAs are usually written in a way that an average player would love to have constructive knowledge of the restrictions imposed on them?
So I will start with this final one, which probably I cannot answer because I'm not an IP lawyer. Maybe I don't know if Daniel will be brave enough to, because it's a very, very highly technical. But from a practical point of view, actually, there's not an issue because, as I've mentioned before, for the most part, and I would say it's practically universal, video game companies will allow the use of the game for broadcast reasons and for broadcast, I mean for free online streaming reasons and for community tournaments for free and automatically. You will only face a problem basically if you are, I'm simplifying, but basically if you are commercializing that. And if you are commercializing that, I'm sorry, but you are not just an individual player that is just having fun. Okay, you are planning to have you are basically acting as a business. And on the other hand, if you are doing something that is basically catastrophically bad, I don't know, using, for example, adult content together with the game. Okay, even in that case, it will not apply. It will not directly involve the video game company. It will involve mostly the streaming service. So the question is, I think, from the point of view of theoretical, very interesting, but currently it has very limited practical implications because the players are allowed to do all that, and they are not seeing any issue. And answering to the in-person question here, I think that the situation has changed a lot in the previous 10, 15 years. I think that there's more literacy right now among players, and especially the top tier, and on the topic of intellectual property. As our colleague Rafael from WIPO has mentioned, together with us, with Video Games Europe, we are helping with the publication of a guide for players and tournament organizers, which of course it's aimed mostly to either the non-commercial or the more community-based, or to those that are, let's say, starting a business more than to the elite and to the professional tier. So wrapping up, I think that, or what I would say is that the sector has adapted quite well to a situation where there's a highly engaged community that just wants to share their passion for those games, and that does not feel, I mean, all those licenses, all those issues are actually transparent for them. The issues come when you are trying to mostly when you are trying to make a business out of it.
And maybe adding to that, and I fully agree, we also, in my practice, we don't see a lot of issues when people come and ask, what can we do, right? And then you look into the restrictions that maybe publishers put on their games, it's always about commercialization. It's never, or ethics, right? Or inappropriate behavior. Otherwise, the publishers are aware you're the customer, you're the fan, right? They want to push that, and they also know that you're disseminating their games. You know, you're making them more popular and driving their profit or their community. However, I think there's this weird interaction where a lot of people online will complain about, oh, my stream got shut down for one reason or another. Oh, I only used something that might be protected by IP and suddenly it got taken offline. But people should also be aware, why are you doing it? A lot of them are trying to commercialize. So they have to be aware of IP and the restrictions, because on the flip side, they would use the same reasoning once their business takes off. So there is an interaction between the two. And sometimes, but it can be unfortunate when really people are trying just to have fun, that through automated processes, some IP protection kicks in and just shuts things down. That happens, but there has to be found the right balance, I guess.
I see that Rafael also raised his hand. Rafael, over to you for a moment.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Just along the same lines of Sahi and Daniel mentioned, and I just wanted to thank both questions. I think they're very interesting. Regarding the question in the chat, I just when he mentioned that the end user license agreement restricts some issues that were not really related to IP, I think it's quite the opposite. When we talk about organizing events and streaming, that is very much related to the IP in the game. So tournament organizers will, of course, want to associate themselves with the video game by using the trademark, by using the characters, by using other images and art created for the video game, and that is protected by IP, either by trademark, either by copyright, either by other means. So someone undertakes that, they are using the IP in the video game, and same as broadcasting or streaming the gameplay of the video game, even if it is tolerated in many occasions, as Sahi and Daniel mentioned, is still the use of the IP on the video game, right? The same way that broadcasting a movie or broadcasting a TV show, it's using the IP over that movie or that video show. So it's very much related to the IP, and I think what is clear and what is mentioning in the licenses for user when you purchase a license to play is that what you authorize does not include those activities, but it is very much linked to the IP. And related to the question from the gentleman in the venue, I think it's the same question we came up with. How can we make clear the role and how to better use IP in esports to avoid the pitfalls, for example, for a content creator to have the content demonetized, or for a player to not longer to be able to compete professionally because of an IP infringement, for a tournament organizer to avoid any problem in organizing the events or making agreements with sponsorships and brands. And we hope we're gonna provide at least a partial answer, a partial solution, if not a full solution to that need to bring IP into discussion for the esports community.
Thanks, Rafael. Daniel, I'm sorry, I would love to give you the voice, but I'm very aware of that red clock going almost over time. So before finishing, just let me also underline that one important part always for us in WIPO is that we make sure that everyone everywhere is aware of how they can benefit from intellectual property. And that means also the small game developers from every corner of the world who are developing esports titles. This is the players from all corners of the world who are creating their brands, are making, and they all can and should be very much benefiting from the intellectual property system. So aside from EGET, aside from the upcoming guide, we have also a lot of materials that are available from WIPO, and we are trying to exactly empower those small developers, those small, the beginning players who don't yet have the knowledge on how to protect their brands, how to protect their images. This is something, the materials there, you have the links as well, so I'm putting up that on the screen. And with that, we are past the time. It's 0:00. I'm having the signs being shown. So just let me end by, first of all, thanking my panelists here who have joined us, and of course, thanking also my colleagues from WIPO who have also joined us online. Let me just end by emphasizing and underlining that in WIPO we really continue to provide initiatives that will help all the innovators, all the creators, all the entrepreneurs in esports and beyond. And we look forward to working with all our partners from across the world, from across the industries, to make sure that also everyone everywhere can benefit from IP. Thank you for your participation and looking forward to some coffees. Thanks. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to yet another session on WSIS Plus 20. However, we hopefully today are going to talk about the technical community perspectives on WSIS Plus 20, but also what are the challenges with regards to governance when it comes to the technical architecture. The purpose of today's session really is to provide a framing and a brief understanding on the technical layer of the internet and the technical architecture, its governance, but also the role of the multi-stakeholder model. We also want to sort of spend a little bit of time to sort of address the role of the IGF and maybe try to articulate a positive vision for the IGF as well. We often take the technical underpinning of the internet for granted, and that's with good reason, because the end user doesn't necessarily need to know the actually ins and outs of how the internet works as they navigate the internet. But when it comes to the actual questions around policy and governance, that understanding of what is the actual technical layer and the different components of it are extremely critical. The technical architecture underpinning the internet is definitely not a monolith, but it's actually a set of federated entities, operators, and actors that work together to actually keep the internet running and accessible for all of us. So to help me understand some of these perspectives on what is the technical layer, but also what are the governance parameters, as well as challenges facing the technical layer at the moment, I'm joined by a stellar panel with diverse sets of expertise and perspectives. So I'm joined today, and I'm going to go alphabetically, I'm joined by Chris Chapman, who's a member of the ICANN board, which is the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. I have Joyce Chen, who is the Senior Advisor for Strategic Engagement at APNIC. Also joining us is Ellie McDonald, Policy and Advocacy Lead at Global Partners Digital. We also have our colleague Paulos Niendra joining us online. He is the manager of the country code top-level domain for the country of Malawi, .mw. We're also joined by Israel Rosas, who is the Director for Partnerships and Internet Development at Internet Society. And finally, but not definitely the least, we also have Frode Sorensen, who is the Internet Advisor, the Senior Advisor for Internet Governance at the Norwegian Communications Authority. Alicia Sharif from Nominet, who's also the Policy and Public Affairs Lead, is helping us also moderate the session and has also helped put this session together. So thank you all very much for joining today's session. I really appreciate you taking the time out to speak to us today. We want to keep this session fairly interactive and a bit of a discussion format. We will have two sort of blocks for Q&A, for short, brief Q&A in between the session. So for those of you joining us in person, we have two mics on either side of the room. So please feel free to use that. If you're joining us virtually, please feel free to put your comments in the chat box or in the Q&A pod, and our online moderator Alicia will help us sort of navigate that. So I've provided a very generic and a very broad overview of what is the technical layer. But I really want to turn to my fellow panelists today to really sort of dig into some of the nuances of the technical layer. And I'm going to start with Israel, if you wouldn't mind giving us your perspective, particularly on the standards and the protocol side that make up the internet, particularly given your role at the Internet Society and your interactions with the IETF and Internet Architecture Board. So if you could frame out what is sort of the role of the standards and the protocols community.
No, thank you very much. I think this is a really relevant conversation nowadays that we've seen many organizations from the technical community of the internet participating here. And thank you for framing the question that way, because the Internet Society is a non-profit organization founded in 1992 to support the community of people working on the internet layer at that time. Then we've seen different parts of the internet being developed in different ways. And one particular part is the Internet Engineering Task Force, the Internet Architecture Board. I cannot say that I speak on behalf of them. We've seen some of the members of the IAB are here at the IGF, so if you would like to get in touch with them, they are around the halls. I can see Warren here, and there are some other members. The chair of the IETF is also here. But in general, what I would like to highlight from that part of the technical community is not necessarily the topics, but how that part of the community addresses the multi-stakeholder open conversations. Because something that has been catching my attention these days, that we've been having conversations on the WIS Plus 20 review and like this kind of high-level discussions, is that in some occasions some actors perceive that the IETF or that part of the community should solve something when a problem is identified, for instance. But seeing it as a separate entity, as if you could outsource the work to that entity for that entity to solve it. When in reality what we've seen is that we can all be the IETF in some way. For instance, when discussing this with government officials, we have at the Internet Society, we have a policymakers program where we invite government officials, policymakers, to attend the IETF meetings, to see how the standards are developed. Even these ways of measuring consensus with the humming, the in the rooms, that is something that really surprises some of the policymakers in our programs. Like, but and how do you vote? Now let me explain. It's like rough consensus, this kind of discussions. It's important for them to understand that any organization, any team having technical people within their organizations, they can join these conversations at the IETF. And there are mechanisms to attend the meetings in person, online, to participate in mailing list. And that's why we have that program at the Internet Society for the policymakers, for them to understand that they can be part of the solution instead of asking the body to solve particular issues. So I would like to lead it at this point to keep the conversation going, but I think that's the most important part. Like, these organizations are showing how the open model of voluntary adoption of standardization can work, and then that how can be implemented in some other spaces in some other ways.
Thanks, Isra. So maybe I'm going to turn now to our online panelist, Paulos. If Paulos, would you mind giving us your perspective on sort of the name side of the internet technical layer?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. So yes, the technical layer of the internet is responsible for things like routing data packets across the network. And it's used by people, and people normally use easy to remember addresses for accessing services on the internet, like vast amounts of information. They do online banking, they do shopping, they enjoy various forms of internet, they do learning. And all these are done using human interfaces with easy to remember addresses for the resources. However, as we all know, computers use numbers for sending the data across the internet. And so there is need for an intermediary. The domain name system converts the human-readable and easy to remember addresses to IP addresses, which the computers use for sending the traffic across the internet. I think my task here is to look at this naming side and the DNS in particular. And the DNS has a hierarchy. So there's the root at the top, managed by ICANN and root server operators. There are generic top-level domains like .com, country code top-level domains like .mw for Malawi or .n or for Norway. And these are supported by DNS servers operated by many registry and internet service providers across the world. So as we see, the technical layer of the internet involves many players, and it attracts a multi-stakeholder approach to its governance. But as governments manage people who use the internet, and these are also managed by civil society, we see that multi-stakeholder coordination is really necessary for internet governance, and the IGF has assisted to play a role in presenting a platform for this. So under internet names, organization or management or governance, we can think of the icon as being at the top with its individual supporting organizations, the GNSO, the CCNSO, GNSO for generic top-level domains, CCNSO for country codes, and many countries have taken a particularly keen interest on their country code top-level domains, which featured highly in WSIS and features highly in IGF discussions. We have governments taking part under GAC, the Government Advisory Committee, and end users under ALAC as a constituency of ICANN. And there are many other ICANN constituencies that support or present platforms for many stakeholders to come in. Around the origins of the internet, the US government used to play a critical role in approving things like registrations for domain names, updates at the top level, and operations at the root level. That was the so-called US oversight role. That role ended in 2016 with transition of IANA functions under ICANN to the internet community in the current multi-stakeholder model of internet governance. So right now, oversight at ICANN is now carried out using supporting organizations and advisory committees that I have mentioned earlier. So the IANA function that plays a critical role at the top level are carried out on a day-to-day basis by a subsidiary of ICANN called the BTI. Maybe I should stop there for now. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Paulus. Maybe Joyce, if you would mind sharing with us the perspective of the numbers community.
Thanks very much, Ajit, and good afternoon to all of you, and good afternoon, good morning, good evening to those of you who are online and joining us from all over the world. Thanks for having me. So the way that I would like to approach this question is to sort of describe the work of APNIC and as well our policy development process, which I think many people in the room are quite familiar with how ICANN policy development works, but may not be as familiar as how the regional internet registries approach our policy development. So just very quickly, for those of you who might be new to this world and may not be as familiar with the terms, those of you who already are very familiar, this is the part where you can switch off. APNIC is the regional internet registry, I've mentioned that before, which is also the term RIR. For the Asia Pacific, it is a not-for-profit. All the internet organizations are not-for-profit. We are also membership-based, and we play a vital role in the technical coordination of the internet. We are one of 5 regional internet registries around the world that does the work of managing and allocating internet number resources, such as IP addresses and autonomous system numbers, or ASNs. And internet number resources are fundamental resources because they allow devices and networks to communicate across the global internet. So let's talk a bit about APNIC's policy development. What it refers to are how the rules and guidelines are created for managing internet number resources within the Asia-Pacific region. So what that means is we have community-based policy development for the region by the region. And this is the same practice across the various regions in the world. These policies determine who gets IP resources, how they're used, and how they're distributed fairly and efficiently. Our policy development process is open to all, bottom-up, consensus-based, transparent, and documented. And what it means is anyone, not just APNIC members, can propose a policy change or participate in discussions. By upholding these values in our policy development, we ensure fairness in IP address distribution because it is based on communities' needs across diverse stakeholders in the region. Our aim is to protect the integrity of the global internet by maintaining consistent technical standards.
Thanks, Joyce. I think to round this out, maybe Chris, if you could, give us your perspective on the role of ICANN, which also Paulos has alluded to as well. So over to you, Chris.
Well, Ajit, firstly, thank you for having me on the panel. I've never been described as part of a stellar panel before, so there's always a first. And talking about first, this is my first IGF. I've been on the ICANN board for nearly 3 years, currently the deputy chair. I note that in the audience in the front row is our current chair, Tripti Singer, and Becky Burr. So I feel like I'm here having an annual performance review. But in all seriousness, I joined the board having a long-standing... Sorry, I'll just go back one step. I'm a lapsed lawyer by training. And it's a bit like being a lapsed Catholic, which I also am. But throughout my career, whether it was ultimately running the Seven Network broadcasting in Australia or building the Olympic Stadium in Sydney, or running the Optus broadband telecommunications initiative, or being for 10 years the inaugural chairman of the Australian Communications and Media Authority, which was probably the first genuinely converged regulator, broadcasting telecommunications spectrum and then so-called online services, or indeed from 2016 to 2023 being the president of the International Institute of Communications, which is 56 years old, based in London. It's a hosting platform, stroke think tank for media and communications, started in public broadcasting, telecommunications, and now has, like all things, evolved into the digital ecosystem. I have always thoroughly enjoyed working within the technical community, although I would not in any way, shape or form say I'm technically savvy, but I emphasise all that because on each and every occasion the technical side of those businesses is what has ensured long-term prosperity, long-term stability. It has been the sanity check, the reality check. They are the foundational pillar of any system that you want to have that is effective, efficient, and ultimately enduring. So I joined ICANN with new curiosity about what that technical community meant in the internet space and the unique identifiers. I joined it with an absolute fascination for the multi-stakeholder model, disillusioned as I am about the multilateral institutions and the great challenges facing society globally. And I have become its greatest advocate. Late adopters are often the most passionate. So what I came to realise over the last several years is ICANN is not the be-all and end-all. It is merely the senior player within the unique identifier space, the domain name system, that is the ultimate coordinator not only within a very engaged, broadly global-based community, but also with a number of collaboration partners in the iPlayers. So the model is much more deep, nuanced, respectful, intelligent, broadly based, bottom up than I could have ever contemplated. And I've enjoyed every moment of being within the community and being educated by the community and learning from the community. So having said that, the short question you asked me, and I've been listening to Paulus and Joyce, and if I could synthesize those two together, I'd have the perfect description of what ICANN does. But ICANN's mission is essentially to coordinate the global internet system of unique identifiers, ensuring a stable, secure, and unified online experience. In practice, this means ensuring that there is one internet, one unique hierarchical namespace based on a unique root. If you were to go a little deeper, you'd break it down into three buckets. There's the technical aspects, there's the ensuring the stable and secure operation of the internet's unique identifier systems by coordinating the allocation and assignment of names in the root zone of the domain name system. There's facilitating the coordination, operation and evolution of the DNS root name server system. There's coordinating the allocation and assignment at the topmost level of Internet Protocol numbers and autonomous system numbers. And then you've got the whole policy side of the multi-stakeholder model, which, is not perfect, but it's a very impressive model. And it could be more efficient, it could be more effective, and we'll, I think, see over the next 5 or so years a further evolution in that effectiveness and efficiency. But you have the coordination of the development and implementation of policies concerning the registration of second-level names in generic top-level domains. You have the facilitation of the development of global number registry policies. And finally, over and above that, and it's an evolving, self-evident necessity, you've got the need to collaborate more and more and more with other bodies as appropriate to provide registries needed for the function of the internet in coordination with, for example, the IETF, the IRRs, Internet Society, and the research that goes with it. So thank you for that opportunity to say all that. I hopefully, finally, the ICANN new strategic plan from 26 to 30 starts, I think if 1st of July is Monday, it starts on Monday. It represents an evolution in the strength of conviction that ICANN is bringing to the table. And interestingly, ICANN's 2030 vision is to be the trusted steward of the Internet's unique identifier systems. ICANN's dedicated to strengthening the single, globally interoperable Internet for all. And those words of trust breeds credibility, institutional legitimacy is what it's all about. We invest in trust, we invest in our institutions, we invest in our capabilities, we invest in each other, and that's what makes the world happily go around. Thank you for that opportunity.
Thanks, Chris. I think these interventions sort of highlight how complex the technical layer is and how there are different parts of it. And given that there are so many different entities that are involved in the provisioning of the internet, I think the question of collective governance and coordination becomes extremely important. Coordination both at the level of operational matters, but also at the level of policy. So I'm going to turn now to Ellie and Frode to sort of giving us your thoughts on how the internet governance ecosystem has benefited a secure, stable, and open internet rooted in human rights, but also what does the multi-stakeholder model mean to you? Maybe we can start with Ellie and then go to Frode.
Thank you, Ajif. Pardon me. I'm also not a member of the technical community, so perhaps I can just briefly introduce why I think I'm here, who I am. So I work for Global Partners Digital. We're a civil society and human rights organisation, and we work to ensure that the frameworks, norms and standards that underpin digital technologies are rights respecting and also developed in an inclusive way. So as part of this work, we've engaged in multi-stakeholder venues like the IETF, earlier mentioned, multilateral ones like the ITU, and of course the IGF, this multi-stakeholder discursive, beautiful but flawed forum that we find ourselves in now. So maybe I can build a bit on what the other panelists have said, and particularly Isra. I think what's particularly special about this ecosystem is that it does provide these unique spaces where you could have on one hand an engineer, a company, government representative and a human rights defender to come together and to shape all of the various things that we've just discussed. I think there are clear examples of how this can work in practice. I'm sure that the panelists can furnish us with a lot. I'll just give a couple. One that comes to mind is the Public Interest Technology Group in the IETF. I think in being established, this offered a really safe space to be able to exchange information for different layers of knowledge to come together. So the technical, the advocacy, the normative, the human impacts to be brought together. It has permitted public interest actors to engage at the earliest stage of development, and that's really critical to ensure human rights respect by design. Another example that comes to mind is the evolution and the establishment of the HTTPS protocol. I think this is a really beautiful example of how that can work in practice, both identifying problems, issues that needed to be addressed, both technical ones, but also the resulting issues in terms of surveillance, having the appropriate technical solution and then being able to test it with end users and other experts who could say whether it would be fit for purpose. I would like to add that I don't think anyone here would say that that means that these spaces are functioning perfectly. They're resource intensive, and that makes it particularly hard for under-resourced communities to engage. There are naturally asymmetries of knowledge that make it difficult too. Sometimes issues of access, and then of course just the challenge of translating between different lexicons. The IGF, which I think we'll come to shortly, I think is a really special place where that translation work happens. And all of that to say, despite there being these kind of issues of reforms that need to be made, doesn't mean that we should abandon these spaces. They're tremendously useful and helpful. Yeah, maybe I can pause there.
Thanks, Ellie. Frodo?
Thank you, Harjit. And thanks for a very interesting exchange of views so far. Norway is a strong supporter of the multi-stakeholder approach for internet governance and digital cooperation. And furthermore, Norway is also a strong supporter of the ICANN as the core institution for technical internet governance and the IETF as a standardization body for internet technology. It is paramount that the internet remains open, free, resilient and interoperable. This should be the core of the discussion of the ongoing discussion about the multi-stakeholder model and the future of the IGF. How can the model and the forum be designed to support an open and secure internet? It is also worth noting that the broader topic of digital cooperation is closely linked to the open and secure internet, since this underpins the running of applications and sharing of information which facilitates human interaction, public discourse and economic activity. So why is the governance at the technical layer so special? Governance of the internet infrastructure is based on the running of technical equipment that requires insight of the technical community to ensure that the internet works stable, robust and interoperable. The internet may become fragmented if some of the stakeholders are excluded from the internet governance discussion. And in case the technical community is not sufficiently involved, the administration of internet resources, and thereby the internet itself may destabilize. And furthermore, the value of the internet may become weakened since it restricts the usability of this global network. In particular, the underlying technical layer of the internet is fundamental for the functioning of the internet. This ensures interoperability of the core functions of the internet, and furthermore, without an open and secure and interoperable internet infrastructure, the applications built on top of it may become restricted. Ultimately, without an open and secure internet, it may threaten human rights, in particular freedom of speech and freedom of association, and furthermore, the value of the internet to support democratic processes globally may become undermined if the internet communication is restricted. In summary, the expertise from the technical community is instrumental to the running of the internet. Involvement of the technical community for the global internet governance is important for an informed discussion based on technical realities. This is a prerequisite for maintaining an open and secure internet.
Thanks, Frode. If anybody wants to pose questions, please feel free to use the mic, and I'll come to you very shortly. I think what Frode points to is very interesting because there is this risk that's often sort of thrown out, which is this question of internet fragmentation. And fragmentation at two layers, both at the technical fragmentation, but also policy and regulatory fragmentation. So with that sort of broad, overarching perspective, I open the floor to any of you to sort of share your perspectives on why are we having this conversation today? What is the role that the technical community and civil society and government stakeholders sort of play in this conversation?
Someone at the back, or you want us to?
So I go to the questions right after this. Joyce, do you want to go first?
Sure. So the question was, why are we having this conversation now? I think it speaks to the urgency of protecting the internet's global open nature amid rising geopolitical, technical, and regulatory pressures. 2025, this year, is an inflection point. We are reviewing WSIS in an environment of growing geopolitical tensions, driving nations to assert digital sovereignty, leading to proposals for national firewalls, data localization laws, even alternative or alternate DNS systems, developments that risk breaking the internet into isolated silos. The rise of cybersecurity threats, misinformation, abuse of platforms, they're all prompting calls for more centralized control. There are increasingly hostile actors that weaponize the use of the internet to disrupt lives and push political agendas. We have yet to reach global agreement on governance frameworks for new and emerging technologies like AI. All this to say that there are real risks that if we don't actively preserve the internet's open and global architecture, we risk losing it. Internet organizations and coalitions such as the TCCM, the Technical Community Coalition on Multi-Stakeholderism, I love that I said that all in one go, are ensuring that governance decisions are informed by technical realities. The technical community brings evidence-based operational expertise that is essential to preserving a global, secure, and resilient internet.
Israel?
Yeah, if I may, the thing is that I kept thinking in different things that my fellow colleagues have shared. And I keep stealing ideas from Joyce, from Ellie all the time, I have to say. Because in a previous meeting, Joyce mentioned that the IGF is a space of influence where stakeholders influence each other. And then Ellie mentioned that this is a translation space. And I think that both are true and complementary because, for instance, what we are doing with the policymakers program for the IETF, it is not that we are asking the policymakers to become technologists and to participate in the deep roots of the technical operation. We want them to understand first of all, how the policies are developed, how the group works, how the ecosystem works in that part. But at the same time, we want the same from the technologists to understand that the policymakers have valid concerns, and at the end of the day, perhaps to your question, we are having these kind of conversations and we are facing threats of fragmentation because I don't know why I've seen a trend to avoid disagreement. And in fact, disagreement is good, it's positive, because different stakeholders may have different views, different interests. But if we pursue the same objective, and if we start talking, bridging our disagreements, it's through that consensus discussion, it's through that discussion that we can reach consensus. And that discussion, of course, is going to be longer, it's going to take longer. It's going to be probably more complex. It's going to need more translation, more influence, like in these spaces, in other meetings, in other spaces. But at the end of the day, the result is going to be more resilient, without fewer non-intended consequences, and securing an interoperable internet, a single internet, a global internet. So I think that that's why it's important, like, to take reference of different ways of implementation of the multi-stakeholder model, and I think these kind of opportunities are really good for that. Thanks.
Thanks, Sister. I'm going to go to Ellie. Do you want to jump in, and then Chris, and then we go to the question on the floor.
Excellent. Sorry, I keep forgetting to turn myself down. Yeah, maybe I can speak a bit to the governance aspect of the question. I think this panel is about WSIS. So I think one of the reasons we're having this discussion is because that is a space where this will be stress tested and, in fact, come under quite severe threat. I think probably we all see the risk of how this could play out in the months ahead. And not only with respect to this process, but I think Joyce also mentioned discussions about the governance of emerging technologies. And I think in discussions of the AI mechanisms, their kind of final 11th hour negotiations, we see risks of more state-centric process to the appointment of experts, exclusion of military applications from the scope of the assessments that they'll do, lack of genuine multi-stakeholder accountability. I know many of you in the room are working to mitigate those risks. But I suppose I really loved Isra's positive take, but to give more of the risk take, I think in the midst of everything else that's happening, the conflict, the challenges at the moment, it's really important that we also keep close attention to these processes and that we don't lose anything in the course of the next year, and that we're not next year sitting without this forum that we've already kind of praised in so many ways. Yeah.
Thanks. Chris?
Just to add to that and synthesizing some of these thoughts, I often discuss the prospect that, you know, with 200 countries, say, in the world, sovereign powers, at last count, I got to 420 digital media regulators around the world. That was the last count. That was about 3 years ago when I laboriously went through it. Now, we have seen whack-a-mole instances over the last 5 to 10 years where legislatures, regulators just make arbitrary decisions completely ignorant of the implications of what they do, with the unintended consequences when they enter into decision-making and have unfortunate impact on the network and the operations layer within which we operate. And I think this is just going to, my apprehension about that will increase. So whereas we think we're travelling okay, I'm quite positive about the outcome over the next few months. I feel a very good vibe right throughout the IGF and from what I'm hearing and seeing. But collectively, our work is just starting, and we're going to have to double down. We're going to have to reinvest in mutual trust through our collaborations, because we ain't seen nothing yet.
Thanks. I'm going to take the question from the floor, and then I come to you, Paulos. So please go ahead and make your question.
Hello, this is Mia Kühlewind from the Internet Architecture Board in the IETF. And I don't have a question. I want to just comment. I want to emphasize how important it is for us to get this broad input from all kinds of people, because it actually makes our standards and makes the Internet better. That it makes it possible to take all requirements into the development process as much as we can so we don't get surprised later on. But it's also very essential for getting the protocols deployed, because we are not like a government that can enforce anything. It's like voluntary employment. And only if you consider everything, people will actually use it at the end and it will be a success. So this is very essential for us. And I also want to underline the openness of these fora, because as was said, there are some barriers, there are different languages. Both of these spaces, the internet, the technology and the policy world is very complex, right? So nobody expected it to be easy. So having these open places where we can all come together and all the voices are counting the same, I think is really important to make progress here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the floor, and I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Paulos?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. For us in Africa, maybe I should talk a little bit about how opportune it is now to be talking about governance of the technical layer. As you know, our registry in Africa for IP addresses, AFRINIC, is having tremendous governance-related problems at the moment that have resulted in, for example, annulling board elections just a few hours ago. So management and governance of the technical layer is particularly pertinent to our region as our internet registrar, similar to APNIC for Asia, is going through these problems. And we would appreciate raising the issues about multi-stakeholder, bottom-up mode of governance, because this is causing us a significant amount of trouble at the moment at this technical layer. Thank you.
Thanks, Paulos. That's a fair perspective. Yeah, go ahead, Joyce.
Thanks. This is Joyce. And thanks very much, Paulos, for bringing that up. It is a very critical issue, and it really requires urgent attention from the internet community, not just the internet technical community, the community at large. And what I would like to applaud is that because this crisis has come to our doorstep, we have collectively decided that there needs to be a lot of renewal of the processes and policies that we have taken for granted since the beginning. And so if you look at the evolution of the internet, and especially at the technical layer, it's always been on the best effort basis. It's always been very voluntary basis. We're all just trying our best to keep the lights on, essentially. A lot of the work took many years to professionalize. And it has taken a long time for the community to sort of refine the way that we do things, refine the way that we do governance. And so I might point you to this process that's going on now, which is the review of the RIR governance document. This is a global effort. It is being run by the ICANN ASO, the Address Supporting Organization. And it really looks at the process of establishing and de-recognizing RIRs. So this is a fundamental document of RIR governance, and I highly encourage you to look into this. That's all. I just wanted to add on to these remarks, because I think it's important that, yes, we have a problem, we are facing a crisis, but the community is coming together to find solutions for it before solutions are found for us.
Thanks, Joyce. So I'm very conscious of the time because we have 15 minutes left, and I want to switch gears to talk about the IGF, which is, the venue that we're at. And the IGF, but also the multi-stakeholder model, has worked really, really well for the internet governance ecosystem, but also particularly for the technical layer. There's an interesting question that's emerging, which is, is the IGF fit for purpose with regards to a lot of the new emerging digital governance issues that are sort of emerging at the moment? And this is in the context of a new sort of framing that's emerging, that's being increasingly used between the governance of the internet, which is the actual standards, protocols, the namings, and number system, but also governance on the internet, which is at the governance of the application layer. So I'd be very curious to get, Frode, particularly your perspective on how you see the role of the IGF in this sort of emerging new context.
Thank you. The IGF has been a successful prototype for the implementation of the multi-stakeholder approach in the UN system. And one could build on this to seek to strengthen the multi-stakeholderism in other parts of the UN system. The CSTD, for example, by broadening representation of different stakeholder groups. The multi-stakeholder model helps to build trust between those who otherwise would not have a common space for discussion. It strengthens the legitimacy and the relevance of the governance process by allowing those affected by the decisions to be involved in shaping them. The complexity of the internet is constantly increasing, and this leads to a continuous need for the insight from the technical community, which can provide a supplement to the government's societal perspective. Some has criticized the IGF for not having decision-making powers, but this is a part of the careful design. IGF is a global forum for building capacity, identifying and discussing internet-related issues. However, there is a need to make IGF outcomes more accessible and useful for policymaking. In addition to the core issues of internet governance, which are closely related to the internet infrastructure, another aspect of the WSIS processes and the IGF has been in focus, often referred to as the digital cooperation, originally referred to in the Tunis agenda as enhanced cooperation. WSIS and IGF have constantly also covered digital cooperation. The agendas of IGF meetings and WSIS forums have included various relevant topics in the field of internet ecosystem and digital services. This implies that the Global Digital Compact in practice largely is a duplication of this activity in the WSIS framework. Digital cooperation within WSIS IGF has covered various areas related to the use of the internet as opposed to the underlying infrastructure. Examples of such areas are cybersecurity, internet openness, data governance, platform economy, platform regulation, as well as artificial intelligence. There is a need to better connect WSIS and the GDC. Otherwise, we risk duplicated and fragmented efforts, which is unnecessary since both initiatives have similar goals. It should be possible to better coordinate the interplay between the two.
Thanks, Frode. I'm really understanding this tension between governance off and governance on. I think there's this question of how does the technical community perceive this tension, and also civil society. So I'd be curious to get Joyce and Isra and Ellie, your perspective on this topic. Do you want to?
Isra, you want to?
Yeah, I can. And I'm still stealing ideas from others, because something that I've been hearing from our community is several references to, yes, the IEF is fit for purpose, and it's been for many years. The thing is that if we take a time machine, like, I don't know, 5 years, 7 years before this one, probably the conversation wouldn't be around artificial intelligence, but blockchain. And I don't know what would have happened if we would have renamed this as, I don't know, like the Blocking Governance Forum or something like that. The thing is, we have a working definition of internet governance that works, that is still valid, that mentions emerging technologies, whatever emerging technologies are in 2015, 2018, 2025, 2030, I don't know. So as that working definition is valid, the IEF remains valid to tackle different issues. And the one of the results of that, or one of the signals of that, is that we've been having conversations at the IEF about artificial intelligence and different technologies way before the Global Digital Compact existed, way before the high-level panel on digital cooperation was floated as an idea in the United Nations. So the community, or at least that's my perspective, is reacting to these topics without necessarily receiving the signals from the governments, from the UN, for instance. So my sense is that that's going to keep happening. within the current configuration. And that's why I was referring at the beginning about who is IETF or who is APNIC, for instance. If there's a decision that needs to be made, it is not that you need to reach out to a person in APNIC to make a decision, because it's not unilateral. It's based on the processes that are designed in the community. The same with the IETF, the same with ICANN, the same with the CCTLDs. It is not that a single person can decide on something. So the community is also working on how to keep shaping and evolving the agenda of the meetings, the agenda of the intersessional activity that we shouldn't forget about, or even the NRI. So the short answer, yes, I think it's fit for purpose. And just building on what Frodo mentioned on the difficulty of tracking the results, if this is a space of influence and translation, ICANN and the Internet Society published a paper on the footprints of the IGF, trying to track those impacts at the local level, just to have like more elements for the discussion.
Joyce, do you want to add to that?
Sure. So I struggled to come up with ideas, more ideas from like so many days of, WIS's panels and discussions, and what else do I have to add to this conversation? Is there something new that I could say? And I think across the days, we've already heard about calls for sustainable funding of the IGF, more resources, rebranding the IGF to the DGF, etc. And the reality is we are asking the IGF to do many things without really thinking about whether the current IGF structure is able to enable all this to happen. I would like to hear more proposals around how we can streamline IGF processes and intersessional work, and how we can help to prioritize the work of the IGF and to give it more focus. One of the strengths of the IGF is that it is incredibly flexible. Every year, we are able to frame conversations around new and hot topics. This year, for example, it's all about AI, and the program itself reflects this, that we are all discussing issues to do with AI, for example. But the issue that I want to point out is that we are very good at picking up things, but we don't know how to put them down, to make space for other pressing issues. We're trying to juggle everything, and we're trying to please everyone. And to me, this is a disservice to everybody, because it's impossible to dive deeply into particular topics. And I'm saying this because the internet technical community are one of the top financial contributors to the IGF. I was sitting in the donors meeting, the IGF donors meeting yesterday, and I think it was mentioned that the internet technical organizations actually comprise 30% of the overall IGF trust fund. And that's big. We believe in the mission of the IGF. We're doing everything we can to support the multi-stakeholder community, and its perseverance is critical for the ongoing legitimacy of the multi-stakeholder internet governance ecosystem. However, over the years, we are seeing fewer technical topics being discussed at the IGF. The space for the technical community, I feel, is growing smaller. And I understand that the technical topics are dry. It's hard to make something dry seem interesting in a policy space, and we struggle with this, even though these are topics that are core to the functioning of the internet. So in summary, I think that the IGF could benefit from greater focus, efforts to prioritize its work. I hope to see more concrete proposals on how it could streamline better against certain agreed upon priorities. And whether or not the IGF moves toward being action-oriented or it remains non-prescriptive, it will still require some housekeeping to remove some of the bloat. I think it bears reminding that all things digital are made possible by the internet, whether we are the DGF or the IGF. We're really all just talking about the internet and the use of the internet.
Thanks, Joyce. Ellie, and then I'm going to go to Chris, but if you could keep it very, very brief because we're running short of time and I know we have an online question.
Okay, I'll try my best. Yeah, I would definitely underline a lot of what the other panelists said. I think we did some research as Global Partners Digital, sorry to shamelessly plug, but we looked a bit at the breadth of stakeholder positions on the IGF. We wanted to do this because we thought it could be quite useful to see where the convergence lies and also where there might be similarly intended attempts to operationalize different changes to its form and structure. And I say this because I think there was really a remarkable level of convergence about certain elements. I think, as others had said, the bottom-up nature of the IGF is really so critical because it allows various communities to come with different lexicons, different ideas, and to bring ideas to the table. At the same time, as I say that, I see a lot of sense in what Joyce is saying. And then maybe just lastly, because I should be brief, to pick up on something Frode said, I think that we should also be mindful of the danger of being too restrictive about this model, this multi-stakeholder model, because it has huge benefits that we wish to translate and to roll out into other digital governance discussions. So yeah, let's promote and sell the IP further, I suppose. Yeah, I'll pause there.
Chris, you have the last word before we go to the online.
I would endorse Frode's comments. And even though I'm, as I said at the beginning, new to the IGF and therefore hesitant to be prescriptive, I share Joyce's cry from the heart about what needs to be done. From the ICANN perspective, we are 101% supportive of the renewal of the IGF, adequate resourcing, proper mandates. It's the only place globally where stakeholders can come together as peers, and it's from our and the ICANN will continue to support it as it has done on a long-term basis.
Thanks, Chris. Alicia, can we have the online question?
Yeah, it's quite a long one. So it's from Nicholas Fiumarelli, who's from the ISOC Uruguay chapter. And he's saying that he's asking his question in light of WSIS Plus 20 and ongoing discussions on strengthening the resilience of the global internet. And Nicholas wonders if we are witnessing the next global wave of internet hardening through security extensions like RPKI and DNSSEC. So these are both things that use cryptography to try and prevent kind of root hijacking on one hand, and also adding cryptographic signatures to DNS records on the other, so quite technical. So he's saying that we've seen precedents such as a US federal enforcement of RPKI for routing security and increasing DNSSEC mandates, but we cannot look at this in isolation. The post-quantum era looms ahead, requiring us to rethink cryptographic agility and resilience at the root and edge. And so Nicholas's question is, how do we ensure that security extensions reinforce trust and interoperability in a truly open internet? And what guardrails should we be building now ahead of the WSIS Plus 20 outcomes?
Thanks. Israel?
I have a quick reaction, if I may. I think that we shouldn't mix those topics because the WSIS Plus 20 is a high-level process where, for instance, we can agree that we want a more secure or more trusted internet. How? Well, that's for the community to work in specific spaces because, for instance, the interesting thing is that here we could identify, I don't know, we could say that RPKI is important. And each of us are going to make different things to support the deployment of RPKI. Different things. And all of them are going to be valid and complementary. So in summary, I would say that it's important to keep having those conversations. The important part is that I've seen that RPKI is a widely community-driven process, and if some governments are recommending its adoption, it's important also to realize that governments are also operating networks that are part of the internet. So again, multi-stakeholder implies the governments. It is not that it's governments and other stakeholders. So just it's a good reminder of that.
Thank you very much, Isra. And I can see the red light blinking, so we're at time. I want to say thank you very, very much to all of my fellow panelists. This was really, I enjoyed having this conversation, and I hope the audience took something away from it as well. So thank you very much, and have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is after lunch session, and we will try to keep it as interesting as possible. We have our UN agency colleagues here with us today to talk a bit more about what the UN is doing with reference to the WSIS process. As you all know, the WSIS is a UN process because we have the UNGA resolutions, ECOSOC resolutions. Within our own UN agencies, we have several resolutions that our membership have approved. So we are here to tell you more about what we are doing and what we think of the future of the WSIS process. The United Nations Group on the Information Society, it plays a pivotal role in advancing the mandates of WSIS on digital for development. It was created by the Chief Executive Board to ensure that the UN system works together to drive digital transformation and sustainable development. We are a very effective and well-coordinated, outcome-oriented group. We have chairs, vice chairs, and members of the CEB who are members of the UNGIS. We have extended it to observer members as well that include new UN entities like ODED. Well, the key mandates of UNGIS include policy coordination, multi-stakeholder engagement like we are doing today, supporting internationally agreed global development goals, monitoring and reporting, and of course, UNGIS has been instrumental in supporting the Global Digital Compact and making sure that we deliver UNGIS inputs into the Global Digital Compact. So without any further delay, I would like to invite, of course, our chair, UNESCO, and our vice chairs, UNCTAD, UNDP. I represent ITU to kind of let us know what they're doing, what our vision is, and of course, aligning it with the GDC without duplications. UNESCO, I'll pass the floor to you first. Over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Gitanjali. So just to highlight that indeed the 20-year review of WSIS is a pivotal moment to assess the progress and explore future directions. And for us, one of the enduring strengths of WSIS framework lies in its technology neutral and principle-based design. The action lines of WSIS and the outcome documents were deliberately crafted to transcend specific technologies. And this design philosophy has allowed the WSIS framework to remain relevant across successive waves of digital innovation, from the early days of the internet adoption through the rise of mobile phones and social media, and to today's transformative era of the AI. And at UNESCO, as the lead facilitator for 6 action lines out of 11, we emphasize this adaptive capacity as a key advantage over more rigid technology-specific approaches that risk obsolescence in the face of rapid digital evolution. Thus, for UNESCO, WSIS Plus 20 is a forward-looking opportunity to align digital transformation with human rights, sustainability, and inclusive development. UNESCO's report for the 20 years of WSIS, contributing to the 28th session of the CSTD, called for reinforcement of WSIS as a central multi-stakeholder platform that facilitates international cooperation in the digital policy. And for us, WSIS can strengthen its position as a hub for dialogue on emerging technologies on issues such as misinformation, gender equality, and digital rights. To this end, it's essential to further expand WSIS' unique multi-stakeholder engagement with grassroots organizations, with youth, with marginalized communities. Our work is indeed guided by a singular vision that digital transformation must serve the humanity, not the other way around, as it has been highlighted and stated from various UN agencies, and in this vein, UNESCO is supporting member states, for example, with evidence-based policy tools such as the Internet Universality ROMEX indicators to readiness assessment methodology for AI governance, just to give a few concrete examples of these tools. And we're building capacity, training educators, civil servants, and judicial actors to navigate the complexities of the digital era. And just a couple weeks ago, as you were there as well, Gitanjali, UNESCO hosted a conference highlighting, and colleagues from the UNDP and other colleagues were there too. We hosted a workshop that highlighted the need for capacity building on AI and digital transformation in the public sector. That is the backbone of transforming policies in real services for citizens. The conference brought together diverse stakeholders, and it also served as the first consultation of the review process. And we are thankful to the co-facilitators of the representatives of Albania and Kenya, to the UN for their engagement and cooperation, and of course our key partners of ITU and UNDP. And it is important to point out that we are not doing this alone. We are doing it in a cooperative approach and in partnership with our UN colleagues. And our engagement within UNGIS, the UN Group on the Information Society, is central to this effort. And as a current chair of the group, alongside with vice chairs ITU, UNDP, and UNCTAD, UNESCO helps ensure that the UN system speaks with one voice on the digital development. UNGIS enables us to coordinate actions across agencies, avoid duplication, and amplify impact, aligning with other UN processes such as the GDC. So I'd like to stop here and thank you for this important discussion. Looking forward to hearing from other colleagues.
Thank you, Tatevik. And I do see that our FAO colleague is in the audience. Dayan, please join us on the podium as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tatevik. The conference was a milestone, the UNESCO conference, which will feed into the WSIS Plus 20 overall review, highlighting the importance of the work that UNESCO is doing to implement the WSIS process and the vision of WSIS. So really, as you mentioned, the United Nations Group on Information Society, UNGIS, is digital cooperation in action. We have been working together not only to provide inputs to other UN processes and events happening, but also showing how UN can work together and avoid duplication. Thank you so much. I'd like to pass on to Yuping from UNDP, who is also vice chair of UNGIS. Yuping, over to you.
Thank you so much, Gitanjali, and really thank you to colleagues for all being here today, and to the stakeholders for spending so much of your time with us. As the United Nations Development Programme, we're very proud to be a co-convener of the WSIS Forum, and also to work in partnership with all our sister and brother UN agencies, really thinking about how we deliver directly to communities and countries in the area of digital cooperation. So the United Nations Development Programme is the UN's development wing. We're present in over 170 countries and territories around the world. And we have been in many countries the face of the UN in terms of accompanying a national government through all phases of its development, and particularly in countries where, you know, sometimes it is a little bit more of a challenging environment. The United Nations Development Programme has functioned as the right hand of government in implementing public services, supporting institutional operations, and really helping to deliver public services to the citizens and people of that country. So right now, for instance, we are in over 130 countries with supporting on programs or implementing programs on leveraging digital and AI to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We have supported over 60 countries, I think, at last count, in more specific areas such as AI and digital assessments, digital capacity building, supporting the rollout of digital public infrastructure, technical advisory support to governments in really thinking about how digital can be leveraged for a transformation of their countries in support of development itself. And then we work very closely with our UN UN agency partners in many specific areas. So with the ITU on global AI skills and capacity building, with UNESCO colleagues on AI landscape and readiness assessments, and really looking at how there are specific areas in which we can really turn global discussions into concrete areas of work. I've touched on the various areas. We work at all levels, national, in-country, regional, through our regional bureaus, as well as the global sort of convening areas, as well as in thought leadership around digital public infrastructure, around AI for sustainable development, around sort of thinking about how AI and digital can be leveraged to achieve development with very practical delivery aspects. I want to really emphasize this idea that in some ways, because UNDP has such a broad developmental mandate, we can work across all these sectors to really bring together digital transformation, digital cooperation in a holistic and comprehensive way. So we work, for instance, with the technical expertise of our different colleagues that focus on the particular sectors. We're bringing it into an overall all of government type developmental approach, whereby it's not really just looking at one piece in isolation, but trying to bring it all together in a development perspective and a whole of government approach. So in that way, we serve as an integrated in-country, partnering with a lot of our colleagues that bring that level of technical expertise to the support of member states directly in country itself. I think I just want to also support the point that's been made by my other colleagues that in the implementation of the WSIS action lines and the WSIS framework, this coming together of the UN agencies through this type of interagency collaboration has been very powerful. The role of the United Nations Group on Information Society that UNESCO had highlighted and currently chairs has been critical in bringing about this kind of policy coherence, alignment, information sharing, and then the collaboration that can really bring to bear the cooperative strengths, the comparative advantages and expertise of the various UN systems. And then on the final point, I do also note that it is a difficult time for the multilateral system and the international collaborative spirit that has brought us all together. The fact that WSIS is 20 years old, that we're coming still together to discuss such aspects as capacity development and the need to make sure that everyone everywhere, including developing countries and the global south, are part of this global conversation is really important. But that is why we in the WSIS Plus 20 review process need to double down on the idea of delivery, of impact, of leveraging existing institutions, interagency mechanisms, and collaborative efforts and partnerships that have worked, that have delivered, and really continue to see how we can further support them at this critical moment. I'll end there and really look forward to hearing from other colleagues and stakeholders.
Thank you, Yuping. UNDP is not only a close partner of the WSIS process, but also one of our main voices in New York, along with the New York offices that each one of us have. But thanks a lot for keeping us all updated about what's going on in New York. We have made several efforts to ensure that the diplomats and the wider stakeholder community in New York is also abreast of what's happening within the WSIS process, because finally the negotiations are going to take place in New York in December. And we would need each one of you to be advocates in New York for us to be able to explain the importance of the WSIS process, the multi-stakeholder elements that it has, and also that it's evolved with the evolution of technology. So the framework of WSIS action lines, the UNGIS UN framework, and so on and so forth, it all has evolved with the evolution of technology in these 20 years. And it's not that we were set 20 years back and we are old and we have not evolved. As you can see, we are all standing here in front of you, ensuring that we are agile in digital cooperation and that we are delivering. So thank you very much. I have Ms. Liping Zhang from UNCTAD CSTD with us online. Liping, can you hear us? The floor is yours, Liping.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Liping, please go ahead.
Thank you, Gitanjali. Well, it's a great pleasure to participate in this event at IGF again, because we launched the CSD consultation on WSIS Plus 20 at IGF in Kyoto in October 2023. So we are very happy to participate in this event organized by ITU at the IGF.
Liping, we lost you. We don't hear you anymore. We do hope we'll get Lipping back. As you all know, member states negotiated the ECOSOC resolution at the annual CSTD. And one of the main paragraphs which were approved was that it recognizes the importance of integrating the implementation of GDC commitments into the WSIS architecture in order to avoid duplication and ensure a cohesive and consistent approach to digital cooperation. So this really shows us the way member states are thinking currently within of including the GDC objectives into the WSIS architecture. Lipping, are you back? I just referred to the resolution that was adopted. Okay, while we get Lipping back, maybe we could move to Makhtar, because we are also working closely with the UN regional commissions that have a mandate to implement WSIS at the regional level. Makhtar, UN ECA, please go ahead.
Thank you, Gitanjali. Good afternoon, colleague. It's a great pleasure for UNECA to give an update on our activity under WSIS and also under this ANGIS. As you know, Africa has mandate, according to the general GA resolution, to support the organization of WSIS outcome regional review at the continental level. We have done our WSIS Plus 20 review this year in Benin in May. And this meeting gathered a lot of African countries, and the key out to discuss on the progress made by African countries during these last 20 years. So we have a very good progress in several areas. Also, we have several challenges, and the key outcome of this review meeting was the adoption of the declaration of the Cotonou. This declaration called upon for a continuation of WSIS for the next 10 years. Also to make sure to avoid any duplication with the global digital compact to make sure we align and or we integrate all this framework together. And also what is important, we requested also to include a monitoring and evaluation framework in the WSIS for the next phase. It is a key outcome of this meeting. Also, we organize this African Internet Governance Forum in Tanzania end of May, and also we have adopted a Dar es Salaam declaration on Internet Governance Forum. This declaration called upon the continuation of IGF also for 10 years to align with WSIS request we have done in Cotonou, and also to align with the global digital compact and to avoid any duplication with this framework. Also, there are a lot of issues discussed in WSIS Plus 20 and IGF on the challenge faced by African countries, such as this issue of connectivity. This is the issue of electricity also should be included in the next phase of WSIS, because it's something very important. Issue of data governance, of course, is covered in the global digital compact, and AI also as a key issue, and also the inclusion of people with disability on the general process of the digital economy in the world. Also, as the Young Angus review, we have several activities with our sister agency. I can highlight some. We already developed, we launched 2 weeks ago with UNCTAD their report on technology and innovation. It went very well. We are going to work, we are working also closely with ITU to develop this Africa digital gap to be ready by September. It is requested by the Secretary General to ECA to work closely with ITU to develop this Africa digital gap. Also, ECA has developed a taxation for the ICT sector model. This taxation shows how when we optimize the taxation on the ICT sector, we can increase the GDP, the job creation, and as well as the connectivity. And we agree with ITU to work together to expand this taxation report and taxation calculator in other region across the world. Also, we work closely with ITU on the digital public infrastructure also for Africa. We also organize with UNESCO and ITU also the Science Technology Innovation Forum for Africa held in Uganda in April. It went very well, and a lot of discussion was around how we can promote innovation using AI across the continent in line with the implementation of the 5 objectives of the GDC. On digital ID also we work, we have shown before the freeze of the budget how UN agency can work together to make more efficient their intervention at the country level. We have a good example with UNDP in UNICEF in Malawi to develop their strategy and their project on digital ID. Also on data governance, we are working closely with some UN agency in 4 countries, namely DRC, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Burundi, to support them to develop their national data governance strategy, as well as to build their capacity on data governance. In conclusion, I think we need to work more all together and more efficiently given this budget issue. And UNECA and ITU work closely and UNCTAD and SOL and UNDP, and I think we can replicate this in the several countries with other organizations. And in conclude, we need for Africa, the message is very clear. We request the expansion of WSIS for the next 10 years, and the Africa and the IGF also for the next 10 years, and of course to avoid any duplication with Global Digital Compact. We should put in place a mechanism for integration of this framework, as well as a mechanism for evaluation and monitoring for WSIS, for IGF, to measure the progress accomplished and where we can correct it, because we have a target in what call it in WSIS, but we don't have in the Internet Governance Forum, as well as we need also to institutionalize the Internet Governance Forum. It is a summary of key activity undertaken in Africa with under the Angis committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Makhtar, and thank you for emphasizing on the important role that regional commissions are playing at the regional level to implement WSIS. I do have Sebastian Roviria on our list from UN ECLAC, the Latin American Commission. Colleagues, the production company, could we know if Sebastian is online? Yes, I can see him on the screen. Sebastian, it's really late for you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Gitanjali. Nice to be here, and actually it's a pleasure to share and also trying to be online here with you. Just to bring some issue related to what we have been doing in ECLAC related to digital transformation in the last year. As you know, ECLAC has been indeed very at the forefront of design and analytical tool to support government in navigating the digital transformation. So we have been put a strong emphasis on evidence-based policy, and one of our flagship initiatives in this is how we call simulator of productive digital transformation for support the design and implementation of new tools to support digital transformation in the region. As you know, this is a tool is grounded in the concept of digital complexity. This is something new for the region, and actually we're trying to seek to understand the capacity of a country or sector also to be integrate and absorb advanced digital technologies based on its productive and technology capacity. This is important also to our digital agenda to implement the ILAC agenda. This is a regional project that we have been working in the last 20 years and very in line with the WSIS process. These tools are actually we're trying to actually support the identification of digital pathway for different sectors of the economy. I also try to quantify the distance to be more complex in the digital technology. I also design target intervention by matching technology demand with the institutional and productive readiness of the territory. So in the context of the WSIS Plus 20 review process, this approach trying to contribute, to concretely to several dimensions of the digital development agenda. this is important also to scale up this effort and require not just technical collaboration, but also political alignment and resources mobilization. You know, the WSIS Plus 20 provide a unique opportunity to formalize these kind of synergies and embedded digital complexity approach into the global digital cooperation architecture, and particularly in the context of the GDC and the SDG implementation. So I think it is very important also to try to identify new tools and also how we can collaborate in this process, since, you know, the digital transformation actually accelerate. It's important also to try to identify new ways on how we can support and also collaborate in this process. Up to you, Gitanjali.
Thank you, Sebastian, and thank you for being the vice chair of UNGIS this year, bringing the regional perspectives. And ECLAC is one of the regional commissions that organizes the ministerial conference on information society in Latin America and the Caribbean region, and covers WSIS through that ministerial session as well. So last year it was held in Chile. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now we have, you know, this new agenda. This is the agenda for these 2 years, the ILAC 2026. It was approved last year in 2024 with some key elements in the agenda. You know, the agenda is organized and actually have 3 main pillars: one related to productive development, another with well-being, and another with the transformation of the state. And there are other axes that are more transversal to the agenda. One is related to the meaningful connectivity and digital infrastructure. This is something that really important that we have identified. This is not enough also, obviously, to count or you have the infrastructure of be connected. It's also other elements that must be important also to be assured that you are using the connectivity in a proper way, and you can also appropriate from the value that this technology could bring to the people. Another one is related to the governance of digital security, and this is every day is being more and more important, particularly related to the advance of artificial intelligence. How you are governance the data that is generated in this space, and also that had also the IGF count and started to be much more important. And the last one is related to this innovation and this emerging new technology. You know, all the artificial intelligence and this other aspect, how you are using this to support the sustainable development. The agenda, as Gitanjali says, is organized on these 3 main pillars and these 3 main axes. And the idea is how you use this also to accelerate the transformation, digital transformation, but this acceleration must be inclusive and at the same way allowed countries and the region to transform their productive process and also the inclusion process. We also, for sure, have new instrument to implement this agenda. One, as was saying, is this related to this simulator. This is part of the Digital Transformation Lab. Another one, and I think this is very important, is an observatory on digital development, because, you know, and this is obvious for developing regions, you need data, you must do evidence-based policies, and every day is being more and more important. Another one is related to this, the necessity and importance of, support capacity building, and we have some digital schools, digital transformation school for the Latin American and for the Caribbean. And the last one is related to these working groups that we have in the framework of the ILAC process. One related to digital economy, another artificial intelligence, another meaningful connectivity, data governance, and the Caribbean are some of the instruments that we're working in the process of this ILAC, because it's not just a political agenda, it's also an implementing agenda that's trying to support the countries in this digital transformation process.
Thank you so much, Sebastian, for joining us virtually, even though you couldn't be here with us physically this time. And we really appreciate the implementation of the WSIS process at the regional level. And you also won the WSIS prize one year, I recall. And, and really, like, the Latin American region is much more engaged in the WSIS process, thanks to the advocacy that ECLAC has been doing. Thank you so much. There's light, but I do see Mr. Slater from UNIDO also there. Slater, if you'd like to join us here, that would be great. I would now like to pass on the floor to Morten from United Nations University. Morten, tell us what's happening in that world.
Well, thank you. It's not a short answer, but I'll try and highlight a few things. So first of all, UNU has long recognized the potential of technology, and it's been a core focus across all our work since the early 1990s. This is anything from water management and natural resource management to peacekeeping and the transformation of society or the public sector at large. Naturally, we've been supporting the WSIS process from the onset, and we generally link this to the SDGs and the GDC. So, for instance, we contribute to the WSIS process. We participate in the WSIS Forum every year. We bring our partners there. But we also contributed to the formulation of the Pact of the Future, and we facilitated the data deep dive consultation for the GDC to ensure that it's aligned. And in fact, we worked with Makta and his team to do that on AI and data governance in the African context. Today, we actively collaborate with all UN agencies, essentially. And we also work with regional and national partners. Uniquely, UNU is not funded by the UN general budget. It is funded directly by our national partners, our regional partners. So we are instead funded by member states who relies on us or entrust us with independent research, capacity building, policy advice and assessment. And of course, we bring the WSIS objectives and other objectives from the UN system into that work. Today, we're about 1,000 experts, not officials, but experts working in 19 different locations across 14 countries. We do that in different ways. We usually do that in local collaboration with research entities. So we're usually co-hosted with a university or research organization and enjoys the support from national, local, or regional government in terms of our financing. We're also deeply embedded into the UN digital cooperation architecture and contribute to a various number of forums. So our rector is a member on the UN Secretary General Scientific Advisory Board. Our UN office is working with Office for ICT on this year's digital technologies report. We are also leading research support for the advisory board for artificial intelligence. Together with ITU, we are developing the AI for Good flagship project. We are also working on AI in cities with U for SSC, which is another ITU initiative, but targeting local authorities and AI in the city context. We ran a series of webinars with the International Social Security Association on all things AI in social security protection and universal coverage, and that culminated on a report with policy recommendations for social security agencies last year. We also part of the working group on data governance from the SCD. We are actually in the working group on digital inclusion for the Islamic Development Bank. And on Sunday, we're launching a 5-day virtual training on that with their member states and partners from there. We work closely with the UNDP DPI Safeguards Group. We are part of the Open Source Complex project that is being launched quite recently by the Office of the ICT, together with RISE, the Swedish Research Institute. In the regional context, we have set up a number of member state networks on digital transformation. We already launched one a few years ago for West Africa together with UNECA and also the African Union and UNDESA. That led to the launch of a South and East African governance network last year in South Africa. And Tuesday, we launched a Central Asian governance network sponsored by the government of Turkmenistan. Lastly, we also run a number of different type of online networks. So again, local government service online is a network that was also presented earlier today by the Tunisians together with UNDESA. We do the same with innovation in health, led by technology in the hospice. And we run a number of conference series bringing both practitioners, civil society, and decision makers and researchers together. So the next one is in October, the AI conference series in Macau, and our IGF conference hosted by the government of Nigeria in Abuja in November. So essentially, we support WSIS and the process and the objectives throughout our work. Again, we're focusing on independent evidence-based insights, particularly tailoring the implementation on some of our objectives in the member states, and always try and link that from governance to practical implementation.
Thank you, Martin, for that really comprehensive response. And in fact, I recall we've been working with UNU, not only your eGov center, but also there's a center in Macau that has been working with us since really the inception of WSIS. And we've always been exploring the academic training angles. Not only that, I think we've been in joint sessions with countries to also explore the implementation of WSIS action lines on the ground. So thank you so much for this excellent collaboration that we have here for WSIS. I'll move on to Richard from WIPO, who's not only our good neighbor in Geneva, but has been working very closely with us on various issues. Richard, over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Gitanjali, for inviting me, and of course for confirming that as a good neighbor from across the street, we always work very closely with our good friends from ITU. So just to say that as the UN agency for intellectual property, WIPO serves, of course, these world's innovators and creators. We do this through our international IP registries that help them transform the ideas from across borders or by setting international IP standards and norms. So this includes, of course, the 2 new international multilateral treaties that have been concluded last year. One of the more exciting also work of our organization is our ability to track intellectual property activity across the world. And our databases include, among others, 120 million patent documents, 17 million designs, 68 million trademarks. And all of this data is available for anyone to use, and it is powered by different AI tools that help search and translate it to different languages. So examples, what you can do with this IP information. So you can find, among others, that over the past 20 years, patent applications have grown the fastest in computer technologies and digital communication, with an average annual growth of around 8%. Between 2010 and 2024, the number of patent grants for AI technology was up over 3,000%, and only between 21 and 22, it was 60%. And this is just a snippet of all the information you can find within this IP information. This is all the findings, the insights you can get from this IP information. This is just a snippet of it. Through our patent information insight reports, we leverage all this patent information to explore a number of technologies, such as AI, of course, but also assistive technologies, transportation, or health and safety tech. And on many of these, we are working very closely with a lot of our UN family partners, as well as beyond. Perhaps to also say that equally important is that all this information is also used by our innovators and creators, because by accessing this data, accessing this information, then they can avoid duplication of R&D, build on existing knowledge in improving inventions, assess patentability of their inventions, identify licensing and collaboration opportunities, and many more. So at WIPO, we really want to make sure that all innovators from across the world have access to this knowledge gathered in these databases and that they know how to use it. So this is why we continue to expand our technology and innovation support centers, in short, TISCs. Typically, they are located in the patent office, universities, and science and tech parks in developing and least developing countries, and they enable the researchers and inventors to get access and to use the technological information gathered in this database and a score of scientific and technical publications which is linked to it. In recent years, also the TISC have been starting developing additional innovation support services such as technology transfer, IP management, or commercialization. And since TISCs were launched back in 2009, 93 countries have established these networks, helping innovators develop new innovations across local communities. This is just one of the wide examples that I could be giving. We have submitted, of course, our VCs Plus 20 review, where you can find all our work on digital and development. But being here, also just to mention that being here in IGF and hearing all the discussions, including on AI, let me just mention that we also have our WIPO conversation, which is a forum intended to provide everyone with a leading global setting to discuss all the impacts of frontier technologies on all the many different IP rights, and to also bridge that information gap. What is also important that following the different versions of the conversations, we provide a range of tools and on-the-ground projects, such as the AI and IP policy toolkit or the upcoming AI and infrastructure interchange. And I know the time is always running short, and I'm looking always at the clock and the moderator, but I just want to finish by saying that WIPO is always looking forward to supporting all our stakeholders and countries in ensuring that every innovator and creator can thrive. And we love doing this together with our UN family and our partners from across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. I'll move on to Jason Slater from UNIDO. Jason, I recall once the SDGs were adopted in 2015, UNIDO got together with us and we wanted to highlight resilient infrastructure, the SDG 9. And we had a great partnership within the WSIS process. There was also several high-level dialogues in 2017 and so on and so forth. So really, UNIDO plays a very important role in terms of the resilient infrastructure part. Not only that, but much more. We're also partnering for the youth track this year. UNIDO is bringing some young people to the WSIS high-level events. So please do join us to see the spirit of the youngsters and what they want us to do beyond 2025. Over to you, Jason.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for putting me on the spot. So I don't have any prepared speaking notes whatsoever, but yeah, no, I mean, understanding what the topic is, which is key around collaboration, as you pointed out, we've been working together with yourselves, ITU, now for a number of years, with my colleague next door now in FAO, how are we collaborating on agriculture, supply chains, etc., looking at certain value chains, such as coffee and what have you. But just to take a slight step back, so, you know, we hear about the spirit of cooperation. We hear about what WSIS has been doing. As you mentioned, we've been collaborating now in a number of years with WSIS on some of the action lines. Last year, we had the adoption of the Global Digital Compact. UNIDO has been appointed as one of the co-chairs, along with our colleagues from UNTAD, on inclusive, sustainable digital economy. And what we are doing, and we're using forums such as WSIS and AI for Good, is how can we have a call for solutions? From UNIDO's perspective, we really looking at how can we build up this multi-stakeholder approach through the private sector, through academia, through think tanks, to ultimately identify solutions that can solve problems of our member states. And that, of course, is not something that's unique to us. A number of us are doing this on the panel, and I'm sure we're all working with similar similar ecosystems, and that's something that I think we can come together more and more and amplify, because if we do this collectively with each of our unique mandates and specializations, we will have a much, much greater impact. So just, if I may just touch on a few specific areas that we are now prioritizing. So in my role as Chief AI Innovation and Digital Officer, providing services to our 172 member states, we realized that we are having to focus on areas that's, when we talk about AI, that's perhaps not as what's so commonly known at the moment when we think about Gen AI and what's going on around Copilot, Gemini, GPT, etc. But really about what can you do when you're leveraging AI in, for example, smart manufacturing? How can you help a small, medium enterprise who's got a relatively old, aging production line and inject it with AI-powered chips that can make their production line more energy efficient, etc. So this is an area that we've seen that we want to start to support even more. So we're establishing a number of centres of excellences. For example, in Addis in Ethiopia, in collaboration with the Chinese government, in Morocco, in Tunisia. We have a number of others that will be coming up in Latin America in the coming months, in Cuba, in Venezuela, and what have you. And really to see how can we build up this partnership-based approach to bring those solutions from technology providers, from industry, etc., so that our member states can ultimately benefit from this. Last but not least, I would just like to also mention that in this space of innovation, how can we also harness what's going on around startups and innovators? We have a program that's referred to ScaleX, which is basically threefold. It has an accelerator program. Actually, again, we did this in collaboration with FAO last year. We had an innovation challenge. We had a wonderful people who actually won the award that developed an AI chip that could smell food loss, which we're now actually looking to deploy in some of our projects. But so in addition to this, we have the innovation side as well, which is a collaboration between ourselves as the UN agencies with the corporate sector, and in particular with fund managers as well, so that we can ultimately support and help startups scale their solutions and become investable. And with that, I will just take a minute to pause, knowing about the time, and say thank you very much for inviting me to this stage, and looking forward to continuing with our collaboration, and see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And just for those of you who will join the high-level event, as part of the youth track, we will have a youth party. It's a youth networking event. So all of us are invited. We're all young at heart. so you're all invited to the ITU Morbriand building on the 7th for the youth party. Jason, you mentioned the hackathons and the smart challenges. These are really great. But one thing we really need to look at is also the incubation of this good work. You did touch upon it, like how do we incubate these startups? So that's something we would really like to explore more with FAO and UNIDO. While we are talking about FAO, Dayan, congratulations, you're a WSIS champion this year. WSIS Prizes champion. Can you tell us more about the project and the work that you're doing?
Yes, of course. Before I mention the project, first of all, thank you for inviting me also to the stage. So Food and Agriculture Organization, our focus is to basically end hunger. And the way we approach that is by looking at having better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. And to achieve that, we know that technology or the digital opportunities offer us enablement, but also acceleration of the urgently needed transformation of agri-food systems. So how do we do that? We basically don't look only at one sector and, for example, only to improve production, but we also look into improving production and opportunities to transform. And I think this is maybe common, what I'm hearing also with other colleagues from other agencies. The opportunities we see and we need to take advantage of require transformation, not simply doing the same thing but maybe more efficient, but actually transformation. And this is some of the projects that you are mentioning as well from UNIDO. If we look at FAO contribution, what we focus on is producing the digital public goods. We are also contributing to digital public infrastructures. We also provide advisories and enablement mechanisms for countries to transform agri-food system sector, so digitalization on different elements. But also, if I look around just this panel, most of the enabling elements is actually among us. So this is where we see a huge benefit of UNGIS and VSIS, also GDC and other instruments that we use for the enabling elements. I'll just give a few examples. We do know we still need to work on connectivity, so we heavily rely on Broadband Commission and work of ITU on that, and we really appreciate all the efforts. We also know we need to step up the educational elements, and we have UNESCO here as well. So we have jointly all together, how to say, the mandates and the instruments to move forward. One of the other areas that is very important to mention is that we need to work cross-sectorial. FAO cannot cover all the sectors. Our mandate is clear, so we do depend on others, and we see that as opportunity. So we will continue to work in this way. And yes, I think this is our second or third VSIS Champion Award. So that particular project is focusing on avoiding food loss, in fact. And this is one area that is not really fully explored, and a lot of food is being wasted even before harvest and before it gets to the table. So this is one of the examples. But some of the major capabilities we provide are for stakeholders, so for targeted interventions and for investment cases. So this is something that we do every October at the World Food Day, at the 80th birthday also FAO this year. And also we provide digital public goods to the farmers, so knowledge products in hand, and or what we refer to as extension services. So again, looking at the clock, thank you very much, but I'll be around if any questions come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dayan. Our colleague from UNESCAP messaged me that he's also online. So production team, if you can get Siope the floor. It's 8:30 in Thailand. So Siope, thank you so much for being there. Siope, can you hear us? The floor is yours, Siope. This is.
Hi, Kintanjali.
Please go ahead, Siope.
Hi. Well, first of all, thank you so much, Kintanjali, for inviting ESCAP. I'm pleased to be part of the conversation this evening. ESCAP looks forward to working closely with ITU, and we have done in the past. Through our regional programs. We have worked together with ITU on the regional review of WSIS. And of course, every year we hold the Asia Pacific Information Superhighway Steering Committee, of which we work together with ITU to bring in the champions in the Asia Pacific region to share their projects with other Asia Pacific countries and try to promote best practices and lessons learned from other countries. So we look forward to doing that this year as well. I think the next APIS Steering Committee meeting is planned for November of this year. So we look forward to working together with ITU on that and also other agencies. As you may know, ESCAP continues to work with member states in the region to promote regional cooperation on digital connectivity through capacity building and also policy advisory on digital transformation. We look forward to working together with other agencies through UNCIS to promote digital cooperation and transformation in the region. So thank you so much for the opportunity to contribute to today's conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Siope, and thanks for being with us. It's so late in Thailand, so thank you so much. With that, we'd like to open the floor. I do see some of you who were raising your hand earlier. Was it... Guys, this is your chance to raise your... Oh, ma'am, please introduce yourself and please take the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tsolofelo Mokoni. I'm Internet Governance Coordinator from South Africa. Firstly, let me start by saying it is very pleasing to see a wide range of UN agencies take the floor and talk to us about the work that they do. So thank you to the facilitator and the coordinator for coordinating this session. As South Africa, we recognize and commend the work of UNGIS, particularly in driving digital cooperation within UN systems. We particularly acknowledge and commend the work of UN agencies such as UNECA, which have played a critical role in supporting developing countries, especially across Africa, to access emerging technologies. By promoting technology transfer and facilitating the integration of ICT's international strategies, UNECA has helped ensure that digital transformation contributes meaningfully to inclusive growth. Furthermore, UNGIS continue to play an important role in advancing global digital transformation by fostering coordination, policy coherence, and implementation of WIS's line actions. And we, as South Africa, our position is that that work needs to continue beyond 2025, and we look forward to continued collaboration in strengthening digital ecosystems across the continent and globally. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa, and we look forward to continuing working with you. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for this very interesting and fruitful discussion. I'm Aisling Lynch-Kelly, and I'm from Foundation The London Story. We're an Indian diaspora-led human and digital rights organization. So we recently commissioned the first ever baseline study on the challenges and possible solutions for accessing digital health in India. Whilst digital health is undoubtedly democratizing access to healthcare in India, we know that marginalized communities, as well as those who live in rural areas without adequate internet access or internet infrastructure, remain largely excluded and thus unable to access good quality healthcare. Given these persistent barriers and the significant potential of digital health to advance SDG 3 and SDG 10 in India, we'd be interested to know if and how UNDP and UNGIS other members are working with the Indian government at both the union and state level, as well as other relevant stakeholders, to ensure that the world's largest democracy can fully benefit from the transformative power of digital healthcare, and work to ensure that access to healthcare in India expands to become fully inclusive, high quality, and accessible for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yuping, do you want to take that?
Thank you for the question. So we actually have quite an extensive UNDP country office in India, which is working to implement a variety of programs, including, I believe, on digital health. But the overall approach that we take to digital health is really founded on a digital public infrastructure approach, which emphasizes interoperable, inclusive, rights-based approaches to digital transformation. So as part of that, we actually worked very closely with the Indian G20 presidency 2 years ago around this particularly groundbreaking approach to digital transformation, and really thinking about how digital public infrastructure and really embedding this notion of a rights-based, inclusive, people-centered approach to digital public infrastructure should be part of that conversation. So we're looking forward to actually continuing the work with the Indian government. We actually had the Indian government and the Additional Secretary Abhishek, who's here at the Internet Governance Forum, on a panel just, I think it was 2 days ago, around AI implementation at the country level, where he reiterated this particular approach and outlined a little bit around the examples of the use cases, where he also highlighted digital health. So this will continue to be an area of collaboration between UNDP, particularly through our country offices, emphasizing the need for such a rights-based, inclusive approach. And we also welcome this kind of stakeholder input. So feel free to reach out to us if you have any specific suggestions of how we could improve this type of collaboration, any messages that we should continue to press forward as really a global thought leader in the area of digital public infrastructure, especially as we look towards next year's AI Action Summit that will be hosted by India, New Delhi. UNDP is actually working on making sure that this intersection between AI and digital public infrastructure, always grounded in UNDP's approach on being rights-based, inclusive, and people-centered, will take root.
Thank you very much, Yuping. We are also working with WHO on various standards. ITU is working on various standards, and you can get in touch with us also for further details. Can we try to bring in Liping Zhang from UNCTAD, please? She is there, and she would like to just very quickly finish her intervention. Liping Zhang. Liping, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
A little bit. Well, given the time constraint, I'll be very brief. Basically, I want to inform you that the CSD has completed its work on the WIS plus 20 review, which will be reported to the General Assembly through ECOSOCO. The outcome of the discussions at the annual session of the CSD in April this year was reflected in the WIS resolution. The resolution will be approved by ECOSOCO in July at its management segment, and then will be submitted to the General Assembly as a kind of inputs to its review to be held in December. And in that resolution, the ONGIS contribution to the WIS was highly appreciated and was recognized. In particular, it also places expectation on the ONGIS to play an important role in the after 20 years review of the WIS, which is basically to have a bigger role as an outcome of the review at the General Assembly. That's what the CSD resolution has recommended. The ONGIS should integrate the GDC into its action lines, and they should also play a bigger role in developing a kind of implementation mapping relating to the GDC. The overall purpose is basically to align the WIS with the Sustainable Development Goals and the GDC implementation. So, well, I don't have anything else to add because of the time constraint. It's already after 3:45. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you very much, Liping, and we thank all UN agencies who've joined us here today. We'd like to invite you for a group photograph in the front, if you can join us, please. And thank you to the audience for your wonderful questions and participation.
Well, do I cut?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session on autonomous weapon system. As you have probably heard in the opening session, the representative of the Holy See has identified this issue of autonomous weapon system as an internet-related public policy issue. 20 years ago, when WSIS started, nobody talked about the military domain, but like all technologies in these 2,000 years of history of mankind, also the internet and other new achievements in technology has been pulled in the military domain. And by the way, the internet started 70 years or 60 years ago as a project under the US Department of Defense. So it was not so far away from the military domain, but in the last couple of years we have seen that here a new issue is emerging. We have several negotiations around this. There is a proposal from the Secretary General of the United Nations to agree on a document in the year 2026. We have a group of governmental experts which is negotiating this. Austria has pushed for a discussion in the General Assembly of the United Nations, and so it's very natural that we should discuss this also in the framework of the Internet Governance Forum. We did it already last year in Riyadh, and this is more or less a continuation, and the aim of this workshop is to do more outreach so that more people are aware what's going on in this field. We will not continue the negotiations here on this table, but we want to collect various perspectives. We have an excellent panel which gives you all the various perspectives. So we will hear in a minute Vint Cerf, the father of the internet and chair of the leadership panel of the IGF, who will give his perspective, and then we will hear from Ambassador Peringer from the government of Austria about, the Austrian initiative. Then we will have two different perspectives from the industry and from the technical community. Benjamin from Helsing will give the industry perspective, and Anna, unfortunately, Anna has broken her leg, and so she is only online with us, will give us the perspective from the IEEE, the technical community, and then we have comments from the Global South with Olga, from China with Professor Paixi, and from the NGO perspective from Amnesty International Norway, it's Gerald, and we have probably also online Chris Painter, the former cyber ambassador in the US State of Department from Washington. So that's the plan, and now I hope Vint is online. Vint, can you hear us? And we are ready to listen to your short opening statement. Thank you.
It's Vint, and unfortunately, I'm not able to open my camera unless someone on the control can do that for me. But here we go. Maybe that just worked. Maybe not. I can't enable the camera for some reason. But if you'll forgive me, I'll speak anyway because we only have a finite amount of time. First of all, it's important for all of us to remember that computers have been involved in weapon systems literally from their earliest creation. The ENIAC computer was at the Army Ballistics Research Laboratory in the United States and was in operation around 1945. And its first use was to calculate ballistics tables for large-scale guns. But I also draw attention to today's environment where hypersonic weapons are becoming available. Satellites are operating at 17,000 miles an hour. There are complex multi-drone attacks that are threatening. There are fire and forget and over-the-horizon weapon systems. There is a dire need for situational awareness in complex environments. We are looking at interest in creating digital emblems, which are the analog of the kinds of red crosses that you see on buildings and vehicles. And finally, we need to remember that autonomous weapons are not just kinetic weapons, that presumably cyber targeting is within the scope of our discussion. All of this is to say that the topic is timely and important. It's also to say that the military is faced with a fairly serious problem of responding to high velocity attack and large quantity attack, and they need computing to help them. So I expect that part of our discussion will be whether or not the targeting is automatic or is in fact under some kind of human control. And this is not a trivial question to answer, especially if the attacks are large in scale and scope. But I think that probably is part of our central debate. How do we recognize the utility of computer-based systems in dealing with conflict if we're forced into that? And how do we do it in a way that does not get out of control? And so I think the discussion today will almost certainly center on how do we maintain some human ability to limit the choice of targeting in an automated system so that it only goes after targets that we believe are legitimate. And I don't think that's an easy question to answer, but it's clearly one that this discussion needs to shed light on. So I'll stop there, but I thank you very much for the opportunity to begin, and apologies that I'm invisible. I will try to rectify that during the course of the call. I can stay on for about another half hour.
Thank you, Vint, very much. And I think you already put the finger on the crucial point. It is the human control and what is justified and what is not justified. And as we probably will also discuss, you know, a lot of arguments are now that automated weapon system are also part of deterrence. So that means to save peace, not to promote war. So I think this is an interesting dimension, and let's wait and see what the various panelists can say. Now I move to Ambassador Peringer, because Austria has started 2 years ago in the United Nations a discussion, and the Secretary General Guterres has presented a report last year, which has collected statements from a lot of governments and NGOs. Ambassador, so probably give us a short overview about what Austria has done and is planning, and what do you expect from the next years?
Thank you so much, Professor. I'm pleased to participate in the opening of today's discussion on autonomous weapon systems with some introductory remarks from an Austrian perspective. At the outset, allow me to thank our moderator, Professor Kleinwächter, and our distinguished speakers, both here in the room and joining us, like Windsurf, joining us online, for contributing to this timely and important conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, like all transformative technologies, the application of artificial intelligence in the military domain is advancing rapidly. These developments promise to make tasks faster, easier, and more accessible. Yet, they demand robust guardrails and limitations in the civilian as well as in the military sector to ensure that AI is used in a human rights-based, human-centered, ethical, and responsible manner. While the civilian domain is increasingly governed by regulatory framework, the military and defense sectors are lagging behind. Austria therefore supports ongoing international efforts to promote responsible military use of AI. These include the REAIM initiative by the Netherlands and South Korea, and the US political declaration on responsible military use of AI and autonomy. Today, we want to focus on one of the most critical and sensitive issues in this broader field that Austria is particularly engaged on: autonomous weapon systems. Systems that can select and apply force to targets without further human intervention. AWS raise fundamental legal and ethical concerns. These include the necessity for meaningful human control to ensure proportionality and distinction, the need for predictability and accountability, the protection of the right to life and other human rights, and the principle of human dignity. There are also serious risks from a security perspective: the risk of proliferation, including to non-state actors, and the destabilizing autonomy arms race. These topics will be explored further by our expert panel. In light of these concerns, Austria has taken a leading role, as mentioned, in advancing international regulations on AWS. In April 2024, Austria hosted the Vienna Conference, Humanity at the Crossroads, to examine the ethical, legal, and security implications of AWS and to build momentum for international regulation. Austria strongly supports the joint call by the UN Secretary General and the ECRC President to conclude negotiations on a legally binding instrument on the AWS by 2026. Over the past decade, valuable discussions have taken place, notably within the group of governmental experts in Geneva and the Human Rights Council, where a growing majority of states agree on the need for international regulation, including prohibitions and restrictions. However, moving from discussion to negotiations on a regulatory instrument remains difficult. geopolitical tensions, mistrust, and the reticence to regulate these fast-paced technologies are slowing progress, even as the window for preventive regulation is closing rapidly. In response, Austria and the cross-regional group of states so far introduced 2 resolutions on AWS in the UN General Assembly. The first in 2023 mandated a UN Secretary General report, and its 2024 follow-up resolution, supported by 166 member states, established open informal consultations in New York to address so far underdeveloped legal, technological, security, and also ethical aspects of AWS that we want to put a particular focus on today. These consultations complemented the Geneva-based efforts and demonstrated to be very fruitful and also informative for delegations that have not yet had a chance to participate actively in this debate. Further, informal negotiations included not only states, but also stakeholders from industry, academia, civil society, and the tech sector. From Austria's point of view, the global discourse on AWS must extend beyond diplomats and military experts. The implications of AWS affect humanity at large, from a moral, ethical, and legal point of view, as well as a perspective of sustainable development. These issues concern all regions and all people. We therefore advocate a multi-stakeholder approach. Contributions from science, academia, industry, the tech sector, parliamentarians, and civil society are essential to ensure a holistic and inclusive debate. Today's event builds upon earlier efforts at the Internet Governance Forum in Riyadh, as mentioned, last December, and also the Eurodic in Strasbourg this May. This event will lay a particular focus on ethics, human dignity, and decision-making in life and death decisions, the risk of dehumanization, the value of empathy and compassion, data bias and machine learning, as well as the issue of accountability, to name just a few relevant aspects in this regard. Panelists will examine ethical perspectives from their various angles. For Austria, ladies and gentlemen, humanity is at the crossroads. We must come together to confront the challenges posed by AWS. This moment may well be the Oppenheimer moment of our generation. Experts from across disciplines are warning of the profound risks and irreversible consequences of an unregulated autonomous weapons arms race. There is urgency to finally move from discussions to negotiations on building rules and limits for AWS. The longer regulatory efforts are delayed, the harder it will be to reverse course once these weapons proliferate globally. Democratic countries, in particular, must recognize that this delay is against their own long-term interests and the broader interests of humanity. What is needed now is decisive political leadership to shape international rules on AWS. We believe that today's multi-stakeholder exchange will contribute significantly to this shared goal, and we count on your continued engagement on this issue. I look forward to a rich and constructive discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. And when you argue that, yeah, it needs a good applause. It was a good overview about where we are and what are the challenges. And when you say that we are at the crossroads, then it has to be taken out of the hand of a small group, and we need a broader understanding, more public awareness, and the IGF is an ideal place because here all stakeholders are represented, and so that we get the full picture and the various perspectives. And so I'm very thankful that we have also in this panel the industry perspective. And Benjamin, I hope you are online. And now I invite you to give your perspective. We started a discussion in Strasbourg a couple of weeks ago, and here is now part two. Benjamin, you are very welcome.
Good afternoon to Oslo from Berlin. Yes, I can hear you well. I hope you can all hear me okay.
Yes.
Is that okay? Very good. So thank you very much, Professor Kleinwechter, for the invitation. And thanks to the excellent opening remarks from Vint Cerf and from the ambassador that we just heard, which I think clearly the terrain in which we're operating in. Very quickly, I represent Helsing, which is Europe's largest defense AI company. It's the largest new defense firm in Europe. And we were founded specifically to use AI to protect democracies. Reacting to the geopolitical change that we'd seen over the last 10 to 15 years, the founders founded Helsing in 2021 in order specifically to attain tech leadership for democracies so that we can actually get the defense that we need when we see a situation of democracies increasingly under authoritarian threat and increasingly unable to deal with that threat through advanced military means, which have in the past indeed led to effective deterrence. We were losing our technological edge and we faced a security risk. That's why Helsing was founded. I think it's important to emphasize what both the ambassador and Vint Cerf said in different ways, which is that we are in an AI arms race. And it's very bad to be in an AI arms race, but it would be far worse to lose an AI arms race to authoritarian states who do not share our values and wish to actively shape the world in their interest, according to their very different values, rather than ours. But of course, we have to do this in a way that is compatible with our values and that actually strengthens our values rather than undermines them. And that's why at Helsing, we actually see the ethical component of autonomous weapons systems as a competitive advantage, which is why we invest so much in that. We think we are industry leaders in this. Precisely for the reasons that were mentioned by the ambassador, is that autonomous weapons systems, their effects have to be foreseeable. The weapon systems have to be reliable, they have to have traceable effects, and ultimately have to be controllable. And this is what we invest in as part of the new generation of explicable AI that can give account for why it has done what it has done, and is much more easy to keep within the bounds that we actually set for it. And keeping it in the bounds that are set for autonomy is actually nothing new in military terms. This is in fact not in any way a revolution, but the continued evolution of military command and control, which has always been based on the principle of the delegation of bounded autonomy. Sometimes delegation to a subordinate officer or subordinate soldier, sometimes delegation to a particular weapon system. And we know that actually, as was mentioned by Vint Cerf, computers have been involved in this since their invention. But also we've been dealing with autonomy in weapons systems for an awful long time. As soon as you go beyond visual range combat, be that in artillery or be that in using missiles, to a certain extent, you delegate the authority and the responsibility for the effect to that system. Of course, it's launched by human control. It is triggered by human control. But also we can see with the quasi-autonomous systems of the past, be that smart anti-tank mines, such as the Panzer Abwehrrichtmine of the 1980s, or even pressure mines, using overpressure influence mines, as they were called in the naval domain, there has been a willingness to delegate to systems to actually conduct these effects. Now, of course, that's precisely why the principles that were referred to before of discrimination, proportionality, and respect for the right to life were introduced as ways of understanding the ways that we have to be able to regulate these systems in order that they have that foreseeable effect, which is reliable and also has the effect that we want it to actually have, rather than indiscriminately targeting civilians, for example. Now, I would put it to you that actually with the maturation of the revolution in military affairs, what we are seeing is the ability to conduct sensor and data fusion, and so to use targeting that is triggered not only by one set of sensors, or even by two sets of sensors, as has been in the past with some very basic systems, but by a profusion of different sensors that can actually greatly enhance the precision of the weapons that we are using, and the weapons that we at Helsing in particular try to develop, and which will give our militaries an advantage on the battlefield. Now that, to me, raises the prospect of a less problematic rather than more problematic weapons system. Now, we can see also that this is very important in the context of using the advantages in technology to leverage another of democracy's key competitive advantages, which is our willingness to undertake delegated decision-making, which is something that our authoritarian rivals consistently struggle with, be that China or be that Russia. Now, why do I say this? Because the reconnaissance strike complex, which is at the heart of the revolution of military affairs, which loosely means linking up a great degree, a huge variation of sensors with a much more diverse and broad proliferation of shooters, as they're known, or effectors, such as strike drones. This only works to its full effect if you allow delegated decision making. And for years, the problem with this was that we didn't have the networks that could actually handle the level of data that was being shoveled through them. Now, with edge computing and the development of platform and system level autonomy, we only have to send back the data through the networks that they need, and so they no longer crash it. Now, that actually increases the possibility of mission command and delegated and distributed control to levels where they're more likely to be relevant to battlefield targeting. Now, in response to the point that was made earlier about the saturation of the battle space, the complexification of the battle space, with a huge proliferation of a variety of different threats, but also a variety of different potential targets, then clearly there's a desire among our militaries to engage in semi-autonomous or even autonomous targeting within certain battle situations. However, I don't think that poses the kind of risks that we often talk about in this regard, because actually that would be engaged when there is a clear attack that is not necessarily involving a mixture of civilian actors plus military actors, but much more likely to be undertaken by a military when there's only military actors or military intelligent machines involved. And we can see that actually panning out in Ukraine, where this is at its highest level of development so far, with the massive distance that is evolving between the front lines. That distance is because of the inability to maneuver. And within that space, you do not get free civilian movement. That is not, it's an area which is basically military only, and which is not available even very much for military movement. So seeing what is going through those battle spaces, which is where these semi-autonomous targeting systems, which are still in their infancy and is not something we actually particularly engage in, would be tested, I don't think it raises quite the same questions. And it's important to always draw this back to actually what are the concrete examples, what are the concrete realities of battle that we'd be dealing with here, rather than focusing on abstractions that might actually take us further away from being able to defend democracies, from being able to use innovation as a form of effective deterrence, as Professor Kleinwächter said, and which would put us in a negative position in relation to this AI arms race. Now, last point to finish up, it was mentioned this might be an Oppenheimer moment. I agree fully, and the attendees at the conference or participants might be interested to read today's website of The Economist, where my boss, Gunbert Scherf, makes a call for a Manhattan Project for AI, because this is the scale of challenge that we actually face. If we lose this race, we are in deep, deep trouble. So we have to win it, but at the same time, we have to do it in the ways that I've outlined that actually strengthen rather than undermine our values. But I'll leave my opening contribution there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I hope Anna Kaspersen is now online, but she will give us another perspective from the technical perspective and the civil society. Anna, are you there?
I am indeed, Wolfgang. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Fantastic. You do.
My best wishes to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm so sorry for not being able to join in person as originally planned. I had an accident in the surgery, so apologize everyone. And you know, Benjamin and I have been in this panel before in Strasbourg, so I see that you'd like to team us up together. I would try to refrain from commenting on what Benjamin just shared with us and leave that for the Q&A afterwards. So first of all, thank you, Austria and Wolfgang in particular, for the opportunity to again contribute to this vital discussion. And I speak today in my capacity as a representative of the IEEE, although my comments, would also carry some personal reflections. I would make that clear. And just for those who are not familiar with us, which I assume some in the room, we are the world's largest independent technical professional organization, spanning over 190 countries and bringing together nearly 500,000 engineers and scientists across all domains and disciplines in the technological space. And so my remarks do not represent any political position, but rather reflect a long-standing engagement from our side that dates, back to the early days of internet and autonomous robotics. And I know Windsurf in particular knows this organization really well. He's a recipient of some of our highly regarded awards over the course of many years. But our engagement has been very strong for many years on issues of technical governance, in terms of what is happening in the multilateral space, and of course around institutional design of these technical autonomous systems. My role, for those of us, some may have seen, the talk in Strasbourg, so I try to bring something new to this conversation, but I've been involved in conversations around military applications and uses of AI for quite some time, ranging over a couple of decades now, including overseeing some of these processes in Geneva and the certain conventional weapons in the early days and into sort of the more mature stages of where we are now. What I want to offer here is not a summary of technical challenges per se, many of which are now widely acknowledged, but rather a framing, a set of observations based on, I would say, decades of international and cross-sector work and of what is structurally at stake. These are not political reflections, they're institutional and infrastructural, and the claims I caution against are not just hypothetical anymore, they are increasingly being made, and I believe they demand rigorous scrutiny. First, we must stop treating AI as a bounded technological tool. AI is not a weapon system in the traditional sense, as also Windsurf pointed out. It is a social technical methodology, an approach, a system of methods that recognize that reorganizes how war is imagined, operationalized, and bureaucratized. It shifts the burden of decision-making away from judgment, accountability, and toward inference, correlation, and automation. And in doing so, it reconfigures the infrastructure of responsibility itself. A core example of this is the growing assertion that AI can not only support, but embody commander's intent. As I've written quite a few places, commander's intent is not a checklist or an input. It is a deeply human and ethical concept, an articulation of purpose, risk tolerance, values, and trust designed to guide action under uncertainty. In human-to-human operations, it is already complex. In human-machine interaction, it becomes nearly impossible. And there are many brilliant scholars, military strategists, etc., that have written extensively about this. I'm happy to share some of their work if that's of interest for those who are listening to this. Systems that simulate coherence without understanding of being asked to infer intent, respond to dynamic environments, and remain predictable without the context, reasoning, or values this requires. And these context, reasoning, and values, are highly fluid as well in battlefield context. Special forces are trained precisely to override instinct, interpret ambiguity, and exercise calibrated judgment. These are tactical and moral faculties that currently machine learning systems find it hard to replicate. Missy Cummings, a leading system safety expert, has cautioned many times that such systems often behave with high confidence in environments they do not comprehend. Their outputs conceal critical reasoning gaps, projecting fluency without understanding. Recent studies from Salesforce, Apple, IBM, and Shumilov have shown that even so-called large reasoning models collapse under pressure. These are studies that have come out just in recent weeks. They generate confident, seemingly aligned outputs that fall apart under compound reasoning or multi-step logic. One scholar, Eric Salvaggio, refers to this as system collapse, a failure mode that emerges precisely when we most need systems to be reliable, interpretable, and contestable. And yet, as Meredith Whittaker has recently cautioned, there is increasing pressure to build agentic AI systems that operate with enough access and autonomy to cross the blood-brain barrier, this is her phrase, between localized systems and operating architectures. In privacy terms, this is already deeply concerning. In military context, it poses risks that not just security, but to institutional legitimacy of using these systems. Once a system crosses that threshold, it begins to alter how decisions are made and who or what is understood to be in command. The Financial Times, so Benjamin also referred to, newspaper articles. There was a recent article in the FT that highlights how claims about AI's military promise are being driven as much by venture capital as by verified capability. And there are many differing views on this, and I should recognize it immediately. And it definitely shares, it's important to represent that we all come from different viewpoints. But I think one kind of shared concern, which we also discussed in Strasbourg, is the concern over the narrative power of such claims. And again, as Van Cerf noted in his remarks, military innovation and technology have always been entwined, but AI marks a bit of a step change in my view. It does not simply extend human capacity, it begins to reframe the very nature of operational judgment. I'm convinced that this is different, which brings me to the issue of procurement. Most institutions, including military ones, do not build these systems, they procure them. Increasingly, the systems are modular, pre-trained, and abstracted from the operational realities they're meant to operate within. They come wrapped in marketing language, responsible AI, trustworthy autonomy, ethical automation. These terms suggest coherence and controllability, but often obscure the reality that such systems are trained on proxy data, generalize poorly, and fail silently. The failures that matter will not be system crashes. There will be subtle misalignments between logic and lived operational context. This is why IEEE developed the P3119, which is a cross-sector procurement standard applicable to any high-risk AI system, including those in defense. It is designed to help institutions interrogate vendor claims, clarify assumptions, and surface hidden risks before integration. It includes guidance not only for engineers, but also for policymakers in attendance there, legal experts, institutional leaders, civil society engaged in this space and trying to hold companies and government leaders accountable, because governance begins at the level of specification. Equally critical is the question of infrastructure. Many military systems rely on legacy architectures not designed for high-intensity compute loads. This introduces vulnerabilities, interoperability challenges, and strategic blind spots. Meanwhile, large-scale AI systems remain highly energy-intensive. And this is not just a question of environmental impact. It is a matter of operational security and resilience. Any AI governance framework that overlooks the role of energy and what type of energy, what type of materials is being used, infrastructure, or global supply chain fragility is not merely incomplete, it is strategically naive. And I will come to my final comment now. And in this context, it is unhelpful and irresponsible to frame AI governance as a race. This framing fuels premature adoption, suppresses caution, and elevates vendor narratives over institutional responsibility. Responsible governance is not a brake on innovation, it is its condition. And I believe we must stop projecting responsibility onto the tool. What matters is responsible institutional decision-making before design, during integration, and long after deployment. Without this clarity, accountability becomes hard to trace and governance risks become symbolic rather than substantive. I will close with a reflection from my late mentor, and this is something Benjamin and I have in common. We had the privilege of studying with the same mentor, Christopher Coker, who warned against the illusion that automation can sanitize war. Automation may abstract violence, distance responsibility, or obscure cause and effect, but it cannot, under any circumstances, make war more humane, nor should it. That remains an ethical question and not one that any machine should answer. Thank you so much again, Wolfgang, for this opportunity to share some observations. And I know there are other people on the panel that's going to disagree with me, so we are looking at an interesting debate coming ahead.
Thank you, Anna. And you have seen it's very complex. It's complicated, but it's good to have different perspective on the table. That's why we are here, to get the full picture. And I invite now the commentators here on the table. I would start with Olga from the Global South. So that means you have now the broad spectrum. And what are your comments, how you see it from Argentina? Olga is the Dean of the Defense University in Argentina from the Ministry of Defense in Argentina in Buenos Aires.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang, for inviting me again to this very interesting conversation. We had that last year in Riyadh, right? And I've been following it. And I would like to bring two perspectives. First, from the academic side, which is what I'm doing now. For the good news, we have started new trainings on cyber defense. For those Spanish-speaking audience and participants, we have a new career on cyber defense, which is free, virtual, and in Spanish. So anyone that is interested is able to apply for a site on it. We had a very, very good response from the Latin American community so far. And we are still developing the curricula for the next years. We started this April with this new career. And of course, we have a focus on focus on autonomous weapons. And I would like to bring this perspective and then some comments about the Argentina negotiations, which I personally I'm not involved, but I'm informed about. So these focuses are included in the curricula of the career. And first, ethics and autonomous weapons. It has been already mentioned. The ethical implications of autonomous weapon systems, particularly focus on the delegation of life and death decisions to a machine. Analyze the consequences of reduced human oversight in military context. This has to be evaluated from an academic perspective. Human control and responsibility. Evaluate and include the necessity of meaningful human control over autonomous weapon systems. It should be considered that the technical programming can be not enough to address ethical concerns. It has been mentioned, like it depends on energy, on legacy machines and equipment. The important issue is that human judgment is irreplaceable. That has to always have to be in any training, in decision involving lethal force. The bias and discrimination in algorithm decision making. This inclusion of artificial intelligence, as one of the speakers mentioned, it is a reality. It's challenging, but we have to face it, and the best we can do is understand it. The risk of algorithm bias in autonomous systems, such as biases, can disproportionately harm marginalized groups and complicate the distinction between civilians and combatants. Then there is the issue about fairness, accountability, justice in artificial intelligence. This is of very high importance. It was already mentioned by other panelists. Human rights and humanitarian law. There is an intersection of autonomous weapon systems with human rights and international humanitarian law. These weapons may exacerbate existing vulnerabilities, especially in regions with high inequality. I mean, Latin America is a region, it's a fantastic, beautiful region with a lot of diversity in nature and people, but there is also high inequalities, fragile institutions sometimes, and systemic violence in some places. So that has to be considered. And policy and legal frameworks and academic focus must include the need for robust legal and policy responses, the need for legally binding international instruments to prohibit autonomous weapon systems operating without meaningful human control. We are including all these issues in all the programs. So summarizing moral implications of autonomous weapons, necessity of human oversight in lethal decisions, risk of bias and discrimination in artificial intelligence-driven systems, impact on rights and international legal obligations, and need for binding international instruments and regulations. And about Argentina, as I said, I'm not involved in those negotiations, but Argentina has been actively engaged in international discussions and negotiations regarding autonomous weapon system, is a vocal proponent of robust international regulation and oversight of autonomous weapon systems, advocating for legally binding rules that ensure human control, compliance with international law, and the protection of fundamental rights and security, and offer, in collaboration with other Latin American and international partners, has submitted draft protocols calling for prohibitions and regulations on autonomous weapons systems. And I will stop here, and maybe we have an interaction of ideas after that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope you can also prepare some questions. I hope some time is left, but we have still two commentators on the table. Professor Paixi is from the Beijing Communications University, and he can give us the Chinese perspective.
Well, firstly, I would like to comment on Mr. Ambassador, what the ambassador said about the resolutions. I think you are referring to resolution 778/241 on lethal autonomous weapon systems. I would somehow refer the adoption of such resolution to a moment that happened in the debate about cyber norms. It happened in the debate of cyber norms in 2018. There are two parallel processes about the cyber norms debate. One is the UNGGE among the governmental experts. The other is OEWG, the open-ended working groups, to have a lot of other actors to be involved in the debate of the cyber norms. So I would say that the adoption of such a resolution as a kind of a 2018 movement, now we say more actors can be engaged in the debate of AWS. So it is a step forward in that kind of perspective. And somehow I'm also, I think some countries, a lot of countries, 152 countries voted in favor of the resolution and 4 voted against. Russia and India voted against, and some abstained from this. So the dispute here, as I observe, is that firstly, some countries would like to say, would like to keep, for example, the CCW platform as the single platform to talk about AWS or LAW laws, to be exact. And they are arguing, for example, for a kind of high-quality result, consensus report. That episode also happened, by the way, in the cyber norms debate. In that debate, I think the United States stick to the position that there should be less members for the cyber norms debate. In that case, there can be a high-quality consensus report instead of a lot of other abstractions. So that movement repeated here. And also there is a kind of dispute about, in the Chinese perspective, acceptable laws and not unacceptable laws. And that, I would say that there is a kind of resonance among countries. For example, Norway, where we are now, and also Finland, Sweden, and also France. They had argued in a GDE session that there should be a division, for example, between the AWS that, for example, that cannot, if the weapons cannot, for example, apply with the international humanitarian law, they should be prohibited. So if they cannot apply with the international IHL, they should be prohibited. And if they can apply with it, then they are there. So there is a kind of resonance in that aspect to solve the issue. There is also the dispute about the definition, whether the definition of laws or AWS is clear or not. I think the disputes between the state actors concentrate on these different aspects in terms of the adoption of such a resolution. However, in the long run, I would say it is politically correct, by the way, to engage with more actors, particularly the civil society actors. So that's a response to what you have said over there. And then I slightly disagree with what Benjamin from the industry was talking about. Particularly, I don't agree with putting countries which are essentially different from each other into one block. That said, Russia is not China. China is China, not Russia. China is not the United States. The United States is not China. So it is not reasonable to put countries together. And historically speaking, by the way, Russia is similar to Europe from the Chinese history books. So I slightly disagree with this kind of perspective of putting countries together. And coming back, by the way, to this talk about laws, the Chinese perspective, when the Geneva NGOs visiting China, we had quite some conversations. So the Chinese official perspective, as I understand here, is that if, for example, the UK, the United States and Russia accepts a kind of a prohibition of for example, the laws or the weapons, total ban of everything, if the powerful countries accept the civil society groups' ideas, like a killer robots kind of movement, and then China is very much ready to be on board, to accept such binding terms to prohibit certain weapons. So that is a kind of response to Benjamin in the categorization and abstraction of good guys and bad guys. And that I think I can treat as a kind of response to the speakers.
Thank you very much, Pike C. And I welcome also Chris Painter, who is now on board. Hope you have finished your other meeting. But before, Chris, I invite you, let's hear what Gerald from Amnesty International Norway has to say, because he is involved also in the civil society movement Stop Killer Robots. So, Gerald, what do you think about all the debates and the perspectives we had so far here on the table?
Yes, thank you very much. For Amnesty International, as a human rights organization, the digital development in the world is a central issue. We work on many different areas. And I have also to state right from the beginning that Amnesty International has been using artificial intelligence in our own work for a long time. We use other digital tools, and so we are far from trying to invent a world where digital development doesn't exist. That's very important. But we also see the enormous impact on people's human rights that digital developments have in many areas. And we try to deal with them. And we are very concerned about areas where people give away control. So that's also why Amnesty is so much involved in this issue of autonomous weapon systems. And I also, right at the beginning, want to thank you, and that is actually my colleagues from the International Secretariat, our actual experts, who have asked me not to forget to say thank you to Austria for both arranging this meeting, but not least for taking the initiative to take this discussion out of the exclusive club of the CCW, because this is an issue that affects everybody. And we know I've worked more than a decade ago, I worked on the Arms Trade Treaty, and we saw dialogue changed for the people in the global south, who are the ones who are most affected of everything that happens in armament, came to the table and had their say. Then things started to change. And it's very important that those people who will definitely be mostly killed, discriminated, oppressed by the use of killer robots, that they have a say in this conversation. This is not. I agreed with some things Benjamin said. I did not agree with other things he said. But this is not off. It is very important. He has right to not to abstract. Look at this as an abstract issue. I know he didn't mean it that way. I am interpreting it, but for me, abstraction means to kind of look at it superficially and forget the people who are actually affected. And our job as civil society is to talk about the people who will actually be affected by what is happening. And I also, some of the things I meant to say, Olga has already said brilliantly, so I do not have to repeat them. But from the human rights perspective, it is very clear human rights are based on human dignity, and the very idea that machines make autonomous life and death decisions about humans is a contradiction to human dignity. So this is something inherently dehumanizing, and we cannot accept that. And the whole concept of human rights collapses once we say we outsource this to automatic systems, not only because it is undignified to let a computer decide who is allowed to live and who is allowed to die. It also undermines the whole system of protection of human rights and international humanitarian law, because legal agency disappears. Who do you hold responsible for a killer robot killing somebody in contradiction of international law? And one of the things I disagree with, of the things Benjamin said, was when he says that we already have for a long time had systems that delegate authority and responsibility to weapon systems. I do not agree, because the responsibility always, as of today, lies with the humans using the systems. And there is always have to be in place a clear international legal system that secures accountability for those who contribute to violating international law. Once that disappears, once we say, let's put that to the machines are smarter than human beings, they will commit less mistakes than human beings, and not least, warfare by machines makes violations more invisible. It's even more difficult for the victims to actually bring those who violated their rights to justice. And I have the suspicion that this is also one of the very attractive things about autonomous weapon systems, because warfare becomes invisible. The human rights violations, the atrocities, the war crimes, they are not visible any longer. Our guys do not die any longer in the battlefields. Everything happens by machines, and so everything is allowed. And that is where we are going when we are not using this moment now to regulate this very clearly and to state very clearly what is allowed and what is not allowed, and not least also give the industry very clear guidelines on what we want them to develop and which developments they should stay off. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. I'm afraid we cannot settle all these problems here, and I'm also afraid that we will have no time left for interactive discussion. So we have just 5 minutes to go. And so Chris has listened to the last 2 or 3 statements. So he was involved in the debate in Riyadh and also in Strasbourg. So you know more or less, the constellation. So you have now the final words, and you can reflect about what you see, and then we have to conclude, unfortunately. But I'm sure that this discussion will continue in the next IGF or in the Business Plus 20 review. So many things are on the table and has to be discussed. Chris, thank you.
Thank you, and it's great to join you guys. I wish I was there. It's about 1 billion degrees in DC right now, so it'd be much nicer to be in Norway, not just for the company, but for the temperature. Look, my expertise is not in autonomous weapons, but instead in cyber, and I wanted to bring, as I have in previous discussions on this, a little reflection on what's happening with respect to cyber and the UN. There's been some discussion of this. I think one of the issues is stakeholder involvement. I completely agree with both the seriousness of this issue, but also the importance of having other stakeholders involved. I would say that because of geopolitical and other issues, getting key stakeholders involved from industry and civil society, including the human rights community involved, has become much tougher. In the what's called the open-ended working group in the UN, which is coming to its conclusion in a couple of weeks, this has been a major area of debate. A lot of stakeholders are summarily blocked by just one country, usually Russia, which is problematic because their expertise in this area as well is critically important. So the UN is, I think, a difficult place to have that stakeholder discussion. Hopefully it will get better. But right now, I think that's one issue. The other is, as important as this issue is, actually working towards some kind of binding treaty, I think, again, because of geopolitical issues, but also we haven't been able to do that in cyber. There's been a divide on that for many, many years now. And we have, as one speaker had mentioned, that, agreed on norms. And that was a particular time when countries came together and saw the common interest in agreeing on that, including China, Russia, and the US. And then there was agreement more generally. And that's important. That consensus is important. But I think very little is going to happen by consensus in bodies like the UN going forward, at least for the time being. And so that's some real politic look at this. And we're seeing this in cyberspace too, where even low-hanging fruit are very difficult now to achieve. And even on the agreement with respect to norms, there's now dispute about what those norms mean, about what international law means. And the biggest part, and this applies to this debate too, is how do you have accountability once there's agreement among countries to any set of things, whether it's a binding treaty or just norms. It doesn't matter if countries don't actually abide by them, if there's no way to have some sort of responsibility, some sort of accountability. And I think that's true here. So, ultimately, I think this is an important area for the UN to look at. It's an important area to look at outside the UN as well. I think you have to add multiple tracks for this, especially to get civil society involved. But I also would note in caution that something we've been talking about for a very long time in terms of cyber is somewhat stalled, I think. There's been some progress, somewhat stalled. And I think that just is a reality. We're not going to make that kind of progress toward Biden convention, but there's things we can do in a resolution, other things to kind of start the conversation. It's going to take a while to happen. It's not going to happen overnight, despite what any of us might want. So with on that maybe negative note, but on the positive note, it's important we're talking about this and continuing to talk about this and giving attention to this issue. I would agree that autonomous weapon issues have been around for a very long time, but it has greater urgency now. So with that, I'll close my remarks, Wolfgang, and let you sum up. And again, good to hear the discussion, and it's a very important discussion.
Thank you very much, and I have to apologize also for the audience and for the other panelists that no time is left to react, but this is an invitation to continue the discussion online and offline. I think we will have opportunities in the future. My understanding is that the IGF will be, the mandate of the IGF will be extended. So looking forward another session in this format on the 21st IGF in the year 2026, even if we have no clue where this will take place. So thank you very much, and I hope you could get, some food for thought from this arrangement here with the various perspectives from the Global South and different stakeholders, the Global North and industry and civil society. Thank you very much. We have 3 seconds to go, and now it's over. Thank you.